Chapter 130, Premature Conclusion. It took a lengthy examination for Lu Yi to finally confirm that Yi was fine. All she needed was some rest. Only then did he finally breathe easily. With Amber now stronger and more powerful than before, Yi was expected to make a quick recovery. It was well past midnight when Squad Xiejin made it back to the field infirmary campsite. The people there had been keeping Lu Ye's tent, and Mu Ling was already expecting him, who took great care in dealing with his and Amber's wounds. Although Lu Yi fell asleep halfway through her treatment. Fighting one battle after another for the past few days had taken quite a toll on him. Lu Yi woke up the next morning to a sunny day with a blanket draped over him. He clambered up and peered around. Amber was nowhere in sight, although he could hear Qiao Qiao Air's voice outside. "Come try this. It's delicious. Let me go. There's no need to bite even when you're not accepting my favor." Lu Yi quickly dressed up and went outside. There was Amber with his vice-like jaws locked around Qiao Qiao Air's arm. She was twisting and writhing violently, but she did not dare to pull too hard, culminating in a tug-of-war with her own arm as the rope. Both of them were glaring at each other, totally oblivious to Lu Ye's presence until he finally scowled at them. "What the hell is going on here?" Amber released his hold of her and bounded excitedly over to Lu Ye's side like the oversized but doting cat he was and rubbed his head affectionately on Lu Yi. In Qiao Qiao Air's grasp was this fresh slab of meat still dripping with juices. She lifted it aloft, yowling indignantly, "I was only trying to feed your tiger something to eat, and here's what I get. Your pet could do with some discipline, Yi." Amber groaned like he was being wronged. Lu Yi peered at him before regarding Qiao Qiao Air crossly. "Or maybe you should not be trying to drug him." "What drug? Who's drugging who?" Qiao Qiao Air retorted blankly, feigning ignorance. But Lu Yi had already gone back inside his tent with Amber padding after him. Qiao Qiao Air looked around to make sure no one was looking before she stowed the meat back into her storage bag. "Heavens, just how intelligent is he?" she whispered to herself, referring to Amber. Then she trotted away, whistling as if the episode just now hadn't taken place at all. Inside the tent, Amber went to a corner and picked up a storage bag that was lying around with its mouth. Then he placed it beside Lu Yi. That was the reward Green Feather Mountain paid them. Rewards were usually issued during the squad's debriefing whenever they returned after a battle. Qiao Qiao Air and Song Xie had made quite a fortune from their recent sorties. Lu Yi picked up the storage bag and checked its contents. There were at least 180 spirit stones, and by his calculations, it was more than what he earned. Green Feather Mountain must have given him a bonus for his remarkable contributions lately. At the moment, his stores of spirit stones had reached as much as 500 to 600, all of which came from the rewards for his kills and the spoils he got from his slain enemies. Like the Divine Trade Association, Green Feather Mountain had been buying magically sealed storage bags that their cultivators had looted, and that included low-tiered magical weapons and tools as well. These were all divided evenly amongst all members of Squad Xiejin. He examined his battlefield imprint. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation progress, 53 spiritual points unlocked. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution points, 368. He had reached his 52nd spiritual point when he first arrived at this campsite before he unlocked another point just a few days ago. The recent fights had exhausted him so greatly that Lu Yi had to rely on his pills to refresh himself to be ready for more skirmishes, causing the slight deceleration in his progress. But he had made great progress in his contribution points since leaving Mount Ing. From just 174 points, he had reached 368. That's almost a 200-point increment that indicated how many kills Lu Yi had scored in his recent skirmishes. But there was little to be wondered. He had slain dozens when he first entered the 100 Peaks mountain range. Joining Squad Xiejin yielded even more kills, where he did great work in raking up his tally. In the skirmishes yesterday alone, few enemies had managed to escape his wrath. Then again, the frequent sorties had caused him and Amber enough exhaustion to blaze through his stores of spirit pills. With more than 400 pills when he first arrived here, his pills now numbered just barely 300. But he could not complain, at least not with such rich returns. Participating in this year's Dragon Spring Conference had turned into a bountiful haul after all. Lu Yi finished surveying his possessions before he took a bath and changed into a fresh set of clothing. Next, he brought Amber out on a walk to look for something to eat. The Green Feather Mountain mess staff worked round the clock to provide good food to all Green Feather Mountain personnel. Anyone who felt hungry needed only visit the mess and they would be served their fill. He stumbled into Xie Jin halfway and they talked as they walked together. As it turned out, the multi-pronged assault was a huge success. The Tai Luo clan was forced to give up one hillock after another yesterday, marking a massive cutback in its territories. Out of the 100 hills inside the 100-peak mountain range that was the battleground for this conference, the Green Feather Mountain forces had raised their tally to a record-breaking 50 occupied hillocks. From the looks of things, the situation of the conference could very well remain so until the end. Both the Qins and the clan lacked the needed men and resources to mount any offensive worthy of the name to capture more hillocks. One might argue that cutting their losses and accepting their defeat might be the more prudent and rational course of action for the two factions. Green Feather Mountain hadn't enjoyed such tremendous success since the Qin's inception into the conference, and Tang Wu was said to be so euphoric that he contacted Xie Jin and praised his good work. Lu Yi picked up a juicy piece of meat and deposited it into his mouth. Chewing it, he said, "Does that mean that there's no more fighting?" "I guess so," Xie Jin nodded. The skirmishes the previous night had turned out to be a premature conclusion for this year's conference. Lu Yi mulled about the response. That would mean that perhaps it was time he took his leave and continued his journey. Past Dragon Spring conferences usually took a month, but this time, the winner was determined in just a span of a dozen days. Xie Jin seemed to have read Lu Ye's mind. He sidled closer and said quietly, "There's no hurry to leave, my friend. Senior brother Tang Wu has explicitly told me that our squad is qualified to enter the Dragon Spring." Lu Ye's brow peaked with interest. "Oh. It's all thanks to your heroics that we managed to survive yesterday's battle, Lu Yi," Xie Jin said, beaming very broadly. "What's more, Green Feather Mountain has never been stingy in rewarding well-deserved effort. We're not known to be generous to independent cultivators for nothing, you know. You've got to hand it to them. They really are good at wooing fresh talents," Lu Yi observed quietly. In the jade slip that Xie Jin handed him when Lu Yi first met him, the information inside the object did mention that independent cultivators who had proven themselves worthy would be awarded a place to enter the Dragon Spring. In fact, Lu Yi had heard Song Xie and Xiao Xiao Air chatting about this once. In all past Dragon Spring conferences, Green Feather Mountain would only allow 1 or 2 independent cultivators the chance to enter the Dragon Spring together with its own acolytes. That 3 were allowed in this time really was a new precedent. It all boiled down to the scarcity of the places themselves. With only limited admissions allowed, the Green Feather Mountain forces would have been more than happy to hoard all the places themselves. But several places might be distributed to other middling sects or powerful militant orders allied with them. With fresh talents and young prodigies of their own, these allied factions had kept abreast of the progress of the conference with great interest, although they would never be involved in the contest due to the sacrosanct covenant of the conference. That would mean that any places that trickled down to any participating independent cultivators came in pitifully rare supply. Stepping into the Dragon Spring was any low-tiered cultivator's ultimate dream, for the cleansing properties of the spring's water were said to be able to temper one's physical constitutions so greatly that no amount of magical pills or herbs could ever compare. Having a strong physical constitution could come in handy to any cultivator no matter what path he or she aspired to devote himself or herself to. Xie Jin placed a hand on Lu Ye's shoulder. "Don't worry about it, Lu Yi. It's very likely that this year's conference might end earlier. After all, senior brother Tang Wu's a busy man. He can't be nestling himself up there like he's roosting on an egg to no end." Up at the Great Hall, sitting atop of the centermost summit of the mountain range designated as neutral grounds, Tang Wu crossed his arms as he took one last look at the Shadow Moon Disc's display. "Looks like everything's settled. So, how about we call it a day?" he asked the others. Qin Wanli shot a look at Han Jiyu, not wanting to speak first. Han Jiyu smirked. "The conference is only halfway. What makes you think that we're thinking of calling it a day already?" What Tang Wu said was true, and she knew it. The clan could ill afford fielding more assault forces only to add more casualties to their already substantial losses, and to sit on the present status quo until the end of the conference would be nothing but just a complete waste of time. But she was too spiteful and vain to allow Tang Wu to have his way. "Oh, so you are all for sitting down here and watching paint dry?" Tang Wu hissed placidly. "Watching paint dry is interesting enough if you know how to appreciate it," Han Jiyu chuckled flippantly. So long as she could cause even the slightest discomfort and displeasure to Tang Wu, Han Jiyu was game for anything. Just like what Tang Wu said himself not long ago, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." You seem to be laboring under the delusion that just because you've withdrawn your defensive line, that would prevent me from trying another attack? Tang Wu asked. I'd love to see you try, Han Jiyu taunted. With their defensive line withdrawn, the Tai Luo clan defenses had grown considerably stronger. On the other hand, the Green Feather Mountain forces were all stretched precariously thin since they had to hold 50 hillocks. It was the vast number of independent cultivators that they managed to recruit for this conference that had kept the Qins and the Tai Luo clan from wanting to try anything funny. Hence Han Jiyu's reasoning that it wouldn't be easy for Green Feather Mountain to muster enough men for another assault without compromising itself. That gave her the courage to openly taunt Tang Wu. Literally, every contesting faction in this conference was already at its bare bones. Tang Wu kept his stare transfixed on Han Jiyu for seconds before he issued a litany of orders. In mere moments, the swarms of blue dots on the display of the Shadow Moon disk began to roil en masse. Green Feather Mountain defenders holding the hillock at the most front immediately withdrew, leaving the place unoccupied. At the same time, more bluish hordes peeled off from the defensive squads guarding all other nearby hillocks, coalescing into a large group that swamped the foot of the nearest Tai Luo clan hillock. But that was not all. Far away in the glen where the Green Feather Mountain Field Infirmary was situated, a tiny squad of 5 bright bluish dots appeared and began speeding towards the front lines. The edge of Han Jiyu's eyes throbbed. Tang Wu had summoned forth his best raiding squad, that brat with the white tiger and his squad mates. Hours later, the 5 bluish dots finally converged with the Green Feather Mountain contingent now besieging the Tai Luo clan hillock, making the assault force a provisional but no less formidable vanguard platoon more than 50 men strong. Meanwhile, Han Jiyu's breathing raced as her chest heaved under her robe, her face now as taut as a clenched fist as she looked at the display of the Shadow Moon disk. Tang Wu's head swiveled around and he peered at her quietly. Qin Wanli moved not even an inch. Without any desire to get involved in this pantomime, he could barely understand what was going on. Why is Green Feather Mountain giving up one of their hills to attack another one of Tai Luo clans? Silence pervaded the hall for minutes until Han Jiyu finally let loose a long sigh. She tapped on her battlefield imprint and issued her final order. From another Tai Luo clan hillock nearby, a few raven-black spots extricated themselves from their main group and marched over to the unoccupied hill that the Green Feather Mountain forces just vacated, although the sluggish movements of the spots were sign enough of how reluctant they were to undertake this mission. They hiked up the slopes and stayed there, but Green Feather Mountain made no attempt to attack them. Smart choice, Tang Wu chortled, his lips curling into a wry grin. A resigned Han Jiyu declared, I move to end this year's conference now. What do you say, Qin? Qin Wanli could hardly squeak anything beyond a yes. Only now did he finally understand what was going on. Chapter 131 Winnings. Tang Wu's thorough flurry of troop deployment looked mind-boggling enough at first glance, when he was, in fact, presenting to Han Jiyu a pair of options. The first was obvious. Green Feather Mountain first surrendered a hill territory to the Tai Luo clan as a gesture of goodwill on the condition that the clan agreed to end the conference. It was a win-win deal for Han Jiyu, saving everyone the trouble of prolonging what was already a determined victory for Green Feather Mountain. But if Han Jiyu were to foolishly decline this offer, then the second option would kick in. The hastily assembled vanguard platoon would immediately launch an attack at the Tai Luo clan hill they congregated at. With Squad Xiejin in play, Tang Wu was certain that even if the platoon failed to capture the hill, the defenders would most definitely suffer huge casualties. With less than 20 days before the actual end date of the conference, Tang Wu had complete faith that Green Feather Mountain would be able to maintain its advantage and initiative with the help of Squad Xiejin's invincibility and prowess on the field of battle. Han Jiyu was no fool and she knew very well which of the two options was the one she should go for. And in the end, she resigned by sending a few of her men to take the hill Tang Wu surrendered, indicating her intention to take him up on the offer. Capturing that one hill posed quite a sizable significance to her and the clan. Without that one hill, Green Feather Mountain's dominance in this conference could be viewed as being manifestly smaller with less than half the number of hills in its control. That would at least allow the clan to salvage some of its dignity that has been shredded into tatters during that fateful multi-pronged assault before. By now, Qin Wanli finally understood the euphemistic exchange between the two masterminds before him. He could barely suppress a shudder when the truth kicked in that he would never be on par with them. On the other hand, with a mutual understanding established, all representatives of the 3 contesting factions announced the end of this year's Dragon Spring Conference. There were mixed feelings amongst the participants from all 3 factions. The experience had its ups and downs. Green Feather Mountain looked as if it was stripped of its former might and supremacy at first, being placed last when almost 40 of the hillocks it controlled were wrested away with impunity. But it was Tang Wu's strategic wizardry that managed to turn the tables around, leading Green Feather Mountain in a comeback charge that not only saw a reclamation of all lost territories, but also a one-sided beatdown of first the Qins then a subsequent routing of the Tai Luo clan forces, culminating in their record-breaking performance in the conference's history. With this credit, Tang Wu would undoubtedly enjoy a bright future with more attention and opportunities afforded to him by the Order's upper echelon leadership, so long as he didn't err in his ways. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was meditating inside his tent when he received word from Tang Wu about the early conclusion of the conference, leaving him surprised and impressed at how efficient Green Feather Mountain was. Xie Jin was only just telling him about how the conference could be ending prematurely in the morning, and here was everything a done deal come sundown. The Dragon Spring Conference might have arrived at its end, but the excursion into the spring needed to be delayed for one day. This was for the leadership of the Green Feather Mountain forces to come up with a list of names of participants who would be awarded a place of admission, in addition for all other Green Feather Mountain participants to travel and gather here. With no stomach for diplomacy, Lu Yi kept to himself the whole time, staying inside his tent and meditating. He needed power, not the joy and merriment of mingling over liquor and food. Xie Jin came again the following day to tell him that the list of names was ready. He came bearing more good news. Apparently, all of Squad Xie Jin had been included in the list and they were to hurry to the centermost peak in the 100 Peaks mountain range to meet up with the rest of the chosen participants to enter the spring. In just minutes, Squad Xie Jin rolled out with Xie Jin leading the front, riding over hills and valleys as they headed straight for the centermost peak of the range. Unlike their earlier sorties where Squad Xie Jin rode in solemn silence, the raiders traveled with garrulous revelry and high spirits. Tao Tiangang was so jubilant that his hearty laughter triggered more pain from his wounds, eliciting groaning and wincing the rest of the way. The raiders' mount did good work in making sure that Squad Xie Jin made it to their destination in good time. In barely a half-day's time, they reached the top of the peak where they found themselves staring at the huge gates of an ancient and stately structure. The building looked very, very old, which was expected since the Dragon Spring Conference has been a tradition for more than a century. Scores of Green Feather Mountain acolytes thronged outside the gates and all of them greeted Xie Jin warmly the moment they arrived. The raiders responded to them all with polite nods as they passed by. Until they reached the gates where they dismounted. Xie Jin led his squad to right before the gates and saluted. Squad Xie Jin reporting in, senior brother. Do come in, a deep voice boomed from inside. Xie Jin and his squad mates stepped into the hall. Lu Ye's gaze immediately fell on the shadow moon disk the moment his eyes got used to the dimness indoors. But before he could observe it better, he immediately felt a sharp, harsh glare on his back. He turned around and found himself looking eye to eye with a mysterious yet jaunty-looking woman who was staring at him with unfriendly eyes. This must be the Ninth Order cultivator of the Tai Luo clan, Lu Yi realized. Feeling tense and wary, he quietly channeled his powers in anticipation of an ambush. He might not be able to best a Ninth Order cultivator in a fair fight, but he would nevertheless do whatever it took to defend himself. What the hell is Tang Wu thinking by calling us here? To shift the hatred of the clan on me? Lu Yi frowned, absolutely displeased. For the past few days he had been putting Tai Luo clan cultivators to the sword by the tens and hundreds, especially in that last assault when it was he who had almost single-handedly thwarted Han Jiyu's plan. Of all people, she must be thirsty for his blood the most. Green Feather Mountain had snagged the victory it wanted. Not rubbing it into the faces of the defeated would have been a smarter thing to do. Don't ogle. You'll frighten the kids, Tang Wu remarked coldly. Yet despite his composed stoicism, he was doubly pleased with himself. He turned to face Lu Yi and said, "Show us your battlefield imprint." Lu Yi did not know what it was for, but he complied nevertheless. He lifted his arm and tapped on his battlefield imprint. The back of his arm shone with bright bluish text. That's all, thanks, Tang Wu nodded. Squad Xie Jin took their leave and went away. Tang Wu said, now satisfied. What? Han Jiyu was still staring at Lu Ye's back with undisguised revulsion and rancor when Tang Wu's question jerked her out of her momentary stupor. Then she realized what he was referring to. How dare you, she snarled like a lioness. Tang Wu had been pestering her for the winnings of his wager with her, which she had been avoiding with the pretense that she needed to see the proof with her own eyes. For this reason, Tang Wu summoned Lu Yi here and had him show her his battlefield imprint to prevent her from talking her way out of paying. Your oath was sworn upon heavens. Tang Wu growled, motioning at her arm. Fulfill your promise. Han Jiu could hardly find the words to retort him. But he was right. The oath of their wager was made upon the divine judgment of heavens, and she needed to do as she promised to. She wiped a hand on her battlefield imprint, and a red glowing spot rose from her arm and melted into Tang Wu's. I hope you choke on these winnings, she cursed viciously. Good heavens, that's 200 contribution points. Han Jiu could barely hide her agony. Heh, Tang Wu chuckled with triumph as he watched the reddish speck vanish into his arm. Then he peered at Qin Wanli, growling, and what are you waiting for? Me? Uttered Qin Wanli, astounded. I'm just an innocent bystander. I have nothing to do with all this. Don't you dare deny. 20 contribution points. 1 point less and I'll rip your head off with my bare hands. Tang Wu snarled viciously, seeing no reason to be nice to him. Qin Wanli did not know what to say, although he finally realized what it was all about. Han Jiu had been the one who suggested a wager as to who Lu Yi was, and he had agreed to a 20 contribution point wager that Lu Yi was not one of the Grand Sky Coalition. But that was originally between him and Han Jiu. He did not agree to anything with Tang Wu. One could argue that it was unreasonable for Tang Wu to demand his winnings from him. But Qin Wanli could barely enunciate his complaint out loud. He rubbed at his battlefield imprint and a red glowing speck flew towards Tang Wu. As much as all three of them were peers of the same rank, he could nowhere near claim to be equals in both combat ability and guile. The Green Feather Mountain candidates who had been chosen had all arrived. Being just nearby, most of them did not take long to converge on this spot. More people arrived less than 2 hours later, riding up the slopes in large retinues of men. Unlike ordinary Green Feather Mountain cultivators who were dusted with grime and disheveled with weariness, this new group looked like a bunch of privileged rich kids with their handsome-looking mounts and fancy-colored silks. Lu Yi immediately recognized them for who they were, acolytes or scions of militant sects and orders who were allied with Green Feather Mountain. They had been watching the conference and knew that the entry into the Dragon Spring was nigh. They had ridden all the way here to meet up. The new group numbered at least 30 to 40 men. The imposing cavalcade rumbled past adroitly, attracting envious and admiring looks from many Green Feather Mountain acolytes. Not that there was no reason to. Acolytes belonging to the outer circles of most militant orders and sects did not enjoy the same privileged treatment and abundance that inner circle acolytes were blessed with, and the difference was even more in stark contrast, especially between low-tiered cultivators. The newcomers stopped outside the hall and got off their mounts. Despite their different colored garbs, they mingled together and talked like old friends. Lu Yi discovered something strange. Xie, he asked Xie Jin, why are there no fifth orders around at all? None of the newcomers or even Green Feather Mountain candidates were fifth-order cultivators. The magical effects of the Dragon Spring do not work well for fifth-order cultivators. That is also why only cultivators of the fifth order and below are permitted to participate in the conference. As to why, I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that myself. But we are certain about this restriction. Lu Yi nodded. But what about our mounts when we get in? Qiao Qiao Air voiced another point of concern. With so many spirit beasts around, they might get into a riot and fights that could end up very bloody and awkward for everyone. There's no need to worry about that, Xie Jin smiled. There are stable hands who will take your mounts into temporary safekeeping until we come back. Green Feather Mountain has had numerous experiences in managing the custodial duties of the Dragon Spring conferences in the past, where they have always had staff and infrastructure ready to handle matters such as the care of the participants' mounts. They did not wait long. Stable hands appeared soon enough and they took the mounts away. Lu Yi accompanied Amber to make sure he would be fine. There were more than 100 cages specifically prepared for this purpose, and the caretakers placed Amber inside one of them. The last glimmers of the sun were just peeking over the rims of the mountains in the distance as night slowly descended when a huge rumble came from beneath their feet, followed by ripples of tremors. Just when everyone was reeling with shock at what was going on, Tang Wu appeared, stepping out of the hall. He surveyed the crowd and declared loudly, "The Dragon Spring is open, everyone. Kindly wait for your turn and proceed with order, my friends. The spring will remain open for 9 days, 3 for each faction. Only go as far as you can and don't force yourselves. Remember, Green Feather Mountain will not be responsible for any mishaps that might happen." After Tang Wu's short briefing, everyone began shuffling towards the entrance leading into the hall, beginning with the allied cultivators. Only after they've all gone inside, the Green Feather Mountain cultivators took their turn. Conquering 49 hillocks in the contest had won Green Feather Mountain 98 places, but with more than 30 of these slots allocated to its allies, that would leave Green Feather Mountain with only 60+ places. The number might not seem small, but it really was not enough, considering how many Spirit Creek Realm cultivators Green Feather Mountain had in its ranks. For this reason, Green Feather Mountain, more often than not, found itself hard-pressed to offer any places to independent cultivators. This year, however, was a real anomaly where Green Feather Mountain had given 3 places to the independent cultivators and Squad Xiajin. After all, victory would have not been possible without Squad Xiajin's crucial and all too important gallantry and valor in battle. Chapter 132 Enrichment. A hole cracked open right in the middle of the hall like a tunnel that led down into the center of the mountain. One after another, candidates who were chosen to enter the Dragon's Spring stepped into the hole, their footsteps echoing loud and long as they descended deeper inside. The passage spiraled downwards and it took almost a quarter of an hour before the candidates arrived before a large set of brass-hewn doors. Ponderous and ancient, the heavy-set doors looked like they had survived the washes of time and remained steadfastly enduring. An intricately carved relief depicting a lifelike dragon in all its majestic splendor adorned the center of the doors. Only the opening of the doors was ajar with a soft red glow, veiled by gossamer mists, pouring from its seams. No one stopped. No one could stop. Everyone who came here, filled with adrenaline and anticipation, immediately mobbed the brass doors and poured into the reddish mists like a stampede, and the scarlet gossamer fog, like a shapeless monster who had been waiting for prey, engulfed everyone into its bowels. Following just behind Xiajin, Lu Yi stepped into the red mists too. He was only just inside when a sudden sense of weightlessness assailed him. A fleeting moment when he thought he was falling down an endless abyss. By the time his feet felt firm ground once more, everyone was gone. Xiajin was no longer in sight and so were the thronging cultivators before him. Lu Yi wasn't startled at all. On their way here, Qiao Air had been peppering Xiajin with questions about the Dragon Spring and their leader had been very frank about what he knew, although there was little to what he could attest. Whatever he knew about the Dragon Spring was confined to the stories and experiences he heard from others. One of the many hearsays he had heard about was about how bizarre the trip here would be. Apparently, everyone who stepped into the red mist would be transported to a separate pocket dimension where they would be detached from the others. As for why, Xiajin did not have the answer to that question either. But maybe the upper echelons, his mentor or the other elders, of Green Feather Mountain might understand the arcane secrets that governed this special location. Lu Yi spun around to survey his surroundings. The scarlet-red gossamer veil was not thick enough to prevent him from discovering where he really was. A room. A small room with a natural spring bubbling with fresh, clean water-like liquid, although instead of drenching everywhere and creating a flood, the liquid immediately seeped into the earth as soon as it hit ground. The crack in the ground where the water was pouring out from was where the scarlet-red mist was building. Barely 10 by 10 meters in size, the room wasn't spacious at all, although there really was nothing else in this space aside from the effervescent groundwater source. An amazed Lu Yi could barely guess where the others were, but he was sure that they must be somewhere inside a strange little box with strange water-like liquid pouring out of a hole in the ground. Whatever this place was, Lu Yi realized, it must hold some unknown magic. But he was not curious enough to find out more. Whatever secrets that prowled here must have long been unraveled by the factions vying for the full and absolute control of this place. As he was told earlier, time was of the essence. Lu Yi strode to a corner and produced a round cushion. He sat on it and began meditating and assimilating whatever goodness he could detect. Instructions from Xiajin told him that he only needed to meditate and his body would automatically assimilate the enriching properties of the pale reddish mist which would temper and hone his physical constitution. But something told Lu Yi that it might not work with him. His methods of cultivating his powers had never been orthodox, to say the least. He sat there for minutes until he had enough. He was right. Meditating alone would not help. None of the red mist was being consumed by him at all. He needed to be able to absorb the red mist into his body or he could never enjoy its effects and have his physical strength and abilities enriched. Fortunately, he already had something else prepared. Lu Yi immediately began activating the spiritual pattern, Gathering Spirits. The spiritual pattern, Gathering Spirits, could function as a funnel of sorts that would help direct and focus the flow of the red mist on him. If this scarlet-red mist was the same as the spiritual energies that swirled in the atmosphere, then Gathering Spirits might just be what Lu Yi needed. The spiritual pattern gathering spirits quickly took form at his mental command, and as soon as it began functioning, Lu Yi felt completely different. The red mist swirled towards him, passed through what looked like a holographic funnel hanging in midair and flowed into the pores on his skin. If there was any difference between this and ordinary meditation, that would be the prickly sensation as if someone was poking him with a needle when the rich reddish mist swirled into him and filled up his spiritual point. But he was unperturbed by the sensation. Xiejin had told him about this too, and apparently such sensations were said to be normal. That was the reddish mist doing its work to improve his bodily strength and abilities. This explained what Tang Wu told everyone in his briefing before coming in here, that one should only go as far as one could and not force him or herself beyond the limit. The more gifted a cultivator was, the greater the boon he or she would enjoy in here. But a greater boon would also mean greater pain. The awful throes of pain just kept on going like an army of bees swarming on him as the spiritual pattern gathering spirits never stopped drawing in more red mists for him. Feeling used to the pain, he began constructing a second, gathering spirits. Then a third. Then a fourth. By the time he had constructed his 30th, gathering spirits pattern, he was already grunting heavily at the arduous discomfort. The red mist was surging into him at different parts of him, and the pain was only getting clearer than ever. It no longer felt like a pinprick. Instead, it was like having needles piercing into him from all directions. Lu Yi stopped constructing more, gathering spirits. Any more and he might just black out from the pain. The agony crescendoed, and it was all he could do to remain conscious. It was as if flames had engulfed him and the fire was trying to peel his skin and his flesh from his bones. His muscles and sinews tensed and flexed like well-chiseled marble, and the veins at his temples never looked so obvious before, while his face contorted and twisted like a grotesque monstrosity. Droplets of sweat mottled his back and his front as he grappled with the torment, soaking his tunic. Then his senses registered a huge difference. The pain was subsiding. It was still there, but to a much lesser extent than before. Lu Yi took a beat to calm himself and began constructing more, gathering spirits. The 31st, then the 32nd. Until he reached the 40th. That was another threshold. The same level of pain beset him again, followed by the same burning sensation that he had to tolerate until his body got used to it. Only then did he start to construct his third round of gathering spirits. In the end, he had gathering spirits over each and every one of his spiritual points, making the number of activated spiritual patterns he was trying to maintain at the same time 54 in total. Virtually every wisp of the pale rube-scent mist whirled around Lu Yi, engulfing him like a tornado because of the collecting drawing force of the multiple gathering spirits working concurrently. Clenching his fists tightly, he tried to ignore the excruciation, although his body could barely stop shaking. All of a sudden, he thought he saw a gigantic and disembodied pair of eyes staring down at him. Malice, anger, and confusion permeated its gaze, sending ice trickling down Lu Yi's spine. The pair of bulbous and sanguine eyes was there for 1 second, then it vanished in the next when Lu Yi opened his eyes at once, leaving Lu Yi staring into thin air. Lu Yi's expression turned taut with apprehension. Was that just a delusion? But he was certain that he was being watched. He was certain that he almost heard a deep and ancient voice, saying something unintelligible that he did not manage to catch. But somehow the pangs of agony were gone, now replaced with the pangs of hunger. He felt absolutely ravenous. Poof. Lu Yi turned his head in the direction where he just heard the strange sound. It was coming from the eye of the spring. Something small and flat had just been spewed out of it. He looked at it, wondering if he should pick it up, although his curiosity quickly got the better of him. He clambered up to his feet and strode over. But he only took a few steps when he felt something amiss. His feet were wobbling. He was sure that it was not dizziness or giddiness. It was like he was losing control of his own limbs. He tried to get to the eye of the spring, yet he stumbled past it instead and tottered into a wall, nearly falling. He steadied himself and closed his eyes. Then he began checking himself. His vigor had doubled and his strength greatly enhanced. Just by clenching his fist, he could feel so much power coursing through his veins. His physical constitution really had strengthened, not by a bit but a real spike on a huge scale. So this was why he felt like losing control of himself. The physical enhancements he just experienced had been great and come too quick, his mind needed time to get used to them. He stood there and took a couple of deep breaths. Then he noticed it. Even the flow of the water pouring out from the eye of the spring had slowed. Everything seemed slow. So this is it. The so-called physical enrichment that one could enjoy by using the dragon spring? That's awesome. Lu Yi reeled amazement. Wait, no, that's not right. If this spring could really give anyone who walks in here such substantial enrichment, there would have long been an all-out war to fight for this place. The last thing they'd want would be a silly and jejune tournament every year just to contest for the chance to send their acolytes and students into this place when they could have just conquered this place and hoard its boon for their own consumption. He remembered full well what Xiejin told him prior to coming here. The physical enrichment that the Dragon Spring afforded could do much good, but not to the extent of a complete upgrade or transformation. At any rate, the boon of the Dragon Spring was never expected to really eclipse whatever rare resources that these militant orders and sects had in their private stores. For this reason, the places that Green Feather Mountain had won in every Dragon Spring conference were used mostly as gifts to its allied sects and orders for diplomatic purposes rather than an actual means to strengthen its ranks of acolytes. Then again, Lu Yi was absolutely sure that what he had just experienced was a complete makeover, if not an upgrade of his physical constitution. He exhaled very slowly and regained his composure. Then he wheeled around and started to pace around the tiny room. It was baby steps to begin with. He would stagger around at first, banging into walls and almost crash to the ground. But after ambling around for a few rounds, he finally got used to his new physical condition and everything went more smoothly afterward. Only then did he realize that the red gossamer mist was gone. The spring was still bubbling with water exiting the hole in the ground, but it no longer churned out any more reddish vapors. All that bothered him now was the insatiable appetite as if he had been famished for days. Lu Yi ignored the flat object that came out of the spring. He continued pacing around the room while he chewed at some dried fruits and meat jerkies that he kept inside his storage bag. He wolfed down almost a stone's worth of food until he finally felt the starvation gradually ebb away. Dale Lidgerkeys, on the off chance that it might be misunderstood, here stone is referring to the unit of measurement for weight still used in the UK. First equals 6. 350 kilograms. Clang. The raspy metallic sound registered clearly in his ears. Lu Yi was surprised at first, but he quickly settled down. Clang. Clang. The sound repeated 2 more times, swift and sharp. 3 bell-like chimes. That was the signal that Xiejin told him before that it was time to leave. Has it been 3 days already? Lu Yi looked up with bewilderment. It only felt like half a day to him here. As soon as he heard the 3rd chime, he dashed towards the eye of the spring and fished up the flat object, and stuffed it into his storage bag without even examining what it was. The same weightless sensation like when he first stepped into the mist struck him again. With a blurry whirl, he found himself just in front of the brass heavy-set doors once more. And he was no longer alone. Clearly, everyone had been transported here too, along with a sour and odoriferous stench. Even Lu Yi could barely hold back from frowning at the effluvium. It was just too thick and too many to be bearable that many female acolytes squealed with disgust, choking for fresh air. Get out! Get out! Heavens, the smell! Screamed a voice from the front, leading the way back out the passage. Chapter 133 Farewell. A cultivator's physical body could never avoid the buildup of impurities as well as poison caused by the overingestion of spirit pills and the cultivation process of immortal powers. The process of such enrichment would expel these impurities and poison out of a cultivator's body. That was the real reason that Green Feather Mountain's allied militant orders and sects wanted their acolytes to have the chance to step into the Dragon Spring. It was not so much to enrich their physical bodies as to expel the impurities and poison. Hence, many of these acolytes usually devoured as many spirit pills as they could before coming here without worrying about getting poisoned. A visit to the Dragon Spring would see the poison all expelled, making this a quick way to increase their powers. For this reason, cultivators would emerge from their visit to the Dragon Spring malodorous and sticky with sweat-like excretions from their bodies. Put 94 such young men and women together inside a stuffy and suffocating underground cave and that could really be the worst possible nightmare for any female cultivators finicky about hygiene and cleanliness. Everyone was so enthused with anticipation and leisure on the way in, but now the entire crowd made their way quickly out of the passage like an unruly mob spoiling for a riot. A Green Feather Mountain acolyte was already standing by, waiting for them. He led the crowd to a nearby mountain spring. A bath after a round of enrichment in the Dragon Spring appeared to be the usual custom here, and with many such water sources around, there were amenities well prepared for both male and female segregated baths. Lu Yi finished his bath in an hour and changed into some crisp new clothing, coming out of the facilities refreshed and invigorated. So, how was it inside? It was Xie Jin, looking rather cheerful. Fine, I guess. All right. But the potency of the dragon spring seems to be waning. I wonder if you noticed. Last I checked, the red mist was noticeably thinner by the second day. When we were leaving, the mist was almost gone. And that's not normal? Lu Yi asked, feeling rather guilty. Well, it's not irregular, but it doesn't really fit what I've been told, said Xie Jin. There's a reason why the Dragon Spring Conference is only held once every 4 years, that is to allow that bloody red mist to accumulate. If the first round had exhausted much of the mist, then people who go in for the second and third rounds would not have much to reap. He paused to smirk, obviously thinking about the Tai Luo clan and the Qins. I bet the clan goons are still none the wiser about what they'll find inside, and they'll be stuck inside there for 3 days with nothing to do and nothing to gain. I dare say they'll come out of that underground cave after 3 days empty-handed. That's too bad. What matters is that we've collected what we wanted, Xie Jin chuckled. Anything beyond that is no concern to Green Feather Mountain. Lu Yi nodded quietly, then he said, as a matter of fact, Senior Brother Xie, now that everything here has reached a conclusion, I think I'll be taking my leave soon. His time here has been a fruitful endeavor. The physical enrichment he received at the end of the conference alone was too handsome a prize for him, to say nothing about the contribution points and spirit stones that he managed to earn. His journey might have been delayed for at least 10 days, but he could never deny that the stay here had been an immensely rewarding one. It was time he continued his way to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, and he wasn't in the mood for any more holdups. Xie Jin looked around as if to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Then he said, if you would take my advice, brother, it's not safe for you to leave now. Because of the clan and the Qins? Lu Yi enunciated aloud his thoughts. You have nothing to worry about the Qins, Xie Jin nodded. It's that Han woman from the Tai Luo clan. You've been nothing but a glimmering star at this conference. And for that she will never forgive you. Senior Brother Tang Wu has instructed me to tell you that he will personally see you off once he's finished with his affairs here. He will make sure that you leave this place safe and sound. That came as a relief. That Han woman was exactly the reason he was so anxious to leave. He was sure that the venomous stare she gave him just 3 days ago would continue to torment him for days. His original plan was to leave while the Tai Luo clan acolytes were taking their turn undergoing the enrichment process in the Dragon Spring. Han Jiyu must be busy, and Lu Yi thought that this would be the best time to leave. But clearly Green Feather Mountain had guessed this too, prompting Tang Wu's assurance to Lu Yi via Xie Jin. But what about Qiao Qiao Air and Song Xie? Lu Yi did not forget the other 2 independent cultivators who were also his squad mates with whom he had shed blood and sweat together. Don't worry about them, Xie Jin grinned broadly. Senior Brother Tang Wu has received permission from the leadership of our order to offer them the chance to be fully fledged acolytes of Green Feather Mountain. Well played, Green Feather Mountain, Lu Yi mused quietly. By making Song Xie and Qiao Qiao Air its legitimate members, Green Feather Mountain had practically turned the 3 initial Dragon Spring candidacies for independent cultivators into just one, him. Qiao Qiao Air and Song Xie, despite being independent cultivators at first, have proven themselves to be on par, if not better than many Green Feather Mountain acolytes. The leadership of the order must have noticed this too, and for better or for worse, at least they would no longer have to scrape a living like they once did before. Then again, that Green Feather Mountain did nothing to offer Lu Yi anything must mean that they believed that Lu Yi could be the student of another great and powerful order out on a trip of pilgrimage. If that were true, there was no reason for Lu Yi to accept their offer, so they might as well just save themselves the embarrassment. Xie Jin and Lu Yi talked while more and more Green Feather Mountain members finished their baths and were gathering together. With this year's Dragon Spring Conference now at its end, it was time for them to return back to their stronghold. Back inside the Great Hall not far away from the mountain spring baths, Han Jiyu scowled at Tang Wu bitterly. 800 spirit stones and 300 contribution points. This is personal. Qin Wanli peered at his own foot as if he had found a smudge on his shoes, pretending he didn't hear a word. Is this an attempt to insult me, or are you asking for a fight? Tang Wu turned furious before he shot Han Jiyu a piercing glare. Do that again and you'll have a taste of what I'm capable of. He wheeled around and stormed out of the hall without giving Han Jiyu the chance to retort. Once outside, he tossed something out of his sleeves. It expanded and grew in size, allowing Tang Wu to step and ride on it. Next, it shot up into the air. Han Jiyu watched him leave, growling through gnashing teeth. Blasted hell. There was only one reason for such a fat offer. 800 spirit stones and 300 contribution points. That was her price for Lu Ye's head. But Tang Wu blatantly denied it outright. With more Dragon Spring conferences to come in the future, the last thing Green Feather Mountain needed was the ill reputation of being the faction that betrayed its participants, whether they were their own acolytes or not, once they had discharged their purpose. Green Feather Mountain would never be able to recruit any more independent cultivators ever again in the future. The trek from the centermost peak of the 100 Peaks range to the Green Feather Mountain stronghold needed 2 days. It wasn't far by usual standards but not near either. The whole procession walked almost halfway when Xie Jin said to Lu Yi suddenly, "Please wait here, Yi. Senior brother Tang Wu will be here to rendezvous with you shortly." Lu Yi nodded. It was time for them to say their farewells. Squad Xie Jin huddled around. Qiao Qiao Air urged her giant boar closer toward Lu Yi and smiled, "Remember me, Yi? And if you ever miss me you know where to find me." Amber immediately emitted a low growl even before Lu Yi could say anything. Qiao Qiao Air gave him a nasty look and scampered away. Song Xie rode over on his oversized scorpion, forming up just beside Lu Yi. "Farewell, my friend." Lu Yi returned the salute and responded, "Farewell." Xie Jin and Tao Tiangang too exchanged their goodbyes with him. The Green Feather Mountain pressed on, passing over another hillock before it was out of sight. Lu Yi remained there with Amber for moments before he spied a spark of light streaking across the sky, approaching his position with the growing presence of a powerful aura. When it got near, Lu Yi saw what it was, a flat Chinese gondola-styled boat. Tang Wu was riding at the bow of the gondola, looking so suave and smart that Lu Yi could not help feeling envious. He called at Lu Yi, his brows angling with mild interest, "Come on up." Lu Yi yelped a quick thanks and he got up the boat with Amber. "Rise." Tang Wu lifted a hand, his fingers held up in a peculiar hand seal. Rich spiritual powers surged from him like a storm, kicking up dust and winds that Amber howled with fright and crouched itself low as the vessel shot up into the air, afraid that it might fall off. Lu Yi ran a hand down the back of his head and neck to comfort him. "So where to, my friend?" Tang Wu asked. "How far can you send me?" Lu Yi nearly asked. If Tang Wu could ferry him all the way to somewhere just nearby the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, that would save him a great deal of time and trouble. But that was just a fanciful pipe dream, as he well knew. The journey from here to the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold was a very, very long one, and Tang Wu was only ferrying him out of courtesy to prevent him from being attacked by Han Jiu. Lu Yi understood that he needed to be reasonable. "A moment please, sir." Lu Yi retrieved his 10-point map and pored over it. Tang Wu beamed at him. "I can send you anywhere within a 2-day of journey. I have an appointment after that and I expect to be punctual," he explained so that Lu Yi knew how to make up his mind, sparing him the awkwardness in case he picked a destination that was too far. Lu Yi handed Tang Wu the map. "I'm heading west. Anywhere as far as you can is fine with me." Tang Wu chuckled at his straightforwardness. He checked the map and finally said, "Ian then? What do you think?" Lu Yi took the map from Tang Wu and searched for the city of Ian. He bobbed his head. "That sounds fine, sir. Thank you very much." "No problem." Tang Wu waved his hand gently. Deep inside, he mused with surprise and awe at how Lu Yi must really be a student of distinguished pedigree to be able to own a 10-point map of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Such a meticulously detailed map could fetch up to several hundred spirit stones. Even he had barely enough money to purchase a 3-point map back in the day when he first embarked on his pilgrimage. But he was by no means jealous. He had enough wealth and power to buy himself all the 10-point maps he would ever need. If anything, this gondola itself was many times the price of Lu Ye's map already. Cultivators could still not fly without external assistance in the Spirit Creek realm. Only those in the Cloud River realm could. But cultivators who have reached a certain level of mastery in the Spirit Creek realm could use magical conveyances to fly. This would often involve substantial exhaustion of spiritual powers, but it would save time. Lu Yi had no idea what was the lowest minimum rank for a cultivator to use his or her own magical conveyance, but he knew that it must be at least 8th order or above, for Dong Shuyi was not able to fly, as shown in his earlier pursuit of Lu Yi. The entire journey turned out to be a quiet one, for both of them had not been close before and nor were they loquacious talkers. Lu Yi knew for a fact that Tang Wu would not be expending every bit of his spiritual power to ferry him to Ian, at least not on his account. They were both cultivators fighting for their survival in this dimension called the Spirit Creek battlefield, a world where grueling challenges and brutal perils prowled unseen. No one could tell what could happen, and hence reserving some of one's spiritual power could never be too prudent a thing to do. Lu Yi did not spend his time consuming spiritual pills. It seemed a rude and vulgar thing to do. But at the same time, consuming spirit stones would not do him any good either. Therefore he spent his time meditating with the spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, activated. A spot of light landed just outside a city 2 days later. They had finally arrived at Yin City. Lu Yi led Amber off the gondola, then he spun around and saluted politely. "Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your kind gesture." Tang Wu returned a courteous smile. "Piece of cake, my friend. Farewell, and I hope we meet again." "Farewell." Lu Yi watched as the white speck of light tore into the distance and vanished. If only he could be so smooth and debonair, he mused. But the cultivation of one's immortal powers had always been a lifelong quest, not a 100-meter sprint. Besides, his progress was already incredible enough by usual standards. It had been 5 months since he first made landfall here, and the 54 spiritual points he unlocked would have been an impossible feat for any other novice cultivator. He swiveled around. Right in front of him loomed the gates of a city where its locale and its people were foreign to him. The day was growing dark and he should be looking for a place to stay the night. Additionally, it was time he replenished some of his supplies. Chapter 134, All Roads Lead to Yin. Yin really was a big and bustling city. Lu Yi had no idea as to who were the founders of this vast city, but he could see that the activity here was not what the usual hamlets and towns that he ventured to before could compare with. Sitting inside walls more than 50 meters tall, the main gates of the city, there were 12 in total, each large enough for carriages to pass through, towered over 2 or 3 times his height, and it was the southeastern gate from whence Lu Yi arrived. The threshold of the gates was wide enough for several coaches to pass through at the same time, and the passages that led to roads stretching far into the city were flanked with rows and rows of shops and other commercial establishments, each peddling all kinds of wares and services. Pedestrians swarmed the road, weaving to and fro as they hurried about their lives, their shoulders rubbing against one another while they jostled through the crowd. The darkness of night had already descended over Yin, but the cityscape remained brightly lit like day, a night which was still very clearly young for all of Yin. Lu Yi walked through the streets, feasting his eyes on various sights and scenes that he had never seen before in all his life. At the same time he noticed something peculiar. Most of the people in this city seemed to be ordinary humans. In the beginning he wondered if the people swarming around the city were using some magical technique or instruments that could help mask the aura of their powers. Then he knew that was impossible. Not everyone possessed such wherewithal, at least not in a city with so many people. Until he stumbled upon a drunkard who crashed to the ground, utterly knocked out by the intoxication, and only then did Lu Yi realize that most of the people here were not cultivators at all, but ordinary common folk. But how could there be common folk in the Spirit Creek battlefield? But if Lu Yi were to think closely he would know better. Cultivators who were members of militant sects and orders were able to rely on the divine opportunity columns at the outposts of their native orders and sects to return to the world of Jianghu freely. But the same could not be said about independent cultivators. Using the divine opportunity columns too flippantly might only incur the ire of the sect that the columns belonged to, making life more difficult for themselves. For this reason, most, if not all, independent cultivators who entered the battlefield never chose to go back to the world of Jianghu. They would intermingle and marry, then usher in their offspring, which not all of them would have the potential to be cultivators. Through time, more and more progenies of former and old independent cultivators teemed the battlefield, causing quite a sizable population of ordinary common folk. In fact, it was not uncommon for ordinary common folk to rediscover the natural gifts that their forebears were once bestowed to be cultivators. The immensely rich natural energies that pullulated the battlefield made the chance that an ordinary person here could unlock his or her spiritual points possible, making it also a regular occurrence that militant sects and orders often recruited new members into their ranks of fresh acolytes and initiates from dwellers of this world. But unseen dangers and perils posed by wild spirit beasts abounded the battlefield, and impromptu fights often broke out between overeager and irascible cultivators. That contributed to the reason why ordinary common folk often kept to large cities, large human settlements with better defensive infrastructure governed by proper law and order, and not the usual villages and towns that Lu Yi had seen before. A river passed through the city. Basking in the soft gossamer illumination of the silvery orb shining in the dark sky above, Tiny little boats waddled idly in the casual and lazy flow of the water with mostly young men and women on board. Lu Yi walked around the city for more than 2 hours, enjoying the sights while he replenished his supplies. Most of what he bought was food and clothing. The first was self-explanatory since both he and Amber were rapacious eaters with gluttonous appetites. Every meal meant meat of at least 3 to 4 pounds, but he did not have to buy much since his storage bag was already filled with quite a lot of spirit beast flesh. Fresh meat he acquired from the carcasses of spirit beasts mauled to death by Amber when they were fighting in the Dragon Spring Conference. Spirit beast flesh was Lu Yi and Amber's absolute favorite, and compared to the flesh of ordinary animals, it provided far more nutrients and nourishment, most notably the flesh of serpent-type spirit beasts, which tasted extraordinarily succulent. It was a shame that Lu Yi might never be able to enjoy that flavor ever again since he left Green Cloud Mountain. As for fresh clothing, that had turned out to be a necessity after each fight. It was either his blood or his enemy's blood, and washing the blood and stench away from any soiled clothes was almost a nigh impossible task. Lu Yi asked around for directions, then he rode Amber towards the local branch of the Divine Trade Association. Doubtless, there must be taverns and inns that he could put up for the night, but Lu Yi felt more accustomed to the lodgings of the Divine Trade Association. At any rate, he felt safer there, especially since he now had enough spirit stones to make himself comfortable. A female scream pierced the blazing city lights overhead that watched over the busy and energetic nighttime landscape below. It came from a woman who was desperately trying to readjust her dress as tears swirled in her eyes. Apparently, she was fondled by a young man in rich silks when she was strolling the streets. His appearance instantly reflected how privileged he must be. But no amount of flamboyant, bespoke couture and shiny, dazzling jewelry could do much to hide his crude and savage predatory lust for women as he raised his hand and sniffed with a lascivious look of wanton hunger. Delicious. The woman's husband immediately stormed forward to demand an apology, but all he got in return was a huge round of whacking courtesy of the rich young man's retainers that left him groaning as he rolled on the ground with pain. A few heroic cultivators thought that this rich young bully could do with some discipline. One of them stood out and challenged him. That was when everyone noticed that one of the retainers looked unusual. One look at that glowing and vibrant aura was enough to show that this retainer was a 6th-order cultivator. Few 6th-order cultivators ever roamed the outskirts of the battlefield. Even more so, one who would serve as a glorified bodyguard for a rich and hedonistic young man. The cultivator who stood out wanted to be the one to dole out the beatings, not receive them. Seeing a superior foe immediately extinguished any passion to exact justice in him, a weaker 3rd-order cultivator. Revolting behavior, he scowled bitterly and turned around to leave. He might be a helpful good Samaritan, but not to the extent of risking his own hide. That's enough, the pampered young playboy called to his men. The retainers withdrew as they were told. Heads began shaking morosely. Almost everyone who lived in these parts knew what a big bully this rich playboy was. The woman whom he molested threw herself at her semi-conscious husband and wailed. With his enthusiasm sapped away by the sight, the rich young man turned around, patting on his 6th-order retainer as he sighed, "What a put-down ding-dong. Did he just call me ding-dong in front of everybody?" The 6th-order cultivator could feel the corners of his eyes throbbing with barely suppressed annoyance. He looked up at the vast blue skies overhead, hoping to find some solace and peace. What in heaven's name have I gotten myself into? He had deserted his former order, suffering a deterioration in the levels of his cultivation in the process, and fled for his life. Through day and night, he journeyed all the way here, thinking that this place would be far enough to escape his former comrades turned bitter enemies, where he relied on some of his old friendships to gain himself employment with a wealthy and powerful family. As a 6th-order cultivator, he thought that he might at least be able to scrape himself a decent and respectable position, even if he had yet to prove himself useful. With few cultivators of similar or superior ranks in this vicinity, he thought that he might at least be made a minor captain of the local guards. After all, he once enjoyed a similar position and responsibilities. His former experiences and power would have made him a good fit. The family that took him and gave him a warm welcome when he first arrived. But only after he had pledged his loyalty to them, did he realize that all the friendly and cordial hospitality was just a charade. He was made a lowly bodyguard of the young and pampered son of the family. Never in his life. A lowly bodyguard. I, a 6th-order cultivator, now serving as a glorified bodyguard for an ordinary and useless man. Thinking about the notion itself could make his face melt with rage. But he urged himself to be patient. This was a test, he told himself. Trials and tribulations that he needed to navigate to prove himself worthy again, and he should be grateful that anyone was willing to give a deserter like him who had gone rogue against his former order a second chance. Like all other self-indulgent rich kids, his ward liked to strut around the city with his cadre of trusted lackeys accompanying him, making life hell for anyone unfortunate enough to enter his sights. Apparently, he was once beaten up before for the troubles he had caused, although the near-fatal lesson did not seem to have been enough to make him a changed man. The young man was an ordinary person who enjoyed little love from his father, the patriarch of the family, but from his mother, a racy vamp who had the patriarch eating out of her hand. He received so much that she literally spoiled him. It was she who cajoled his father into making this newcomer her dotted son's bodyguard to keep him safe from harm. It has been days since his guard dog duty job began, and he had been liking it not one bit at all. The indolent and good-for-nothing man-child was just the very devil who loved conjuring up havoc everywhere, even if he wasn't anywhere near to being wantonly wicked yet. For one, he just loved molesting women. Not a day went by without him having 8 to 10 women fondled by him, and most of these poor ladies could do nothing but swallow the shame and indignity that he had inflicted upon them with impunity. Still, it was amazing enough that this young brat had the sense to never antagonize any cultivators, demonstrating a certain flair for selecting his prey well and picking out cultivators. One could argue that those seemed to be his only gifts. Besides that, he had always been careful to not cause any loss of life. The husband of the woman he just fondled was only able to survive because this rich sybaritic brat was cautious enough to not let things escalate. Perhaps that could be the reason why he still lived, in addition to the aegis of protection that the power and wealth of his family afforded him. "Let's go, Ding Dong," the young man called and led his lackeys away. Ding Dong glumly kept up, feeling very gloomy about his future prospects. Somewhere near the southeastern gate of the city, a horse-drawn carriage eased to a stop and another young man stepped down, leading 2 more people out. The other passengers of the carriage disembarked and marveled at the splendor of the huge and busy city. The young man who brought them here was a 5th-order cultivator, while his fellow travelers, another young man and a woman, were both 2nd orders. "It's crowded here. So stick together, it'll be hell finding each other if we get separated," warned the leading young man. The young lass responded obediently with a wordless mutter, but the younger boy remarked slyly, "Senior brother's just pulling our legs. We can still easily find each other using our battlefield imprints." "Oh, you're right," the girl yelped with a dawning look. Then she looked at their senior hard with anticipation and pleading in her eyes. The elder young man sighed in resignation. "Oh, all right. Go have fun. But remember, I'll be at the Divine Trade Association. We'll stay a night here and continue our way tomorrow." "Understood." The girl leaped with joy and dove into the crowd with the younger boy. The 5th-order cultivator exhaled heavily before he turned around and began walking toward the Ian City Divine Trade Association branch. Inside one of the 3rd-floor rooms of the Trade Association, Lu Yi was in a seated position, meditating. With the help of the spiritual pattern gathering spirits, working on all 54 of his spiritual points, he was now ravenously consuming every iota of spiritual qi that he could gather from his surroundings. There was no need to hurry. There was still something that he needed to wrap his head around. He reached his hand into his storage bag and felt his fingers grasping something flat and thin, the object that came out of the water in the dragon spring. He had not had the chance to examine it then, and during his journey here he did not want to take it out with Tangwu around. "Aw." He took it out of his bag and Amber howled and crouched with a fearful but no less furious glare at the object in his hand. Amber was showing an extreme loathing and dislike for whatever it was. Puzzled, Lu Yi looked at Yi and nudged with his chin. Yi quickly tried to calm Amber down before she communicated with him. Then she came over. "Amber's not sure of what's going on either. It's just an instinctive reaction when he saw that thing." "Instinctive reaction?" "Yeah," Yi nodded. Lu Ye's gaze panned down at the object. The slightly acorn-shaped object, barely the size of his hand, looked like the scale of some animal. "A fish? Nah, doesn't look like it." "How about a snake?" Then Lu Yi recalled the low-relief carving of a dragon flying in the air on the big brass doors leading into the dragon spring. Something told him that the scales of the dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the object in his hand. Surely not. A dragon scale? But how? A dragon scale that spouted out of one of the spring's eyes? He had never heard of Xie Jin saying anything like this before. If anything like this had happened before, then it would have long been news to virtually every ear near the 100 Peaks mountain range. Green Feather Mountain was not the only faction to enter the Dragon Spring. Then he remembered the large pair of eyes that appeared in his mind. The pair of crimson-red eyes that were glaring at him when he was undergoing the physical reconditioning of his body. What was that thing and what's this really? He asked himself. Chapter 135, An Ironic Place. Was it just a coincidence that this object came to him? Lu Yi reckoned not. As far as he could remember, it was after he had his 54th spiritual pattern, Gathering Spirits, constructed and activated upon his 54th spiritual point when those huge red eyes appeared. Then there was an old and ancient voice that echoed in his head, saying some sort of gibberish that he did not manage to pick up. That was when this object came out of the spring's eye. It did not seem like a coincidence at all. If anything, it rather felt like some unknown and supernatural force or being had deliberately handed this dragon scale to him. Whatever it was, it only meant one thing: there was more to the Dragon Spring than met the eye. Secrets pertaining to the spring that not even Green Feather Mountain and the Tai Luo clan were aware of. But Lu Yi did not see any need to trouble himself by overthinking it. At any rate, he needed to grow stronger before he could start thinking about the spring. He peered at the dragon scale. Red in color, it looked as if there was a cavity inside the scale and blood was swirling in it. From within the object itself, he could sense a familiar aura, one that reminded him very strongly of the pale red-colored mist wafted over the Dragon Spring's spout. The Dragon Spring could enrich a cultivator's physical constitution only because of that pale red mist. Cultivators would only need to meditate and allow themselves to breathe in the vapors of the mist and the vapors would do their job. So what if this dragon scale is actually, he wondered quietly. Then it dawned upon Lu Yi. Well, if this is what I think this is, then this dragon scale is a priceless treasure indeed. The Dragon Spring was a fixed location that functioned only once every 3 years, and entry into the spring needed to be earned through gauntlets of life and death, and a messy lot of fighting and violence. Whereas he could carry this dragon scale anywhere and use it anytime he wished to. As to how it should be used, that would be a question that Lu Yi needed to seek out himself. It was the many spiritual patterns that he conjured over his spiritual points that helped him to consume all the red mist to enrich his body. So if the mist was a form of energy made air like how dragons were fire made flesh, then this dragon scale must be energy made solid. The spiritual pattern Gathering Spirits would be useless in such an instance, or he would already be able to notice any difference since he already had 54 of his spiritual points assisted with Gathering Spirits at the moment. Just when he was still wondering what to do, Amber came over and bent down, shoving its head towards the dragon scale, and drew in a long drag of air. Thin tendril-like lines as red as blood rose like spiderwebs from the dragon scale and entered its nostrils before the giant white tiger fidgeted like it was having a stroke, then it froze before crashing to the floor. Amber, cried Yi. Lu Yi got up at once to check on him too. Moments later, both man and apparition traded quiet looks. At least they could calm down for now. Amber appeared to be absolutely fine, although it was now in a deep and peaceful slumber. Maybe not so peaceful. Amber never stopped groaning even as he slept, to say nothing of the soft pulsing glow of red now enveloping its entire body. Lu Yi, do you think Amber's fine? Yi whimpered again, still visibly concerned. Should be, said Lu Yi, recalling his own experience of having his body reconditioned the same way. I think he's just had too much of whatever it is and it's too powerful a kick for him. That's why he's fainted. He could still remember the gnawing pain that battered at his will and resolved to go on, and that was just from the pale red mist he breathed in. But what Amber consumed was a deep red line of whatever it was, and Lu Yi knew without a doubt that it must definitely be more concentrated and more potent than the mist. Both were energies given different forms, but they worked just the same. Energies that could enrich one's physical properties at a cost, terrible pain, that was what knocked Amber out. The pulsing glow must mean that it was working. With Amber's accidental demonstration, Lu Yi did not want to pull off the same stunt himself. If he wanted to use the miraculous energies inside this dragon scale, then he would need to come up with a viable method. Lu Yi stowed away the dragon scale. Yi and he both sat together for the better part of the afternoon to make sure Amber was fine. Yi relied on her spiritual link with Amber to keep a close watch, but she could positively sense his vigor growing stronger and his physical body turning more robust very rapidly. It was exactly what Lu Yi had guessed. Whatever object this scale was, whether it was really a scale that came off a true dragon or not, it really was a valuable treasure. He made sure that the dragon scale was kept safely inside his storage bag, then he had something to eat before he got up to practice with his saber. Practicing for the first time since the dragon spring's enrichment of his physical body was unlike any time he had before. He felt stronger. His strokes were faster and the force of every blow felt noticeably more powerful by at least threefold. Such a major enhancement to his physical attributes easily made him a formidable enemy for anyone foolish enough to cross him. He doubted anyone had ever had as huge a degree of enhancement as his. But he wasn't complaining. He had consumed so much of the vapor from the pale red mist that barely anything was left by the time he left that tiny room-like dimension in the dragon spring. All of a sudden, his mind wandered to Wuxia. He had the strange feeling of thinking if she might suspect him of having chosen to become a body-tempering cultivator if she could see him now. Even the fifth-order body-tempering cultivator, whom the Tai Luo clan had specifically sent to terminate him during the Dragon Spring Conference, could barely compare to Lu Ye's present physical strength and vigor. For the rest of the night, Lu Yi did not meditate. He spent the whole time training his skills with the saber so that he could quickly acclimatize himself with his new physical attributes. The morning sun was just making its climb up a softly lit pearl-gray sky when Amber finally woke up. Yi immediately examined him to make sure he was all right. Which he was, plus a great increase in his bodily dynamism and a fresh, never-before-seen luster on his fur. The shop adjacent to the one directly facing the Ian City Divine Trade Association was a pleasure house where the girls that worked there were not only ordinary common folk but also independent cultivators with little power. That somehow contributed to their roaring trade. After a whole night's worth of exertion, a vigor-sapped young man, the very same hedonistic young bully, trudged out the doors of the pleasure house with only his underclothes on. Ding Dong was waiting outside, albeit stiffly. He had been standing there all night, as steadfast as a retainer bodyguard ever could, using the time to derive rest and peace of mind. He had been very dedicated to his job and was thankful enough to have not been ordered to stand guard beside his ward's bed all night. "We're leaving, Ding Dong," the wretched young prodigal strutted away, still licking his lips at the pleasures he had enjoyed all night and feeling carnally satiated. Most men would have shown more, if not greater respect to cultivators. But he was not most men. One other reason that he had not sexually assaulted an ordinary woman was because of his exotic tastes for female cultivators. Being able to dominate women with power and strength that easily exceeded most men turned out to be exceedingly gratifying to him, and this particular entertainment establishment has just what he desired. So what if these whores are cultivators? Dangle some spirit stones in front of their faces and they couldn't get out of their dresses quickly enough for me. The madam of the pleasure house personally came out to see off the young man who swaggered his way down the street with Ding Dong dutifully shadowing him from behind. He was all that was left of the whole retinue. The playboy had sent them away last night. Two individuals were hurrying as quickly as they could towards the Ian City Divine Trade Association building. The young male of the pair wore such a sour look as if he had just had cowpat smashed into his face. Although the girl behind him looked no better. So absorbed were they in their tour of a city of such wondrous and endless delights that they had forgotten the time. In fact, they would still be caught up inside this dreamlike wonderland of dazzling sights and scenes if their senior brother's message did not arrive, urging them to rendezvous with him quickly, and that cut short their sightseeing. Apprehensive, both the young acolytes dreaded the stern admonishment that awaited them. "We're here," gasped the panting boy as they finally drew near to the doors of the trade association. There was no time for respite and his hand groped for the handle. The door swung open before his fingers grazed anything and the giant head of a tiger came face to face with the girl, who yelped with fright. The boy leaped to her aid, shielding her from what was just a harmless encounter as the tiger merely snorted and padded past them both. The girl patted her own chest to calm herself down, realizing that they were not in the wilderness but in a developed and bustling city. Cultivators with tamed beasts were not an uncommon sight here in this city, even though such a handsome tamed beast was one. The boy stared at the snowy white tiger with envy and admiration too, until his gaze swept upwards to look at the cultivator walking beside it. He gasped. Then his eyes shot wide and blinked twice as if to make sure that his sight wasn't failing him. Just as he was sure that he saw the right person, he scampered after the tiger and stood in the way of the cultivator. He thrust a finger at the young man as he struggled to recall a name distant and far in his memories, Wire. Lu Ye's hand gripped the hilt of his saber before he even started to think, while his eyes squinted to scan the young man who might be a potential foe. Spiritual powers focused around his eyes as he studied the young man. Second order of the Spirit Creek realm. That's a piece of cake. Wait a minute. He looks oddly familiar. Not far away, at a roadside stall near the pleasure house, the hedonistic prodigal was chomping down on a delicious bowl of wontons and broth when he spied the white tiger outside the Divine Trade Association building. Heavens, what a beautiful animal. Ding dong, go speak to that man and ask his price. I want to buy that animal. Ding dong swiveled around to hide his face that was darkening with mounting rage from the brat calling him out in public. But when he saw the tiger, his pupils enlarged with disbelief. Did he just see a ghost? No. That was that boy. The boy that he thought he had killed. How could this be? The changes to his contribution points tally were correct, and he was positive that he saw a body inside the pond and blood spreading on its surface. Wait a second, he mused. He was in a hurry to rush back to his stronghold and neglected to make sure that his target was dead. What if that was another third-order cultivator instead? Could such a coincidence be true? But the world had always been an ironic place, one filled with inconceivable and outlandish coincidences, like how Dong Ding Dong Shu Yi was here having breakfast with his ward who just happened to catch sight of the oversized white tiger Amber, and like how the young boy who was beginning to recognize Lu Yi. You're Lu Yi, the young man remembered at last. It had been months since that day, but he could never forget that Lu Yi nickname. Lu Ye's face contorted into a frown, for he too recognized the young man. He was one of his fellow slave miners who was rescued by the Grand Sky Coalition a few months ago. Lu Yi had been a loner who kept himself only to himself, and this young man arrived relatively late, so they had barely seen each other at all, let alone spoken. Why in heaven's name is this fellow here? Lu Yi was not liking this one bit at all. Of all places, why the hell is he here? It's me, Wu Hua. I was accepted into Burning Moon Mountain back then, remember? Said Wu Hua, brimming over with bonhomie. He looked very happy to find a friendly face here. I think you've got the wrong person. Lu Yi responded with cold placidness. He vaulted himself up Amber and left. The wrong person? Wu Hua uttered incredulously, that's impossible. He was about to chase after Lu Yi when a voice called from behind. What in heaven's name is going on here? Wu Hua and the young girl stiffened. They turned around to find their senior glaring at them sternly. Senior brother? The pair greeted him with a crisp salute. Realizing that the senior was about to lose his temper, the young girl immediately quipped, Brother Wu here stumbled upon someone he knew. Wu Hua was blank at first, then he bobbed his head vigorously. Yeah, right? That's the one. The one riding away on that big white tiger. He aimed a finger at Lu Ye's back. The senior gazed into the distance and saw Lu Yi melting into the mob of swarming pedestrians. But that brief look was enough for him to read the aura radiating off Lu Ye's back and discern his rank. But he said that I've got the wrong person, Wu Hua muttered morosely, but I was sure. He must be that Lu Yi I knew. Lu Yi? What a strange name. Quipped the girl, hoping that the conversation might distract their senior from his wrath. His real name is Lu Yi. But during the entrance assessment, it was found that he only had the potential of one leaf. That is why people called him Yi. Chapter 136 Dong Shuye's coming for us. Again? Someone you knew from Evil Moon Valley? Asked Wu Hua Sr., knowing full well the story of how Wu Hua came to join his order. That was how he knew Lu Yi must be someone from the very same slave mines the Grand Sky Coalition assaulted months ago. Yeah, Wu Hua nodded. I was lucky enough to be accepted. As for him, his potential was so poor that almost no one wanted him. Somehow he managed to enter the Crimson Blood sect. But it's been months since I last saw him, and he's clearly changed a lot. He would have missed Lu Yi just now if not for the big white tiger. Back in the days when they were still slaves, everyone looked almost the same, disheveled, haggard, and their faces caked with grime and dirt. But now that they had become cultivators, their appearances had all changed, and that was why he nearly missed Lu Yi and vice versa. You said he only had the potential of one leaf? Asked Wu Hua's senior brother. What rank was he at that time? That took seconds before Wu Hua could finally answer. I think he had only just unlocked his first spiritual point. Then I dare say you've got the wrong man, said his senior. The man with the white tiger just now is at least a fourth-order cultivator. What? Gasped Wu Hua. In his haste, he did not have the time to read Lu Ye's rank, but he believed what his senior said. Impossible. How could Lu Yi ever manage to reach the fourth order with that one leaf worth of potential? Never. Not when I am only still in the second order myself and I was slated to have greater potential than him. So, I really was mistaken just now, eh? Wu Hua wondered quietly to himself, scratching the back of his head dubiously. He and his fellow Burning Moon Mountain acolytes did not notice a stranger drifting past them with a sharp and piercing glare at the crowd where Lu Yi disappeared. Crimson Blood Sect, Lu Yi? That trespasser Yi? They share the same name. There must be no mistaking it then, and I wasn't wrong. It really is him. But what happened to him that he managed to improve from just a novice cultivator into the seasoned fourth order today? But here are people saying that he has only the potential of one leaf. Whatever the answers were, there was one thing that Dong Shuyi was certain of. Lu Yi had improved by leaps and bounds. He was still in the third order when they last met, and here he was, just fresh after a few months, a fourth order cultivator. Whatever he is, Lu Yi is definitely more than just a one-leaf potential weakling. Not that it mattered much. He had allowed Lu Yi to slip past his fingers once, and he was determined to not allow that blunder to repeat, whether Lu Yi is a third order or a fourth order cultivator. As far as Dong Shuyi was concerned, every iota of suffering and indignity that he has been enduring lately was all Lu Yi's fault. If he had not slain the heir to the 9-star clan, then the clan would not have accepted the Mystic Sect's challenge. That would have spared the clan a hell lot of losses, and he would not have to personally abandon his post to give chase, since his subsequent absence was the very reason that the enemy dared to mount an attack on his outpost. If only he did not try to pursue Lu Yi back then, Wang Yang would never dare to attack him. This is all Lu Yi's fault, and for that he must pay, thought Dong Shuyi bitterly. And that name, the Crimson Blood Sect. I know that name. A well-known militant order of Bingzhou. While younger members of the Grand Sky Coalition might not recognize that name, we of the Thousand Demon Ridge grew up listening to tales of the elders who witnessed the Crimson Blood Sect's once glorious past with their own eyes, and it was because of these accounts that the even recent generations of the Thousand Demon Ridge knew something that you Grand Sky Coalition pups know nothing about. What's wrong with you? Who insulted your mother? The rich and pampered prodigal stared at the ding-dong, when he trotted back to the roadside stall with a bitter look on his face. What about the tiger I wanted? Dong Shuyi turned and faced his young employer. Are you certain that you want that tiger? He asked with a grin as a plan hatched in his mind. Of course. Is he refusing to sell? Well, if you want it, then let's take it from him. The young brat stared at Dong Shai blankly for seconds before he cracked into a sly grin himself. Heavens, Ding Dong, you read my mind. Taking it would give me more satisfaction than just buying it. Good idea. Let's go. No, you're staying here, Dong Shuyi shook his head. I can handle this alone. Now that's a no-no, Ding Dong. This is a show I'm gonna want to witness with my own eyes. If you're leaving me here, Ding Dong, you can bet your arse that I'll make sure my mother hears about this. I know what you want to do, but if you wish to make a name for yourself in these parts, you're not going to do so without the help of my mother. Dong Shuyi held his young employer in a transfixed stare that lasted for seconds. Placidly, he observed, "You're not just a profligate and pampered hedonist, are you? I lack only the gifts to become a cultivator, or I would have already been wreaking havoc here and there," the young prodigal chuckled proudly. "I might look like a rich good-for-nothing ding-dong, but I'm definitely not a fool. So get me the tiger and I will put in a good word to my mother for you." "Very well, sir, if that's what you wish," muttered Dong Shuyi as he got up and he left. The young brat sprang to his feet, not forgetting to leave a spirit stone on the table as payment for the breakfast. Then he ran after Dong Shuyi with the same excitement as a child expecting his birthday present. He had never witnessed a cultivator's duel before in his life, and this could seem like the field trip that he had been waiting for all his life. He was not at all worried about his own safety, for his mother had told him about how powerful Dong Shuyi really was, the kind of cultivators who could basically rule a city with absolute supremacy. To that end, she had always been reminding him to be nice and courteous to Dong Shuyi and how he could one day be useful. Lu Yi and Amber rode out of Ian and continued their way. Tang Wu took 2 days to send him here, but that actually saved him a month's worth of journey. That was just how fast Tang Wu and his little magical boat were. Pity he couldn't take him further. But Lu Yi was thankful enough. The Crimson Blood Sect outpost here in the battlefield was still a long, long way ahead, but now as a fourth-order cultivator of the Spirit Creek realm, he no longer had to be as anxious and fearful as he once was. At last, he had the means to keep himself safe. So long as he could steer clear of any mishaps, his journey ahead in the outer peripherals of the battlefield should be expectedly safer than before. Lu Yi felt more comfortable with more than enough supplies to keep himself sustained for his passage. A quick calculation yielded the possibility that he might be able to reach somewhere between 8th or 9th order by the time he reached the outpost, assuming he had enough spirit pills to keep his progress steady. All of a sudden, just when he thought things were progressing just a little too smoothly, he felt as if he was being watched. He knew that feeling. He had it before, right when Dong Shuyi was hot on his heels. The same prickly sensation on his back that could strike the fear of heavens into him. Is it the clan? Have Tai Luo clan cultivators arrived here to exact their vengeance upon me? That was the first thing Lu Yi could think off the top of his head. He looked around anxiously, but there was no one and nothing appeared amiss. Then he heard it. He positively heard it. From somewhere far, far behind, he could hear cries and whoops, and whoever or whatever it was, the stranger was coming at him, fast. Lu Yi quickly focused his spiritual powers around his eyes and he looked hard. But what, or rather who, he saw was enough to petrify him into stone. Dong Shuyi? Why the hell is he here? Lu Yi could barely forget the last time they walked into each other at Tassel City. He had to take Amber away and run for his life and avoid leading him to Wuxia and her friends. But meeting him here and now was the last thing he expected to happen, and the sight of Dong Shuyi chasing after him was a real déjà vu moment. Lu Ye's mood plummeted into the depths of an abyss. If only he knew Dong Shuyi was here, then he would have avoided coming here at all. And from the looks of things, Dong Shuyi must have caught sight of him earlier, and here he came now. Amber was too handsome a spirit beast for anyone to not look at and ignore. Even the average stranger would stare and admire his beauty, never mind a Dong Shuyi who had a vendetta against both Amber and him. But Lu Yi was even more amazed that Dong Shuyi did not come alone. He was holding someone by the scruff of his neck, and the screaming and yowling were coming from him. But Lu Yi definitely wasn't in the mood to dwell on that particular subject. He patted Amber's back and said, "Run, Amber. It's Dong Shuyi. He's coming after us again." As he spoke, he slapped a Move with the Wind talisman on the tiger's back. The last Move with the Wind talisman, one of the few talismans his mentor left him prior to sending him into the battlefield, was used up the last time he tried to run from Dong Shuyi. This one was freshly purchased just not long ago at the cost of 25 spirit stones apiece, a price that was not at all cheap by usual talisman standards. Offensive talismans often cost the least, followed by defensive talismans. That made utility talismans the most expensive of the three types, and the Move with the Wind talisman was one of the most expensive utility talismans ever sold. Fortunately, he now had enough spirit stones to call himself affluent, so he had already bought a total of 3 Move with the Winds this morning. Only he did not expect that he would be using them so soon. The screaming from behind never stopped, and Dong Shuyi could have sworn that his ears were ringing from the noise ever since he began gliding in the air to catch up to Lu Yi. Finally, he could tolerate no more and he growled, "Shut up, you. This is fun, ding dong." The boy might be yowling like a pig on the way to slaughter, but he was actually enjoying the thrill and exhilaration from the up and down motion. Never had he experienced anything like this before with any of his former cultivator bodyguards. Growing fonder of ding dong, he craned his neck so that he could yell into Dong Shuyi's ears, "More! I want more." That was the last straw for Dong Shuyi, who felt as if someone had whacked the side of his head with a sledgehammer. He withdrew the cocoon of energy that he initially employed to protect his young ward from the strong and vicious winds in the air. Without the protection of the energy cocoon, the skin and flesh on the face of the young prodigal were buffeted so furiously by the winds that his features looked grotesquely distorted, snapping like a flag in the wind. 3 seconds. That was all it took, and the boy fainted. Only then did Dong Shuyi restore the energy cocoon. He was already regretting his choice of allowing the boy to come. The kid was just too noisy. Too late to complain, Dong Shuyi knew. Not that he could leave the boy anywhere now. It was dangerous out here in the wilderness, and if anything, any harm or danger, were to befall his ward, he would never be able to explain himself to his new master and mistress. To say nothing about how that bloody white tiger seemed to be stronger and faster now compared to the last time. He could remember vividly how easy the chase was 2 months ago, even though Lu Yi was also using talismans then. Catching up to Lu Yi was not just difficult this time, it was nigh impossible, especially since he could only make sure that he was not being shaken off even though he was already gliding as quickly as he could. He could only think of 2 reasons. 1. His powers had taken a plunge when he was injured by his former comrades at his old order. The next would be the undeniable truth of Lu Ye's improvements. It didn't take long before the young brat regained his consciousness and the discordant chorus of excited shrieks began once more. Suppressing the urge to knock out his young ward with his own hand, Dong Shuyi had to quietly withdraw the magical cocoon again. The young prodigal blacked out once more. Both the hunter and the hunted gradually traveled further and further away from Ian. This could not go on, Dong Shuyi surmised. All he could do was glide while his quarry could rely on his mount, and heaven knew how many talismans he still had. Gliding itself was taking quite a toll on him, and if his quarry had more than a few move with the wind talismans, it was only just a matter of time before they could shake him off for good. He looked ahead of Lu Yi in the direction he was fleeing, and an idea came up. Unbeknownst to Lu Yi, he was riding straight into lands that belonged to Dong Shuye's benefactor. Maybe I can get some help from the rest of the family's retainers in the young boy's name? He mused quietly. He placed a finger on his battlefield imprint and delivered a message. In the meantime, Lu Yi was not feeling as anxious as he was earlier. He and Amber had come a long way since their last encounter with Dong Shuyi. The physical enrichment Amber had received from the dragon scale just last night was showing. He was running very much faster than before. If this status quo could be maintained, then they might have a chance to shake Dong Shuyi off their tail, assuming they had enough move with the wind talismans, for it was the one thing that was giving Amber the much-needed burst of speed. But Lu Yi could see that Dong Shuyi was exhausting himself as well by trying to keep up. And he wondered if his senses were wrong, but it felt as if Dong Shuyi no longer was a 7th-order cultivator. He looked rather like a 6th order instead, for the natural radiation of spiritual powers coming off him had become relatively weaker. But they were quite a distance away from each other, and Lu Yi could be mistaken, although he did not want to find out. The last time he had a fight with Dong Shuyi, it didn't turn out well, and he would give anything to avoid a rematch. He looked up. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead as thunder groaned sonorously. Damn it, you Dong Shuyi! Why does my greatest nemesis have to be a spell cultivator? Chapter 137, Skirmish in the Rain. Rain began pouring down in a terrible deluge, with lightning flashing intermittently across the darkened sky. Amber flitted swiftly like a white apparition over the marshlands. Both he and Lu Yi each radiated a pale glow that hugged their skin, a thin layer of spiritual power just over their epidermis. The layer could not fully keep them dry from the rain, but it did manage to help keep the rain away from their eyes, allowing them to see better despite the torrential downpour. Right behind them, Dong Shuyi was still doggedly maintaining his pursuit. He had managed to close the distance bit by bit, just like a wolf on the scent of blood, as he swore to not let Lu Yi slip past his fingers this time. It was the terrain that had helped his cause greatly. The waterlogged soil was making it very difficult for Amber to travel fast. In fact, the tiger would have got himself stuck if he had not leapt out of the sinking soil that was trying to devour him fast enough. It was that, plus the unfriendly landscape, that allowed Dong Shuyi to catch up. At the same time, Lu Yi could see that the effect of his first move with the wind talisman was weakening. He was about to take out another one when he sensed the emanation of spiritual powers coming from somewhere ahead of him. A pair of shadowed figures leaped into the air, casting a huge net over him in amber. The webbing of the net gave off a shiny shimmer, and Lu Yi immediately realized what it was: a spirit artifact. One that was especially used to ensnare spirit beasts. Amphibian and reptile-type spirit beasts inhabited these marshlands, lands which were part of Dong Shuye's master's estate. That made the animals partly the master's properties, in a manner of speaking. Hence servants or employees would come and hunt for game, which contributed handsomely to the family's income. These 2 retainer cultivators were sent here to hunt for crocodiles when they received Dong Shuye's message to set up an ambush for Lu Yi, and they were just in time to cast the net. Amber was only just clearing a jump over a pond when the net whacked right into him. Without any footholds mid-air, the net wrapped all over him, causing him to lose his balance and land with a crash. We did it. The pair of cultivators were elated. We've got the tiger that young master wanted. The mistress would surely reward us generously. In their joy and exuberance, they did not notice a figure lunging at them under the cover of the thick rainfall with his saber bared and ready to attack. Lu Yi clambered up and used Amber's wide back as a springboard when he saw the net coming, so that he could attack one of the cultivators before they could get ready. He did not know if a blow with his saber might work against the net or not. Being a spiritual artifact, it might have strength and sturdiness that outstripped his expectations. Failure would mean that both Amber and he were trapped. Therefore, the safest bet would be to separate temporarily to prevent them both from being incapacitated together. The blow came swift and sure, but Lu Ye's quarry was just in time to see him coming. As a fourth-order cultivator himself, he was surprised but not at all nervous. Dong Shuyi had told him about Lu Ye's rank earlier, and knowing that he had the same rank as Lu Yi was what kept him cool. Besides, he was not alone and the odds really were stacking against Lu Yi since Dong Shuyi would be arriving any time now. All he needed to do was stall. The clang of his weapon gnashing against the glinting saber of his assailant jerked him back to reality, and his weapon, which he had raised just in time to deflect Lu Ye's blow, was knocked out of his grasp by the sheer force of the attack. His right hand throbbed uncontrollably with soreness while he faltered unsteadily as the bashing force nearly tossed him backward. What kind of ungodly strength is this? The fourth-order retainer gasped. He had felt such strength before, not from fourth orders but rather fifth orders instead. But before he could react, another steely glimmer came flashing dangerously close at him. Blood shot into the air, coalescing with the droplets of rain as the man staggered with his final ounce of defiance, then his knees buckled and he crashed face first into the mud. Lu Yi felled his equally ranked enemy before shifting his attention to the next one without a moment of respite. The second cultivator was just hurrying over to help his colleague only to witness his grisly death at Lu Ye's hand, which left him somewhat stupefied. He managed to regain his senses quickly, but it was too late. Lu Yi was already upon him, and all that filled his sight was the metallic gleam of the saber boring down on his head. A litany of harsh and sharp clangs of steel bashing on steel resounded. The second cultivator managed to defend himself against the first 3 blows of Lu Ye's onslaught, but not the fourth. Since his physical enrichment, Lu Ye's speed and raw strength had risen many-fold. His cultivation rank might not have risen much since the conference, but his physical constitution had evolved greatly. The fourth blow came cleaving down the man's chest. He was fast enough to take a step backward, or the blow itself would have hacked his brain into halves already. His protective aura, the energy shield of spiritual power similar to Lu Ye's and Amber's, could do nothing at all. Where Lu Ye's saber came down, the edge easily cracked through the shield like a hammer smashing through glass, allowing the blade to tear open his chest from top to bottom. Then Lu Yi twisted around and gave him a roundhouse kick into his foe as a final touch. The cultivator crashed to the ground with a painful grunt and he blacked out. A pair of red glowing orbs padded closer to him. Lu Yi hurried towards Amber and ripped the magical net off him. They needed to leave quickly before their pursuer caught up. Then his movements froze. It was too late. With a deafening bang that left Lu Yi wondering if some asteroid had just crashed just nearby, spattering mud and slime everywhere. Then he saw a figure standing not more than 100 meters away, his eyes flaring with intense rage at Lu Yi. Even through the thick veil of rain that separated him now from his nemesis, Lu Yi could almost feel the heat from the hateful glare. Dong Shuyi. He's here. Lu Yi felt his fingers grasp on his weapon tighten involuntarily. The last few months of surviving on the battlefield had taught him enough to know that fleeing with his back exposed to a spell cultivator at such close distances was tantamount to suicide. There was one and only one way to survive: fight. 3 minor tiers stood between the 4th and 7th orders, the difference between their respective unlocked spiritual points somewhere between 50 to 60. That would mean that Dong Shuyi has almost twice as many the number of unlocked spiritual points as Lu Yi had. Then Lu Yi spied something else. Dong Shuyi was holding an ordinary person by the back of his clothes like he was an oversized bag. Lu Yi gave one curt look and dismissed it. It looked odd, but Lu Yi could care less about that. He was more worried about his own safety. Heavens, it's freezing here. The young prodigal rubbed his arms to make himself warm while his teeth chattered uncontrollably. But that did little to extinguish his desire to take Amber for himself. He craned his neck up to shout at Lu Yi, "Oi you! My idea was to make an offer for your tiger, but Ding Dong here was the one who suggested that we should just kill you and take your tiger instead. So if you're gonna blame anyone, that person's not me, all right?" He wriggled himself free and stood a good distance away behind Dong Shuyi. "Go, Ding Dong. Take him down. As your young master, I'm rooting for you." Knowing that he could contribute nothing to a fight between cultivators, he decided that he should at least keep himself at a safe distance to not be a nuisance. Who the hell is he? Lu Yi stared at him blankly, failing to make heads or tails of what was going on. but that somehow reminded him of the heir of the 9-star whom he had slain months ago. Young master? That makes him almost like that fellow I killed that time. Only that was a cultivator while this bloke's an ordinary person. What the hell is between me and all these rich and privileged fellows? You should be 6 feet in the ground. Dong Shuyi broke into a wicked grin. Perhaps I should return you to where you belong. Lu Yi refused to respond. Instead, his eyes squinted as he quickly made plans. Dong Shuyi was about 70 meters away. If he had another hidden ace, a head-on charge could be dangerous if not risky. Lu Yi exhaled grimly and gripped his weapon more firmly. He bent his knee and readied himself to charge nevertheless. The ground beneath him sank as he mustered his spiritual powers, and right in front of him, his protective aura kept the rain away from him. With a kick, he launched himself straight at Dong Shuyi, barreling through the rain and parting it like a bullet tunneling through water. Ember did not move. Instead, at Yi's directions, the white tiger retreated slowly away and melted into the thick curtains of the heavy downpour. Dong Shuyi was none too amused at Lu Yi choosing to wrestle for the initiative. That explosiveness that Lu Yi displayed was well beyond what a regular 4th-order cultivator should possess. But as a former 7th-order spell cultivator with vast experiences in battle, he knew better than to allow Lu Yi the chance to undo his main advantage. He did not even think of moving. Instead, his hands rose up swiftly and a golden crescent-shaped energy bolt fired from his hand and raced straight for Lu Ye's face. He had no intention to use any fire-based elemental magic like the last time because of the rain. To attempt using flame elemental magic in such a wet condition was laughable even to him. The bolt wheezed at an incredible speed, reaching Lu Yi even when it barely finished taking its shape. In the meantime, Lu Yi had concentrated his spiritual powers in his eyes the moment he saw Dong Shuyi fire his shot. He wanted to see where the blow would hit so that he could activate his spiritual pattern, protection, in time. Just when he looked hard with his spiritual power-imbued sight, everything around him became slow as if time itself had suddenly decided to switch gears. He could see what was the supposed line of where the energy bolt would travel, allowing him for the first time, the ability to evade the blow. He lowered himself quickly, letting his body acclimatize to the heightened sense of perception his newfound vision afforded him. Lo and behold, as soon as he crouched, something fast swept over his head, the deadly force slashing through the rain and slicing a few strands of his hair. It worked. But there was no time to celebrate. A second blow came screaming through the air at him. This time, Lu Yi saw where it was coming and swung his saber with all his weight behind it. The second golden scythe-like bolt collided hard against the steel and erupted into a minor explosion that tossed Lu Yi backward. He managed to remain standing despite staggering unsteadily at first, but his wrist felt painfully sore. Then came a third. Resolved to settle this once and for all, Dong Shuyi was giving it his all to make sure that Lu Yi would never be walking out of these marshlands alive. This time, he withdrew and stood straight, and the third attack hissed past his nose harmlessly. He knew what was going on. The physical enrichment he experienced at the Dragon Spring had not only made him stronger where he could fight faster and deal harder and heavier blows, it even enhanced his reaction speed and granted him incredible clarity of perception, allowing his eyes to capture things that he could not before. That was why he felt as if the world around him had slowed down. This was a much welcomed variable, one that truly convinced him that he might survive another encounter with Dong Shuyi yet again. His initial plan was to soak up whatever damage Dong Shuyi hurled at him by relying on spiritual pattern, protection. But that could result in a huge exhaustion of his spiritual powers, not to mention the amount of strain and internal injuries that he might still collect. Inch after inch he pressed closer toward Dong Shuyi. Whatever attacks Dong Shuyi fired at him, he would just employ whatever evasive maneuvers to keep himself unharmed while maintaining his pace as much as he could, slashing and hacking at some with his saber. Those that he could not dodge nor destroy, he would just absorb using the spiritual pattern, protection. A few of the blows did manage to throw him backward, but he was, beyond any doubt, drawing nearer and nearer towards Dong Shuyi. Dong Shuyi wasn't pleased. Not one bit at all. If anyone had told him that a 4th-order cultivator would weather an endless barrage of attacks from him while closing the distance between them, he would have only dismissed the notion as a mere figment of a phantasmal delusion. Being in the 6th order where some of his spiritual points were too damaged to construct microcosmic orbits, he might still retain the experience of what the 7th order felt like, but his powers had nevertheless taken a dip. Even so, that did not change the fact that dealing with 4th order cultivators should have been a cakewalk for him. Yet right here, right now, the very thing that he could have flippantly and easily dismissed as impossible was unfolding right before his eyes. To say nothing that it was being accomplished by the one person whom he held the most hatred and loathing for. Frustrated, Dong Shuyi snarled. He mustered more spiritual power and condensed them into a fixed point. Slowly, the churning magical energies began to take on form and mass, slowly turning into first a pole and then a spear. At Dong Shuyi's control, it shot into the air and streaked straight at Lu Yi like a golden thunderclap. Lu Yi did not need to be told how dangerous this attack must be. His senses, both physical and mental, were tingling like mad. But the spear forged of magical energies was just too fast and just too powerful for him to evade or endure. Spiritual pattern, protection, just won't cut it, he thought at that moment. But just when he thought all was lost, the round runic circular sigil of spiritual pattern protection, this time as large as the size of a gong, materialized right in front of him, glowing and blazing in full splendor. With a resounding bang that could shake even the entire marshland forest, the energy-forged spear smashed into the runic round shield of energy protecting Lu Yi, eliciting a shockwave that rippled in all directions. Lu Yi crouched to lower his center of mass, but it was no use. The waves of shock, steam, and dirt nearly knocked him off his feet, and it was all he could do to not fall while his entire body slid backward. The energy-forged spear and the circular shield of glyphs slowly ebbed into the air, dissipating like dust and ashes. Dong Shuyi fired another shot at Lu Yi that missed abysmally. Lu Yi saw his chance and dashed forward before his adversary could attack again. Chapter 138 Dong Shuyi Deranged and Mad. Lu Yi could feel all four of his microcosmic orbits spiraling quickly in resonance with the spiritual powers swirling in his spiritual points as he charged. He was getting closer to his adversary. 33 meters, 27. Then an attack slammed into him, blasting him backward. He reeled back, but he immediately recollected himself and pressed on, undaunted and undeterred. Blood trickled out the corners of his mouth while his chest ached with pangs of soreness from the blast. If Lu Yi had thought that closing his distance with Dong Shuyi would improve things, he was sorely mistaken. Being closer made it more difficult for him to evade the spells Dong Shuyi fired his way. He could evade most spells that his sight managed to catch at more than 30 meters away, but any less than that the feat was proving nigh impossible to repeat. He would have been defeated if not for his repeated use of spiritual pattern, protection. 30 meters. That would have to do for now, he thought. He made another attempt to get closer, and as soon as he reached the 30-meter mark, he yelled, "Amber!" Roar! Amber, who had vanished out of sight since the skirmish in the rain began, appeared behind Dong Shuyi all of a sudden. But Dong Shuyi was prepared. Right when he heard Amber's roar, he was already spinning on his heels like he knew Amber was there all along, firing a golden crescent-shaped bolt even before the roar was over. The shiny energy scythe split the rivulets of rain that showered from the boughs overhead and missed. All thanks to his predatory instincts, Amber had the sense of switching positions as soon as he made himself known. Dong Shuyi did not allow himself to be distracted. He could almost read Lu Ye's plan now. It must be for the spirit beast to nab his ward and use him as a bargaining chip. But Dong Shuyi was confident that the plan wouldn't work. Come any nearer and he could easily slay the beast anywhere within 30 meters. The spirit beast could not employ any magical means to protect itself, and with his ward just 10 meters behind him, Dong Shuyi was certain that he could deal with Lu Yi and safeguard his ward at the same time. Therefore he immediately returned his focus to Lu Yi as soon as he forced Amber away. He could not afford to take his eyes off the main quandary at hand. But before he could fire any more spells, he sensed the signature of spiritual powers drawing close quickly. His gaze panned up just in time to see a gigantic bell shimmering with a magical luminescence slamming down on him and trapping him inside before everything went dark. Damn it, the mystic spirit bell. He of all people should recognize the mystic spirit bell, the iconic spirit artifact that belonged to the heir of the Nine-Star clan. But having missed the best window to dodge it, he now found himself trapped inside, all alone in the dark within such a tight space. He had been careless, he groaned at himself. That was why Lu Yi was trying to get close to him. It was not so that he could turn this skirmish into a melee, but because he needed to make sure that the mystic spirit bell would work. Too far away and his plan might fail terribly. The mystic spirit bell was designed mainly for defensive purposes, but it could also be used to temporarily restrain one's opponent, although it wouldn't work so well. Dong Shuyi, who knew more about the bell than Lu Yi, was aware of this very well. He was about to fire some spells to break open the bell when it rose up into the air all of a sudden, freeing him out of the temporary trap. He traced the bell to where it flew, and what his eyes saw left him seething with stifled indignation. Lu Yi had a hand holding a knife up at his young ward's throat. The large blade of the saber gleamed dangerously with its edge just grazing by his artery, while Lu Yi kept himself fully shielded behind with only one eye exposed to keep Dong Shuyi in sight. Lu Yi had never once thought of gambling with whether he could kill Dong Shuyi because of the vast difference in their ranks. He had his fair share of slaying enough Fifth Orders during the conference, but he wasn't going to let his hubris get the better of him. Of all his enemies, he knew how he would regret underestimating Dong Shuyi, who clearly was far better and far deadlier than ordinary Fifth Orders, and the skirmish up until now, where he could not even get within 30 meters of him, was proof enough of that. To that end, Lu Yi did not want to put stock in the improbable or let alone the impossible. He could never succeed in turning this fight into a close combat melee. He could never expect the fiery plump bird-like spell of his to work, not in such damp conditions. Hence, his motive had been clear right from the start. If Dong Shuyi had any weaknesses, that would only be his young ward. He did not know who the ordinary man was at first, but the tone he used when he was addressing Dong Shuyi showed that he must be someone important, and he could very well be the best leverage Lu Yi could ever depend on to defeat Dong Shuyi. Lu Yi and Amber's perfect cohesion in this tag team was all because of Yi Yi's instrumental involvement. There was no time at all to discuss any plans, yet still Yi could guess Lu Yi's thoughts like they were reading each other's minds. Amber's earlier roar was exactly the distraction that Lu Yi needed to cast the mystic spirit bell. Right now Lu Yi's gaze met Dong Shuyi. He could see the burning anger raging inside the latter, while the latter could see that Lu Yi meant business. The young prodigal was dripping snot and spit because of the cold, and having a steely blade now held up his throat certainly did nothing to improve things. Nervously he gasped, "Come on, you two were fighting, so why the hell am I being dragged into this?" As the hedonistic scion of the local mercantile plutocrat, the boy had barely any respect for cultivators, whether they earned it or not. With the wealth and influence that his family commanded, he could do almost anything, so long as he had the sense of keeping it from going overboard, and get away with it. Even the most beautiful female cultivator could become a mere plaything to him. For this reason he never once feared the powers that cultivators wielded at their fingertips, powers that could allow them to rule any ordinary human's life and death with ease. Until now. For the first time, he felt the fear of mortal danger with the chilly sensation of steel being held up his throat. The feeling of its sharp edge pricking his skin could almost make him wet his pants as he whimpered, "Save me, ding dong." Dong Shuyi eyed Lu Yi with the blaze inside his glare growing stronger and wilder by the second. "Ask him to walk away or you'll die," Lu Yi growled from behind Dong Shuyi's young ward. "Careful, man. It hurts. Get him to bloody leave." Okay. Go away, ding dong. Go. If I'm gone, then you really are dead, you fool." "Oh heavens, you're right," the young prodigal gasped with dawning realization. "Get him to bloody leave or you'll die now. If he leaves, I'll let you go. I swear." "You swear." "I so swear, now get on with it." The stinging pain coming from his throat and the sensation of something warm flowing from there were compelling reasons enough for the rich brat to not prolong the argument. "Just go, ding dong. Just go and I'll be safe." Dong Shuyi stared at Lu Yi, desperately forcing himself to swallow all the frustration, resentment, and anger that he had been enduring because of Lu Yi. How he would relish killing Lu Yi with his own hands. But he restrained himself and snarled, "Swear it. Swear upon heavens that you are a man of your word. Swear it and I'll let you go." Lu Yi and Dong Shuyi's glare fixated upon each other for seconds before the former finally broke his silence. "I will do nothing to harm this ordinary person if Dong Shuyi will do me no harm. In 3 days I'll set him free. This I swear in heaven's name." Everyone present could feel the same surrealistic tingle of heaven acknowledging the oath. Dong Shuyi's resentment reduced not one bit, but he had to concede that this was the only possible course of action at the moment. He held Lu Yi in a long and deep stare, full of enmity and unresolved rage. "You do well to remember your oath." He stepped back into the heavy deluge and retreated. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then he stopped suddenly. He gazed up into the sky and felt the raindrops beating on his face. Then he smirked at himself, pathetic. He was a proud and illustrious Seventh Order cultivator, a highly ranked and immensely respected member within his order. Then a certain Third Order trespasser came into his life 2 months ago, marking the start of the terrible change in his life. He failed his mission to slay that trespasser, and for that, here he was 2 months later, now relegated to the Sixth Order while the trespasser had risen to the Fourth. His spiritual points were damaged, and as a result, his powers waned. His future prospects were all in tatters as he was forced to desert his former order and become a rogue. And just when he thought he found a place where he could start anew, he was made a simple bodyguard of an ordinary human. Whereas his nemesis was making progress by leaps and bounds, Dong Shuyi wondered if he would ever get another chance to slay and defeat him in the future? No. His nemesis was growing just too fast while he was falling further into ruin and squalor. The gap between them was growing smaller, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Dong Shuyi, and Dong Shuyi knew who to blame for this. No, he could never let this slight pass. In just the blink of an eye, his aura burgeoned as the radiation of spiritual powers from him intensified. Without warning, his hand came up and he fired a golden energy scythe at Lu Yi. Lu Yi knew something was wrong the moment he saw Dong Shuyi halted. Then when he saw his nemesis reneging on his promise and attacking him, he grabbed his hostage and dashed forward. In a mere few steps, he covered almost a couple dozen meters until he felt it was enough for him to cast the mystic spirit bell that he had been holding with his other hand all along. The golden crescent of death hit the poor young hostage in the chest, ripping it open and splattering his blood everywhere on the mud-sodden soil, before barreling out his back and smashing into the runic shield of spiritual pattern protection, shattering the round shield forged of pure energy and sending Lu Yi hurtling through the air before he crashed down. The mystic spirit bell bore down on Dong Shuyi just in time before he could ramp up another attack, trapping him inside once more. But the outer surface of the bell began to glow vividly with a fiery assortment of colors, signs of the bell being vehemently attacked from the inside. Roar! Amber bounded out from nowhere, stopping just in front of Lu Yi, who vaulted himself up on his back while he quickly slapped his second move with the wind talisman on the tiger's strong and stout girth. Let's go. Dong Shuyi has gone deranged and mad. Lu Yi never knew that young prodigal. But his being able to give Dong Shuyi orders must mean that he wielded influence and privilege enough for Dong Shuyi to be worried about his well-being to agree to a parley at first. But what had possessed Dong Shuyi into breaking the promise, Lu Yi did not know. He could only chalk it up to a sudden streak of madness that he dared to risk, and eventually killed with his own hands, the one person he was obviously supposed to defend. Nevertheless, that impressed upon Lu Yi Dong Shuyi's overzealous and rabid resolve to kill him. That was why he needed to run. He had exhausted much of his spiritual powers in this skirmish, and he had collected too many wounds to continue any longer. Fleeing was the only option, and there was no time to retrieve the bell, not without letting Dong Shuyi out. Amber carried Lu Yi on his back and bolted. Seconds barely ticked by when the bell exploded. Dong Shuyi emerged amid the fumes and steam, looking slightly charred and bedraggled but free. He looked around and found Amber's tracks and took to the air once more to give chase. Without his ward this time, the speed of his gliding was considerably faster. The rain was showing signs of subsiding until it finally stopped 2 hours later. A beautiful rainbow arched across the sky like a bridge. Squads of cultivators arrived at the scene of the skirmish just now and discovered 3 bodies and the signs of a battle. When the cultivators recognized one of the bodies, all of them stood around it grimly with dreadful trepidation. The son and heir of their master, lying dead in the mud like some mongrel dog. It did not take long for the family to put a bounty on Dong Shuyi's head. But Dong Shuyi was long gone, still hot on Lu Ye's heels miles and miles away. Night slowly set in as Amber galloped swiftly, flitting through a rocky wilderness where towering high-rise columns of rock and granite almost 70 meters tall sprawled across a flat meadow otherwise densely filled with craggy hills. Amber was beginning to show signs of tiring, and they had used up all 3 of Lu Ye's move with the wind talismans. Fortunately for them, Dong Shuyi appeared to have abandoned his chase somewhere more than an hour ago. Lu Yi could only assume that his nemesis must be at his limits too. The fight and the chase had been for so long, and Dong Shuyi, even with his vast supply of spiritual powers, still needed as much rest and recuperation as they did. In contrast, Lu Yi was able to recover some of his spiritual powers during the journey, all thanks to Amber. Lu Yi knew that Dong Shuyi might have abandoned the chase for now, but he would never abandon his quest for vengeance. Lu Yi would have wanted to put as much distance as possible between them and their hunter, but Amber was too tired to go on. Using Move with the Wind talismans could increase one's fleetness of foot, but it also caused a lot of strain and exertion. Lu Yi did not need to rest, but Amber most definitely did. But the rocky wilderness afforded them a lot of cover. Yi found a hidden and secluded spot and led Amber there. The tiger plopped to the ground with a heavy thud as soon as he reached the spot, his furry chest heaving and his tongue hanging out like a tired and thirsty dog. It pained Yi to watch him like that, and she delved into a long litany of curses directed at Dong Shuyi while she fed Amber water and food. In the meantime, Lu Yi examined his own injuries. There was nothing serious aside from the concussions to his torso and head from the blasts Dong Shuyi fired at him. His abdomen carried several heavy bruises too, but nothing a healing pill couldn't solve quickly. Lu Yi did not need to be told that Dong Shuye's behavior earlier indicated his dogged determination to see Lu Yi dead with his own eyes and by his own hands. He did not like this at all, but for the moment trying to fight Dong Shuyi as a fourth-order cultivator was asking too much. If he could ascend to the fifth order quickly, then he might be able to triumph just yet. Chapter 139 I Need a Room. It was not hubris. Since he left Green Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi had managed to slay cultivators well beyond his rank with relative regularity, killing at least 5 fifth-order enemies in the Dragon Spring Conference alone. It was the spiritual pattern's protection and sharp edge that had given him enhancements to both his defense and offense, allowing him to even the odds against superior enemies. Hence, fighting against enemies beyond his rank wasn't really fighting against enemies beyond his rank actually. At any rate, this recent encounter with Dong Shuyi had given Lu Yi one crucial piece of information. Something must have happened to Dong Shuyi and he had now fallen to the sixth order. His powers had plummeted noticeably since the last time they met 2 months ago. If the opponent he was fighting just now was the Dong Shuyi from 2 months ago, then Lu Yi would never have felt that defeating Dong Shuyi was possible at all, physical enrichment or not. But it was rare for a cultivator to fall down the ranks of their cultivation, and this left Lu Yi wondering if Dong Shuyi had had some of his spiritual points damaged. The rankings of cultivators in the Spirit Creek realm were simple enough. The number of microcosmic orbits a cultivator had inside his or her body denoted how far up the ladder one was. Any damaged spiritual points would mean a dissolution to the orbits they were part of, and the rest of the spiritual points would be no use at all other than just increasing the capacity of the cultivator's spiritual power reserves. So, what really happened to Dong Shuyi? Was it the mystic sect? Lu Yi could barely profess any knowledge about how Dong Shuyi could fall in rank, but whatever it was, it must have had something to do with the mystic sect invasion of the 9-star clan stronghold back then. If that were true, then it would be his fault, since his intrusion was what caused the all-out war between both factions to take place. That would explain Dong Shuye's obsession with him. Anyone would be. Anyone in Dong Shuye's shoes. In fact, it would not be far off to say that anyone in Dong Shuye's position would have the utmost hatred for Lu Yi. Nevertheless, it was glad tidings to Lu Yi. He would never survive against a 7th-order Dong Shuyi, never mind defeat him. The mere notion itself was unimaginable. But since he had now fallen to the 6th order, this really pointed to a plausible chance of defeating him. But to do that, Lu Yi would first need to reach the 5th order. He now had 54 spiritual points unlocked. 9 more and he would have all the spiritual points he needed to reach the 5th order. If he could focus all his time and effort on meditating, that would take no more than 20 days. But he could not. Being out here in the wilderness, there was no telling if Dong Shuyi might renew his pursuit of Lu Yi or not. Without any baggage this time, Dong Shuyi would be faster and he was out of Move with the Wind talismans, which would make fleeing from Dong Shuyi a near impossible task. Hence, the first order of business was to look for somewhere safe and secure. Somewhere where he could concentrate on meditating without being bothered. Now that he had a plan, Lu Yi took out his map to look for a suitable spot. He swallowed a spirit pill and tried to unlock his 55th spiritual point. And indeed, just before midnight, Dong Shuyi came looking for him. Not wanting a fight yet, Lu Yi rode on Amber and they fled. Fortunately for them, Dong Shuyi did not have enough time to recover, hence he was not able to glide at full speed, and that gave Lu Yi the chance to give him the slip once again. But that went on and on with both sides stopping to rest before the hunt resumed until 2 days later, Lu Yi and Amber finally arrived at a small town where they managed to locate the local Divine Trade Association branch just in time to rush inside with Dong Shuyi hot on their heels. The moment Dong Shuyi stormed inside right after them made many heads turn. Even more appalling was the thick miasma of malice that radiated off Dong Shuyi, making his eyes bloodshot, with rage and rancor. One of the stewards of the branch, a cultivator of the Third Order, meandered near to them and squeaked fearfully, "No fighting in the Divine Trade Association's premises. Whatever it is between you, please take it outside." "I want a room," Lu Yi demanded at once. The steward did not know what to say. Dong Shuyi shot him a glare so scathing as if he was saying, "Give him a room and you'll never see daylight ever again," and it was making the steward more nervous. All of a sudden, spiritual power ripples so huge that they swept through the whole building and took everyone by surprise. Every head in the foyer panned towards the stairs and they saw an elderly man in his 60s descending the final flight, feigning a light cough every now and then. Despite having a crooked back that made him look frail and weak, his skin glowed with a luster brighter than even Dong Shuyi's in his best days. Lu Yi knew what it was. This old man's at least a Spirit Creek realm cultivator of the Eighth Order. And seeing him filled Lu Yi with relief. As a regular patron of the Divine Trade Association, Lu Yi understood just how rich and how powerful the trade organization was. More so, for an organization that had the intrepidity and gumption to use divine in its name, it showed just how confident the organization was. The floor staff of the Divine Trade Organization might not be powerful cultivators in their own right. At least Lu Yi had yet to meet any one of their staff who had very high rankings. But he knew that the Divine Trade Association would not enjoy such a great prestige in the battlefield without having a few champions in their payroll. How else would the Divine Trade Association ward off potential robbers or pilferers? The battlefield teemed with no shortage of reckless scoundrels, daring enough to try and challenge anything, and many would have been coveting the riches and valuables that the Divine Trade Association hoarded in its vaults. Like how militant orders needed champions to watch their strongholds and guard their wealth, so did the Divine Trade Association. Which was why he chose to come here. The Divine Trade Association was a place to conduct business, therefore it would never allow any form of violence to take place within its walls. It was a gambit that paid off. As expected by Lu Yi, there really were champions hired to keep every branch of the Divine Trade Association safe, although they would never show themselves until the moment called for them. Dong Shuyi was well beyond what the usual floor staff could handle when he barged in, thinking that he could kill Lu Yi then and there, and that called for the intervention of the branch's resident champion. Meanwhile, the elderly man paced slowly towards them. Dong Shuyi could feel his hair standing. He knew better than Lu Yi just how powerful the Divine Trade Association was, or he would have already dealt the killing blow as soon as he clapped eyes on Lu Yi. The last thing he would have wanted to do was to waste time glaring at his quarry. "Peace, gentlemen," the old man ambled in his slow but steady approach towards them. With a jovial facade, he said, "Nothing good comes out of violence." He stopped a few paces away from Lu Yi and Dong Shuyi and tapped the well-polished floor with his staff. From the very spot where the staff struck the floor, a burst of spiritual power, a very highly concentrated and potent burst, swept forth in waves in all directions. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched involuntarily. Surprised, he did not expect the old man to wield powers and strength comparable to those of Tang Wu. At any rate, it worked. Dong Shuyi ceased at once the aura of malice and rage that was being emanated by him and saluted the elderly man. "My apologies for causing trouble. Please forgive me." Lu Yi was somewhat amused by the quick shift in stance. In fact, he was enjoying every second of it, albeit quietly. "And what about you, my young friend?" The elderly man turned his attention this time to Lu Yi. "I'm here to seek accommodations." "Why, welcome," the elderly man beamed broadly at him, which left an even sourer taste in Dong Shuyi's mouth. Immediately, the elderly man barked at the steward, "Arrange a room for this young gentleman. 10 spirit stones a night." "Hold it right there." Lu Yi snapped, 10 spirit stones a night. For one moment there, it was either the old man who had been mistaken or his ears were deceiving him. The elderly man flashed a cheery grin at him and repeated very clearly, 10 spirit stones. "Wait a minute, all of your other branches only charge 1 spirit stone a night." Lu Yi was beginning to wonder if he had just walked into a scam. Meanwhile, Dong Shuyi was beginning to enjoy this show. The smile faded from the elderly man's face as his voice turned stony. "You might be welcomed here, but you do well to bear in mind that all Divine Trade Association outlets are places to conduct business. We are not a shelter that provides protection. Anyone who comes here with the intent of abusing our policy of having zero violence on our premises will face the consequences." He paused for one beat as if to let that sink in before he finally asked, "Are we clear, young friend?" He was right. The elderly man owed Lu Yi nothing and there was no obligation for him to defend him from Dong Shuyi. At the same time he was trying to impress upon Lu Yi the truth that he could have easily tossed both Lu Yi and Dong Shuyi out the doors so that they could settle their differences outside if he was not adhering to the Divine Trade Association's strict policy to remain neutral towards whatever squabbles or conflicts. Very well, Lu Yi conceded. All that mattered was finding a safe place to get to the Fifth Order as soon as possible. He rummaged in his storage bag for quite some time until he finally dug out a sack that he tossed at the steward. "I'm staying then. 10 days. The elderly man was flabbergasted and so was Dong Shuyi. 100 spirit stones. That was definitely not what the wealth that Fourth Order cultivators were supposed to be able to fork out that easily. The steward cradled the sack full of spirit stones and peered at the elderly man, tacitly requesting instructions. The same smile as before once again formed on the wrinkled face of the elderly man. "Get this young gentleman our best and biggest sweet." "Yes, sir," the steward responded like a soldier fresh out of boot camp. "This way please, sir." Lu Yi and Amber followed the steward up the stairs to the next floor. "What about you, sir?" The elderly man cast a look at Dong Shuyi. "How about a room too?" 10 spirit stones a night? Asked Dong Shuyi. Naturally, the Divine Trade Association aspires to be fair and just to all its patrons. "Forget it then." Dong Shuyi scowled. Last he checked, he was still much too sane to let himself spend 10 spirit stones for a room. He knew where Lu Yi was, so there was no need for him to be afraid of Lu Yi slipping out of his clutches this time. He paused to think, then he left the Divine Trade Association and found a shop just opposite where he stood outside, keeping a close watch on the entrance to make sure Lu Yi wouldn't get out. In his grasp, he held a pair of spirit stones, absorbing the energy from within to replenish his powers. There is no way Lu Yi could go on paying 10 spirit stones every night. It was a spacious suite, bigger and wider than all the rooms that Lu Yi had rented before in the past, and the furnishing inside was comfortable. But what truly amazed Lu Yi was how thick and rich the spiritual qi inside the suite was compared to the atmosphere outside. Some form of enchantment must have been conjured in the suites, something that functioned like spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, and that would be very useful to his meditation. To top it all off, the suite even came with an ensuite bathroom, suiting Lu Ye's needs perfectly. Fatigued and weary from their long flight from Dong Shuyi, Amber and Lu Yi first had a good meal before they took a bath. Only after that did his meditation begin. He needed to use his time here as efficiently as he could, more so, since the price of this accommodation wasn't cheap at all. Even with his present affluence, he could ill afford spending so profligately on a regular basis. Lu Yi first started by constructing copies of spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, all over his spiritual points. He instantly felt the difference. With the dense concentration of spiritual qi inside the suite, using gathering spirits was making his assimilation of the natural energies more potent and effective. Spiritual points began unlocking one after another at every quarter of every hour Lu Yi maintained his meditation. 56th point, then the 57th, then the 58th. Finally, when he got too tired, Lu Yi decided to take a rest. He had been sitting for so long that his legs were growing numb. To shake off the stupefaction, he decided on a change of palette and switched to training with the saber to stretch his legs. Lu Yi had been tirelessly training and cultivating his skill, strength, and powers ever since he stepped into the battlefield. But never had he yearned to progress fast so greatly before. The thirst and the hunger for power were never this strong before. Ironically, it had nothing to do with wanting to defeat Dong Shuyi, but rather because of the cost of staying here. Every second he spent in this suite cost money, hard-earned money. It was Lu Ye's 4th night in the Divine Trade Association branch when a female steward with a lithe and petite figure went up to the 5th floor. She gave the elderly man, clearly, a manager or someone with authority at the branch, the sales report of the day, and before she reached halfway, the old man teetered on the brink of dozing off. The female steward ignored the elderly man's shenanigans like she had grown accustomed to them, droning on until she reached the end of her report where she added, "There is one more thing of note, sir." "Oh, just speak up, for heaven's sake." "Our enchantments, the ones conjured for the amassment of spiritual qi, have been depleting 3 or 4 more spirit stones recently." "And where did this problem come from?" asked the elderly man, opening his eyes at last, feeling puzzled and intrigued. "Premium suite number 3. Chapter 140 To Lay One's Bones. Premium Suite Number 3. That was the suite Lu Yi was staying in. Such potential, the elderly man mused aloud. That's very rare. The higher one's potential was, the more spiritual chi one could assimilate. The Divine Trade Association's premium-level suites were all, just as Lu Yi guessed, fitted with enchantments to amass spiritual chi, and that explained why the suites were all pullulating with such rich natural energies. But at the same time, the functioning of these enchantments required the sustenance of spirit stones. The more the enchantments functioned, the more spirit stones would be depleted. The elderly overseer had seen his fair share of gifted cultivators. Cultivators whose potential could easily engender an excess cost of 3 to 4 spirit stones to upkeep the enchantments visited the Divine Trade Association branches on a regular basis, but the elderly overseer could have sworn that he could count with one hand the number of fourth-order cultivators who could do the same. Should we evict him? Asked the steward. Can we? He's a paying patron, not a pest, and nothing in the deal stated that he needs to pay us anything for the spirit stones. We're doing business, my dear, so we need to be fair to all our patrons. We do not make decisions based on our whims and fancies. Understood, sir. Off you go then, the elderly man waved her away. The female steward politely took her leave and walked away, leaving the aged overseer in his chair, pondering quietly on his own while he shook his head. A student or acolyte from one of the greater militant orders on a trip of pilgrimage, I suppose, although few ever venture so far to the outer peripherals of the battlefield. But he might not survive though, with that sixth-order cultivator trying to hunt him down. Pity? On the 6th day of their stay, Lu Yi was taking a short break from training when Amber padded up to him and nudged him with his muzzle. What does Amber want? Lu Yi peered at Yi quizzically. Yi communicated with the tiger before she said to Lu Yi, he wants that dragon scale you showed him last time. A dawning look spread upon Lu Yi's face. He quickly took out the dragon scale and held it out for Amber, who came closer and inhaled a long drag of air, drawing in a thin red bloody line from within the dragon scale. The oversized tiger staggered unsteadily as if he was drunk. Like the last time, he tottered around, swaying off balance until he crashed to the ground, unconscious while his entire body pulsed with a crimson glow. The unknown substance must be enriching his physical constitution again, like the last time. Lu Yi wasn't at all interested in emulating Amber. The substance inside the dragon scale looked like it packed quite a punch that not even a spirit beast as strong as Amber could withstand its effects. If anything, Lu Yi was afraid that effects might do him more harm than good. Nevertheless, there was no denying the good that the substance had done. Amber had gained much physically since his last enrichment, and Lu Yi was anxious to see what other benefits Amber could glean this time. Meanwhile, Lu Yi would carry on with the pace of his meditation. One by one, spiritual points in him unlocked piecemeal. By the 15th day of Lu Yi's stay, the barrier of the 63rd spiritual point was showing signs of giving way after his unflagging and relentless attempts of weakening it. But just before the barrier came down, Lu Yi stopped abruptly. He got to his feet and examined himself. Everything appeared fine. He felt strong and his vigor replenished. His 63rd spiritual point was just on the verge of being unlocked, and it was time to set his plan into motion. He went downstairs and found a steward and made a purchase of several talismans. That would bring his present amount of spirit stones down to just 200 to 300 plus. He had spent the most on his accommodations, a whopping 150 spirit stones, but it was worth it. The extraordinary efficiency because of the enchantments inside the suite turned what he initially thought as a 20-day plan to reach the 5th order into just 15 days. The amount of time saved was especially valuable to him. He checked his stores of spiritual pills and found that there were just a few shy of 100. It did not take long for him to make up his mind before spending another 200 spirit stones on spiritual pills, leaving just the last 30 or so spirit stones as reserves. With everything ready, Lu Yi clambered onto Amber's back and they left the Divine Trade Association branch together. As soon as they were outside, a pair of piercing keen eyes homed in on them. As expected, Dong Shuyi was there waiting for them. Apparently he had been there the whole time. Lu Yi's eyes met Dong Shuyi's. The former looked as if he had seen a ghost, and that pleased Dong Shuyi immensely, who gobbled down the last piece of meat jerky he was holding hungrily, absolutely on tenterhooks to exact his vengeance. At long last. There was no longer any need to think. Lu Yi immediately slapped a move with the wind talisman on Amber, who identified the best direction to run, and he bolted. Dong Shuyi shot up into the sky and glided after them. Down on the ground, at the shop where Dong Shuyi had been maintaining his half-month-long vigil, the proprietor of the store was only too happy to see Dong Shuyi leaving that he was practically in tears of joy. For half a month, Dong Shuyi's threatening presence had turned his roaring business down into the gutters that barely any of his regulars wanted to come again. Hardly anyone would enjoy visiting when a dangerous-looking sixth-order cultivator lurked outside like a robber waiting to jump on any unsuspecting prey that happened to pass by. The proprietor could not afford to antagonize Dong Shuyi, not when he was only a third-order independent cultivator. At long last, finally, that crook and his plague-like miasma are gone. The proprietor reminisced how he had endured the past 15 days with frustration and agony, and tears once again streamed down his face. Amber's speed was manifestly faster than before. And it was all because of the enrichment last night. Coupled with the effects of the move with the wind talisman, Dong Shuyi was having difficulty keeping up with Amber, and this infuriated him. But Dong Shuyi wasn't a fool either. He stuffed a spirit pill into his mouth to restore his spiritual powers while he grasped a spirit stone in each of his hands, absorbing the spiritual chi from the stones while he maintained his pursuit. It was like the last time. The chase included numerous forays into hidden corners of the wilderness where both sides would stop for a break. Amber's speed was gradually lessening with the effects of the talismans wearing off, and he needed rest badly. Fortunately for them, Dong Shuyi was having the very same predicament. Even with his constant ingestion of spiritual pills and the assimilation of spiritual chi through the stones he grasped, they were just not fast enough against the rapid depletion of his spiritual powers. As if they were reading each other's minds, they would stop at regular intervals before Lu Yi and Amber continued their hasty absconding, and Dong Shuyi would have to get up quickly to keep up with them. The pursuit lasted a day, and finally, Dong Shuyi found himself staring at the yawning entrance of a cave, frowning with hesitation. He could have sworn that he positively saw Lu Yi and that white tiger of his bounding into the cave, and that puzzled him. Running into a cave was tantamount to putting himself into a corner, making Lu Yi's choice to do so very odd and bizarre to Dong Shuyi. But there was one other possibility, that the cave had another exit somewhere. This cave could be part of a system that led to somewhere else, and Lu Yi was thinking of using it as cover to escape, therefore nullifying Dong Shuyi's aerial advantage. Realizing this, Dong Shuyi knew that he couldn't dawdle anymore. He needed to keep up or he might lose them. But he knew that he needed to be careful. This might be Lu Yi trying to set up an ambush for him. He smacked a golden body talisman on himself before stepping inside. That way he would still have enough time to react if Lu Yi really was skulking about in the darkness inside. To his surprise, the cave was damp and cold. But he was even more amazed to find that this was not a trap. Lu Yi was gone. As he ventured deeper inside, the cave gradually widened into a larger stone passage. Until he finally walked into a cavernous rock chamber formed in the soluble rock limestone that spanned almost 1/3 of an acre wide and tens of meters high. Icicle-like stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave with water dripping off their pointed tips, filling the whole chamber with the intermittent drip-drop noises that echoed everywhere. The place was barely lit, but Dong Shuyi almost immediately spied Lu Yi in the deepest parts of the chamber, sitting cross-legged as if he was meditating, with his entire self emanating a roiling effluence of spiritual chi. By now, Dong Shuyi was certain that Lu Yi must be up to no good. There was no other way out of this cave other than the stone passage he just came in with. All he needed to do was to seal off this exit, and his quarry would be trapped in here. Finally I caught him. He mused with anticipation. Lu Yi could dish out whatever tricks hidden up his sleeves and nothing would trump his superior powers, or so he thought. He inhaled lightly, his face cracking into a smirk. So, this is where you choose to lay your bones. Those words barely escaped his lips when the aura of churning spiritual chi coming from Lu Yi suddenly turned up several notches, becoming a huge storm of tossing natural energies, while Lu Yi's very person began to glow brilliantly. The fifth order of the Spirit Creek realm. Dong Shuyi could not believe it. Lu Yi was still very much in the fourth order the last time he checked just moments ago outside. Yet here he was, ascending into the fifth order right before his eyes. That could mean only one thing. Lu Yi had been intentionally delaying his ascension and had been specifically waiting for this moment. What incredible progress! Dong Shuyi thought with disbelief. Just 2 months ago this boy was just a third-order cultivator, and finding him already in the fourth order 15 days ago was already surprising enough for Dong Shuyi. Although he quickly dismissed it, thinking that Lu Yi must have been stuck in the third order for quite some time prior to their initial encounter months ago, and a one-level ascension should be nothing he needed to be worried about. But now that Lu Yi had risen to the fifth order right before his eyes, there was no denying just how incredible Lu Yi's progress had been. From the third order to the fifth in just 2.5 months? That was as impossible and as rare a feat as finding a unicorn. For what it's worth, Dong Shuyi was rather pleased to have made the correct choice. He would never be able to exact vengeance if he allowed Lu Yi to slip by his fingers this time. Give him time and he would be far stronger and deadlier than Dong Shuyi. The hunter would become the hunted and vice versa. While Dong Shuyi was being taken by surprise, he sensed the signature of spiritual qi behind him. Without even thinking, he fired a blast in that direction. A shadow flitted past him, avoiding the blast completely, followed by an explosion at the entrance into this rock chamber which was caused by a detonation-type talisman. That, plus the death ray Dong Shuyi just fired, caused the structure of the cave around the entrance to cave in. Rocks and boulders smashed into one another at the entrance, keeping the passage tightly shut, closing them off from the outside world. Only then did Dong Shuyi realize what he had done. The talisman was not intended for him, but rather to seal off the exit to make sure no one else got in or out. His spiritual senses immediately picked up another signature, one strong and robust, racing towards him. Dong Shuyi wheeled around at once, tearing his gaze off the sealed entrance frantically to look back to the front, and there was Lu Yi blitzing at him like a bull on a rampage. Lu Yi no longer wore that forlorn and dismal mask that he did when he saw Dong Shuyi outside the Divine Trade Association building yesterday. Confident and sure, he charged straight at Dong Shuyi, avoiding an Oriate energy scythe that came screaming past him with a deft twist of his body. This really was a perfect spot to lay one's bones, but in this case, Lu Yi has every intention of laying Dong Shuyi's bones here for good. Yi was already scouting the terrain, reconnoitering for suitable spots like this rock chamber when they were running from Dong Shuyi. One of Lu Yi's chief considerations for his plan to work was Dong Shuyi's ability to glide in the air. The sixth order cultivator could easily take into the air and withdraw if he realized that the tables had turned him. To that end, Lu Yi needed Yi to find a spot that would afford him the geographical advantage to prevent just that. That was when Yi discovered this cave. A rock chamber that was neither too vast nor cramped, but narrowly fitted Lu Yi's requirements. For this reason, Yi was given the task to detonate the magical talisman to elicit the explosion that sealed off the exit. That was to prevent Dong Shuyi from fleeing. With the cave now fully cut off from the world outside, there could only be one survivor of this showdown, and that person would be walking out of here alive. Reaching the fifth order created another microcosmic orbit system inside Lu Yi which greatly enhanced his explosiveness and speed. Now all he needed to do was to make this fight a close-quarter melee to ensure his victory. Spell cultivators were one of the deadliest brands of cultivators skilled in different kinds of powerful and potent spells, but they were also known by another name in the world of cultivators. Lu Yi had once heard Hua Xiai mention this before during one of their little chats. If body-tempering cultivators were colloquially known as tanks and combat cultivators were known as berserkers, then spell cultivators were nothing more than a bunch of squishies. To body-tempering and combat cultivators of the same rank, spell cultivators possessed the weakest physical strength and endurance. Their long years of rubbing their noses into tomes and scriptures to study magic and hone their spell-slinging prowess had deprived them of the time and attention to strengthen their physical bodies. Even ghost cultivators who spent more time in the shadows than in the light could easily best spell cultivators when it came to a close combat fisticuff. In duels between low-tiered cultivators, distance was a spell cultivator's greatest ally. But if the distance was closed, the spell cultivator would find his or herself facing very difficult odds. Lu Yi was still in the fourth order when he and Dong Shuyi last fought half a month ago, and he managed to get almost within 30 meters of Dong Shuyi back then. But now that he has reached the fifth order, he was absolutely certain that he could get past Dong Shuyi's defenses and attack him from point-blank range. Lu Yi flitted and darted about erratically while he maintained his pace, dodging one death ray after another, steadily closing the gap. In the meantime, Dong Shuyi's face was illuminated by the very spells he fired at his opponent, and he wasn't looking pleased at all. He looked nervous. Chapter 141 No Pain No Gain. The battle had only just begun, but Lu Yi managed to get within just 33 meters. Dong Shuyi had fired 2 spells at him, but Lu Yi was able to evade them both cleanly. Dong Shuyi channeled more spiritual powers. This time, a crimson-red disc blazed into life just in front of his chest. From the center of the disc spewed a long barrage of fireballs into the air, raining fire and destruction down on the whole area where Lu Yi was. The fire dispelled away the darkness in the cave, driving them up to the eaves of the rock chamber like wraiths retreating into the abyss from whence they belonged. This was a spell he used before the first time he pursued Lu Yi. A single fireball might not deal as much damage as one of those golden scythes he normally used, but he could conjure a whole barrage of these fireballs to cover a wide area, to say nothing of the fact that he found it easier to use fire elemental magic compared to metal ones. Lu Yi's face squirmed with irritation. He backtracked at once, only to realize that he had made a mistake. Then he thought of skirting the side of the area now being shelled by the fireball barrage. But Dong Shuyi instantly adjusted his magic in time while keeping his infusion of spiritual qi into the disc ongoing non-stop. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs slammed into the walls of the cave one after another, eliciting a huge cascade of explosions that would never end so long as the fireball barrage ensued. Cowering behind a thick stalagmite in a far corner of this rock chamber was a completely exhausted Amber. So fatigued that he could barely get up and walk, he was no use to man or beast at the moment, therefore Lu Yi had carefully hidden him here where it would be safe for him. But even if Amber wasn't tired enough, this was one fight where the tiger could barely contribute anything to Lu Yi's favor. He might have grown bigger, stronger, and faster, but there was still a long way ahead before he could hold himself against an enemy like Dong Shuyi. With his blitz attack now an unequivocal failure, Lu Yi had to keep on hiding behind the stalagmites protruding from the jagged ground of the cave, using them as shields against Dong Shuyi's fireball shelling while he prodded for weaknesses in the latter's defense. There was no need to rush. The situation, despite the stalemate, was still very much in his favor. Dong Shuyi's fireball shelling needed constant depletion of his spiritual power. The spell was obviously taxing and Dong Shuyi's energy was finite. If anyone were to feel anxious, that should be Dong Shuyi, not him. And he was right. Just a few seconds later, Dong Shuyi switched to attacking with another spell. From his fingers, a slithering serpent of fire shot forth and coiled around the stalagmites like it was searching for Lu Yi. Unlike flaming serpents conjured using talismans, Dong Shuyi's version looked more lifelike. One could almost make out the fine detail of the snake's scales on the whole length of its flaming trunk. The flaming serpent constricted itself around a stalagmite, but Lu Yi was gone. Dong Shuyi panned his gaze around frantically, then he caught sight of Lu Yi dashing towards him from his flank. Dong Shuyi quickly channeled his powers once again and repeated the same trick. The same fiery red circle materialized in front of him once again and he went back to firing fireballs the size of a man's fist at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's figure was shimmering. He dodged one fireball. Then another. Then a third. All while keeping a steady pace in approaching his foe. Dong Shuyi's forehead wrinkled with a mix of stress and vexation. Lu Yi appeared to be faster than before. But he was right. Lu Yi's speed and agility did indeed increase. The ascension into a higher rank also meant the overall increase of a cultivator's ability, but that was only after a brief moment of acclimatization. To lure Dong Shuyi into his trap, Lu Yi had intentionally held back from unlocking his 63rd spiritual point, and by the time he sprung his trap and unlocked his newest spiritual point, there was no time to get used to his new physical condition. That called for whatever acclimatization to be done on the fly as he fought his enemy. No pain, no gain, without the stress and difficulty that came with this battle, the process would have not been so expeditious. The renewed bombardment of fireballs again forced Lu Yi to retreat. But this time, Lu Yi felt more confident with his newfound abilities. He took cover behind the same sprawl of stalagmites and waited for an opening. Then he found one and he charged, his reaction and his speed now a notch faster than before. This is it. Lu Yi mused, very sure that success was at hand. He sidestepped and dove past the fireballs that came his way one by one. Those that he could not evade, he would just allow them to hit while he defended himself using spiritual pattern, protection. 33 meters. 27 meters. 17 meters. Lu Yi reached for the hilt of his saber. The weapon swished out of its scabbard with flaming red spiritual powers dancing all along the length of its blade in flame-like tendrils, casting shadows that gesticulated wildly on the walls of the cavern. The saber glinted dangerously in the dimly lit ambience, and with spiritual pattern's sharp edge activated, Lu Yi brought the weapon down on Dong Shuyi with his full weight and strength behind it. Dong Shuyi's expression contorted into that of horror, confusion, and disbelief. He could not understand just how Lu Yi managed to get so close so quickly. Instinctively, his arms came up, a gesture that seemed oddly futile to Lu Yi at the time, as if flesh and blood could protect him against steel. The first thing that resounded was a metallic crack, followed by a shatter as a tiny spurt of golden sparks crackled angrily. That must be the golden body talisman Dong Shuyi used before he entered the cave. Lu Yi's present strength and power could easily defeat the effects of normal golden body talismans, and all he needed was just one blow with his saber. But before Lu Yi could celebrate, an aureate sparkle caught his notice, and next he knew, a pair of golden energy scythes fired crosswise was heading straight at him. The crescent-shaped blows were just so close that there was no way of dodging them. It's a trick. That was why Dong Shuyi flung his arms up when Lu Yi came close enough to attack him. After all, Dong Shuyi was a 7th-order cultivator proven and experienced in the crafts of war. He would never do anything stupid and futile as using his own arms to stop a swinging blade. That was not a defensive move, but rather a feint to mask how he was casting his spells. Even the expression on his face was what helped to fool Lu Yi. Good heavens, he could be a performer on stage, mused Lu Yi in his panic. Little did Lu Yi realize that he was mistaken on that part. Dong Shuyi was genuinely shocked and distressed when he saw Lu Yi closing at him so suddenly and easily, but the action of raising his arms to fire his spells really was a feint. To top it off, Dong Shuyi had been implanting the impression that he could only fire one spell at a time when, in fact, he could do even more. Therefore, when Lu Yi brought his saber down at him, he quickly fired 2 crescent-shaped energy bolts simultaneously, thinking that the effects of the golden body talisman, coupled with his own protective aura, Lu Yi's blow would cause no more than a scratch on him. Whereas Lu Yi could very well die or at least suffer a major blow if the pair of crescent-shaped blows could hit. And his plans worked. The pair of golden scythes slammed into Lu Yi's chest, just as he wanted. The impact flung Lu Yi into the air, and feeling the angst of pain barreling through his ribs, Lu Yi spit up a mouthful of blood just before he crashed to the ground. But Lu Yi was not the only one who had miscalculated. Dong Shuyi was mistaken as well. While Lu Yi was careening backward, puking blood from the heavy blows that pummeled straight into his chest, he missed how Dong Shuyi was howling in pain himself. The 6th-order cultivator tottered several steps backward and stared at his arms to find a horrifying gash where he could almost see the white of his bones peeking back at him amid the bloody mess. His eyes widened involuntarily with disbelief. What in heaven's name is this really caused by a 5th order? A stroke that not only just defeated the effects of my golden body talisman, it also plowed through my protective aura and left a gaping slash in my arms. Dong Shuyi was only too relieved that he had the habit of keeping his protective aura on at all times, or else, he would have to spend the rest of his life eating with his face in his food like a dog. But he had never heard of a 5th-order cultivator that could deliver such a deadly attack. Unless the saber he wields is some incredibly potent spirit artifact. Dong Shuyi's incredulity was not misplaced. In the last few encounters with Lu Yi, he had only witnessed Lu Yi fighting using spiritual pattern protection. He knew that whatever spell Lu Yi was using, it had incredible defensive capabilities. It was not until today did he finally sampled how dangerous and powerful were Lu Yi's attacks, and being so nearly permanently maimed, even he couldn't help feeling so terrified that cold sweat drenched his back. In one of the few moments of retrospective terrors in his life, Dong Shuyi realized how his gambit nearly resulted in his abysmal ruin and death. Cough, cough. Lu Yi clambered to his feet, using his saber to keep himself steady. Inside his mouth, he could taste the salty and metallic flavor of blood. Dong Shuyi cast a long look at Lu Yi's chest and was dismayed to find nothing there. The pair of energy scythes did not hit him. Lu Yi had managed to activate spiritual pattern protection in the nick of time to protect himself. Although he was not able to fully avert the resulting impact, which caused quite a concussion in Lu Yi, resulting in some internal injuries. Lu Yi quickly looked for more wounds. Despite the pain in his chest, there appeared to be no fractures, which was good news enough for him. His physical constitution had been greatly strengthened since the enrichment process in the Dragon Spring, and his endurance had become a lot stronger than before. But Dong Shuyi was not going to give Lu Yi any chance for respite. Seeing Lu Yi getting up to his feet, Dong Shuyi ignored the unbearable pangs of pain shooting up his arms and fired more spells at his enemy. Bolts and rays of a smorgasbord of dazzling hues, gold, red, and even white, streaked across the air like an artist strokes and swishes on a jet-black canvas, and Lu Yi had to resort to all sorts of maneuvers, even unsightly ones, just to keep himself safe. It took a while for Lu Yi to recollect himself. Once he was ready, he charged headlong into Dong Shuyi again, his saber bared and alight with a swathe of spiritual powers blazing on its blade. He had finally succeeded in landing one attack on Dong Shuyi just now. All he needed to do now was to repeat the feat again and again until his enemy fell, which was slowly becoming easier with Dong Shuyi's apparent sluggishness because of his injured arms. Little by little, Dong Shuyi found how he was involuntarily stepping backward. His body was instinctively trying to put as much distance between Lu Yi and him. For once he began to realize the importance of geographical advantage in a battle. He could have easily launched himself into the sky and glided away to safety if this battle was going on outside. But being trapped inside this rock chamber was preventing him from doing exactly that. The closer Lu Yi got to him, the more resentful and hateful Dong Shuyi looked. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi reached within 10 meters of his enemy. He ducked low to avoid another spell that just wheezed harmlessly past him and delivered a reprisal of his own, swinging his saber in a swift and vicious uppercut. What Lu Yi thought was the blow that would seal his victory hit nothing. Instead, he picked up the signature of a huge burst of spiritual powers approaching from overhead. He quickly activated spiritual pattern protection, just in time for the blast to batter him down with the force of a dam burst that nearly caused his knees to buckle as his feet skidded backward, sinking deeper into the ground. He looked up and there was Dong Shuyi hovering in midair, smirking deviously at him. That's what you get for underestimating spell cultivators, brat. Dong Shuyi did not possess the ability to fly, but with magical spells, he could levitate himself in midair for a short time. What could a fifth-order combat cultivator do? Unless Lu Yi could sprout wings on his back and continue his assault aerially, this battle was over. Dong Shuyi had always kept this trick hidden up his sleeve. He initially thought he was able to kill Lu Yi without much trouble. But now that Lu Yi had fully entered the Fifth Order and his arms were wounded, Dong Shuyi no longer had any interest in prolonging this encounter. He lifted a hand and took aim at Lu Yi, his face turning to stone as he savored the moment of his triumph. Spiritual powers began concentrating at the tip of his fingertips, and bright shimmering threads appeared and began elongating, curving, and crisscrossing quickly to take on the form of a big round circle the size of a dinner table that was filled with myriads of runic glyphs. As far as Dong Shuyi was concerned, Lu Yi was just too fast and he had that magical energy shield with strange glyphs to protect him. Single target spells just wouldn't be enough to kill him, so Dong Shuyi decided to opt for a spell with a wide area of effect. He needed to fill the entire rock chamber with enough flames to ensure his success. The infusion of spiritual powers into the large magical circle was slowly reaching its completion when Dong Shuyi sensed the signature of spiritual powers racing his way. He looked, and before he saw what it was, he heard the clucking sound that reminded him of a hen. Then he saw a fiery bird with a tummy so fat that the fowl looked like it just came out of a buffet meal scurrying headlong into his chest before he could react. The bird erupted into a terrible explosion, and Dong Shuyi, with incredulity and shock still frozen on his face, came crashing down from the air. The runic magical circle that he just finished conjuring evaporated into the air like dust whisked away by wind. But that was not all. Being hit by the blow had thrown his spiritual power off balance. A spell? Since when could this brat use spells? Still dazed by the explosion, Dong Shuyi could barely think clearly. Most of all, he could barely comprehend how a cultivator who had only just ascended to the Fifth Order could already employ spells in battle. With only slivers of his consciousness remaining, he could remember how swift and practiced Lu Ye's casting of the spell was, as if he had been using it for years. He did not see it coming at all. Impossible? Is he also a spell cultivator? Through the corners of his eyes, he could see Lu Yi blitzing straight for him at breakneck speed. He hopelessly tried to readjust himself, but he couldn't. Taking a direct hit in the course of casting a spell, in spite of his protective aura, was causing his spiritual power to surge so wildly beyond control in all his spiritual points that he could barely control his own limbs, let alone stabilize his churning spiritual energies. Chapter 142. I've barely used my full strength. Lu Yi pounced the moment he saw his chance, bounding towards Dong Shuyi with quick and long strides that easily covered the whole distance, swinging his spiritual power-swayed saber down at the latter. A huge pulse of energy surged forth to meet Lu Ye's falling saber. What magic this wave of energy came from, Lu Yi did not know. But whatever spell that Dong Shuyi had cast was working in his favor by driving into Lu Yi like an invisible wall, pushing him further and further away from Dong Shuyi. He had to draw back several tens of meters before he could regain steadiness. Lu Yi renewed his gaze upon his opponent. Dong Shuyi was already up on his feet, clutching at the gaping wound on his chest. On the right side of his torso, he could see blood still pouring out, drenching Dong Shuyi's tunic red. The blow had nearly killed him, and Dong Shuyi was clearly still reeling in the sudden onset of panic and disbelief. Lu Ye's spell had thrown his spiritual power off balance, making him lose all ability to defend himself for one fleeting moment, and he would have already been dead if his control over his spiritual power did not return in the nick of time. He might have escaped death, but the wound on his chest was bad enough to cost him this skirmish. "Oh! Who?" Dong Shuyi panted, heaving for air as he struggled to keep himself upright. At this point he finally realized that Lu Yi led him here and had sealed off the exit because this was where he chose to end their feud. Lu Yi had chosen this place as Dong Shuyi's final resting place. Funny how it was he who initially thought he was the one being the hunter, without realizing how the roles had switched and how it was hubris that had prevented him from seeing it sooner. Dong Shuyi watched as his foe charged for him again. There was no time to rest, no time for respite. In comparison, his opponent was brutal and straightforward, and his way of battle clearly showed how much he favored being on the offense. Up until now, his foe had barely said anything, an opponent whose very focus was centered solely on trying to get close and attack. How fitting for a skirmish to the death. Dong Shuyi beheld Lu Ye's approach, his hand slipping into his storage bag and finding another golden body talisman. He slapped it on himself. His end might be coming fast, but he refused to go down without a fight. Dong Shuyi raised his arms, his entire body enfolded in a golden drape of protective layers. This time, knowing that his end was nigh, he had nothing more to lose. Without any regard for the rapid exhaustion of his spiritual power, he unleashed volleys after volleys of spells at Lu Yi. But his arms were hurt, and on the right side of his chest was a wound so chasmal that the loss of blood was already making him feel dizzy. Even breathing itself felt difficult and strenuous. All that was making him so sluggish and weak that he could not fire spells as quickly as he could before. Lu Yi effortlessly evaded the bolts that screamed past him. He rushed up to Dong Shuyi and swung his saber without guile and without mercy. The golden layer crumbled. Even as Dong Shuyi made a last-ditch effort to conjure up another protective shield, it was no use. Lu Ye's saber sliced through the shield and shattered it. The blow almost split his right shoulder, ripping its way all the way down to his left abdomen, his entrails and viscera barely clinging to his inside. Lu Ye's saber came up again before Dong Shuyi could fire any spells. But before he could attack, the same invisible force as vast as a wall like before slammed into him, knocking him back several tens of meters again. He regained his balance once more, and this time, Dong Shuyi was already hovering in midair. Only this time he wasn't hanging in the air stationary, he was floating around in non-uniform speed as if he was trotting around near the eaves of the rock chamber. Lu Yi flung an arm and fired at the same plump-looking bird-like projectile he had used before. Missed badly. Accuracy had always been a problem that never stopped plaguing him, and it was the reason why he rarely used spells in his skirmishes. The first spell he fired worked only because Dong Shuyi did not expect him to be able to use spells, and he was fast enough that the magical bolt caught Dong Shuyi unaware. That was Dong Shuyi's biggest miscalculation. While the damage the spell caused wasn't great, it was the resulting disorientation of his spiritual power that lost him this fight. Their eyes met suddenly. Dong Shuyi cracked into a malicious grin and lifted his arm to tap on his battlefield imprint. Damn it, he's calling for reinforcements. Lu Yi realized, and he intensified his firing of spells. All of a sudden, the glow from Dong Shuyi's battlefield imprint was gone. At the same time, the glow from the emanation of spiritual power from his person subsided and he crashed face-first into the ground. Lu Yi did not know what was going on at first, but it did not take long for him to catch on. Dong Shuyi had used up all his power. But that was impossible. There was no conceivable way that Dong Shuyi could have fully depleted his spiritual power so quickly. He was a cultivator who had unlocked 108 spiritual points, and that meant that he had twice as much spiritual power as Lu Yi. But what Lu Yi did not realize was how he had used up a huge amount of his spiritual power trying to keep up with Lu Yi during the earlier chase, and the fire elemental spells that he had been using to prevent Lu Yi from getting close were ultimately spelled his inevitable doom. On the other hand, Lu Yi had Amber to carry him, and that was what allowed him to save up all his spiritual power for the final showdown, including his ascension to Fifth Order, which sealed the victory. The crash from so high up in the air nearly fractured every bone in Dong Shuye's body. He could hear footsteps drawing near. Lu Yi strode to him slowly with his saber at the ready. There was no doubt that this was not a show for his benefit. Falling from so high was definitely not what Dong Shuyi had in mind, especially with the injuries he carried. That would mean that his initial suspicion was true. Dong Shuyi really had finished off the last of his spiritual power. Lu Yi stood over his fallen enemy and gazed down at him. Blood smeared all over Dong Shuye's face. The Sixth Order cultivator looked up at Lu Yi and his throat rattled as if he was trying to say something. Lu Yi raised his saber, holding the weapon in a backhand grip with its tip aimed at Dong Shuye's heart. Then he plunged it through the ribs and through the organ. Dong Shuye's body jerked and stiffened. "Oh, meet again. In purgatory." Dong Shuyi managed his final words with great difficulty and with apparent hatred and resentment. Then his body went limp and he was gone, dead with his lifeless eyes still wide open. A reddish glow rose from the back of his forearm and flew into Lu Yi's battlefield imprint. Lu Yi stared at Dong Shuye's body with a surrealistic sensation. He could remember how he was chased like a dog 2 months ago, so desperate that it was only by a stroke of luck that he managed to give Dong Shuyi the slip back then. Yet here he was 2.5 months later, having defeated the same cultivator whose very name could put the fear of the heavens into him. To think that he had come a long way since that day. And besides, "I've barely used my full strength," Lu Yi muttered softly. And that was true. Lu Yi still had another trick hidden up his sleeves: move with the wind talismans. The talismans worked on Amber, naturally they would work on him too. At his present abilities, a move with the wind talismans could give him at least an additional increase by at least 3/10 of his usual speed. That was Lu Yi's original plan, to first get used to his new physical condition after his ascension to the Fifth Order, then he would decide if he wanted to use one of the move with the wind talismans. The last thing he wanted was to flippantly use the talisman and risk the same blunder that occurred when he momentarily lost proper control of his body after his physical enrichment in the Dragon Spring. Too great a speed increase isn't necessarily a good thing, especially since he was up against an experienced spell cultivator like Dong Shuyi. Dodging spells required precise control of his body, and if he could not properly handle the speed increase that came with using move with the wind talismans, that could do more harm than good. A blunder like that could be a fatal mistake. But the skirmish had ended even before he had the chance to use any of the talismans. He had not committed any blunders. If anything, it was Dong Shuyi who had made the miscalculation that allowed Lu Yi the chance to wound him using that flaming phoenix spell. Yi was clutching a talisman when she peeked out from behind one of the huge rocks she and Amber were taking refuge at. Carefully she squeaked, "Is it done? Have you won?" Lu Yi allowed himself to fall back to the ground in a spread eagle form while he cried, "Yeah, I won." Yi had been hiding since she used the talisman to detonate an explosion that sealed off the exit. Lu Yi had reminded her not to appear. She was supposed to be his final option if and when he failed to defeat Dong Shuyi. They did not expect the fight to end so easily, and Yi did not have to appear again. "You're strong, Lu Yi." Yi expressed her admiration without guile and without sarcasm. Lu Yi grinned at her. "Well, it's not really safe to stay. Get Amber something to eat while we rest, then we're out of here." There was no telling what Dong Shuyi was doing to his battlefield imprint moments before he died. He could be calling for reinforcements for all Lu Yi knew. That was why they needed to leave as quickly as possible. But what Lu Yi did not know was that Dong Shuyi had long deserted his former order. He could no longer summon his former sworn brothers for help. Furthermore, Dong Shuyi should know best of all that he was going to die and no help would have been able to come in time. But he did deliver a message. One that was sent to lots of people. Yi fed Amber some food before she went to clear up the site of the battle. She came trotting back with a storage bag. Lu Yi, we're rich." From her reaction, Lu Yi could only surmise that the contents of the storage bag must be valuable. Dong Shuye's storage bag was still unsealed because he was still retrieving talismans from inside the bag during the fight, and there was no time for him to reseal it with magic. Lu Yi was sitting on the ground, taking some spirit pills to replenish his powers while he ate some food. Then he checked his battlefield imprint. Name, Lu Yi. Status, Crimson Blood Sect Acolyte. Cultivation, 63 spiritual points unlocked. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution points, 397. The last time he checked his contribution points when he departed from the 100 Peaks mountain range, the tally was 368. His points had risen as much as 29 now. He had killed 2 fourth-order enemies back at the marshlands. That would have raked him 8 points, meaning Dong Shuyi alone had accounted for 21 points. Dong Shuyi might have, for reasons unknown, fallen back to the 6th order, but the contribution points Lu Yi accrued indicated that he was still viewed as a 7th-order cultivator. But Lu Yi could not yet get his head around what happened to Dong Shuyi and what caused him to fall back to the 6th order. But that would seem to be a question that he would never learn the answer to. There were lots of spirit stones and pills inside the storage bag. A count yielded 134 stones and 57 pills. That was the most enormous bounty Lu Yi had ever gotten from a looted storage bag, which was definitely enough to make up for losing the Mystic Spirit Bell. Still, Lu Yi couldn't help feeling that Dong Shuye's belongings were still a tad too modest. He expected more of a 7th-order cultivator, even if it's a former one. But that was Lu Yi's own misconception. He had never been in real destitution of resources because of the yuan metal ores he brought from the evil Moon Valley slave mines, which was something that no other novice cultivator could boast. Therefore, Dong Shuye's belongings were by no means modest. As commander of a 9-star clan outpost, he was the one responsible for the distribution of the outpost supplies, allowing him to embezzle what should have been for the rest of the clan's other acolytes to build up his own stores. Most 7th-order cultivators would barely have anything left inside their storage bags because of the huge amount of supplies they needed to upkeep their cultivation. The amounts issued by militant sects and orders to their members were barely enough just for upkeep alone, most of the time, let alone saving up for a rainy day. Lu Yi stowed away his loot and made sure everything was ready before he and Yi removed the rocks sealing the exit of the rock chamber and went back outside. Chapter 143. Would you believe it? Somewhere in the battlefield proper, where most of the war and strife, plots and intrigues took place, a huge battle had just ended and a young man, whose tunic and robes were soaked with sweat and the blood of his enemies, sat on the ground, meditating and recuperating. A young lass stood guard not far behind, combing her own hair. She looked no less fatigued than the young man, but her bright, sparkling eyes vigilantly scoured all directions to ensure that no threats were around. Her master Wang Yang was resting and she would not let anyone disturb his peace. The young scion and handmaiden duo was none other than Wang Yang and Xiao Zhu of the Mystic Clan. After the Mystic Clan's invasion of 9-star clan lands, Wang Yang brought Xiao Zhu with him and together, they ventured deeper into the battlefield's interior. A trip of pilgrimage would do them some good and gain them more benefits for their current strength and rank. They could enjoy great power and influence by staying in the peripherals of the battlefield, but that would only lead to stagnation and complacency. Cultivators who hungered for more growth usually moved deeper into the inner areas of the battlefield, hoping to reap more contribution points. All of a sudden Wang Yang opened his eyes. He examined his battlefield imprint. Oh, the look on his face turned odd. What's wrong, Master Wang Yang? Xiao Zhu scurried over when she heard his audible reaction. Wang Yang peered at his handmaiden and his companion. Would you believe it, Dong Shuyi just sent me a message. Dong Shuyi? Xiao Zhu gasped with surprise. Dong Shuyi was rushing back to the 9-star clan outpost of his command when he heard it was under attack. It was during the subsequent battle that Wang Yang destroyed 3 of his spiritual points, and since then, Dong Shuyi had not been seen or heard of. Until they heard about how Dong Shuyi had gone rogue and the 9-star clan began issuing bounties for his head. But as far as he was aware, no one had been able to locate Dong Shuyi. That was understandable. Pinpointing Dong Shuyi's whereabouts would not be easy considering the vastness of the battlefield, unless the 9-star clan decided to handpick a team of master cultivators to hunt down the deserter. As for why Dong Shuyi delivered a message to Wang Yang, that was easily explainable, because they had once exchanged contact details via their battlefield imprints before. There was no friendship between the men. In fact, they were on opposing sides, so they had no love lost for each other. But as commanders of their respective outposts, the men under their command regularly got into fisticuffs that required them both to parley and negotiate. For that reason, they exchanged each other's signatures which they kept inside their battlefield imprint, allowing them the convenience to communicate from afar. It was Dong Shuyi's suggestion at first. Although he would later regret it, for Wang Yang often loved to harass him by sending insulting remarks, Step out of your fort and try taking a punch from me, you coward. Curse you, you mongrel dog, and the like, just to mess with him. Dong Shuyi had lost count of the number of times he was tempted to erase Wang Yang's signature from his imprint. But contact between them both came to an abrupt end on the day Dong Shuyi lost the use of 3 of his spiritual points. With all future prospects now crumbled into dust following his weakening, Dong Shuyi was no longer a threat to Wang Yang, who saw him as nothing but a beaten dog that wouldn't warrant any further attention. Yet Dong Shuyi had made contact with him out of the blue. "What did he say?" asked a curious Xiao Zhu. "Try believing this then, it's about that intruder with a tiger." "Wait, that intruder Lu Yi?" Xiao Zhu would never forget the intruder whose inadvertent incursion was what sparked the war between the mystic sect and the Nine-Star clan. He was instrumental in the sect's successive conquest of the outpost despite not being one of them, and it was by Wang Yang's order that she sold an Earth-grade cultivation discipline to him. To think that 3 months had passed by since they last met and Xiao Zhu did not believe that she would be hearing this name once again, even more so from the mouth, or rather in this instance a missive, of Dong Shuyi. The fact that he sent a message itself was odd and bizarre enough. No wonder Master Wang Yang looked so surprised, she mused. "Here, take a look at it yourself," Wang Yang said, forwarding the message to Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu read the message and her forehead creased deeply with bewilderment. Lu Yi, often seen riding a snow-white tiger. Acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect of Bingzhou, and a rare prodigy. In 2 months' time he rose from the 3rd order of the Spirit Creek realm to the 5th order. Last seen in the vicinity of Mount Fengyun, suspected to be on his way back to his order's stronghold, she read aloud. Xiao Zhu's first notion after reading the message was that nothing in it made sense at all. If only Lu Yi had seen it. He would have been doubled over with horror at rare prodigy. Even today he could still remember how that Lushan fellow with a mousy mustache was poking fun at him after it was tested that he only had the potential of 1 leaf. The Crimson Blood sect of Bingzhou? Xiao Zhu almost laughed out loud. "Looks like we're mistaken, Master Wang Yang." It turns out that that intruder wasn't a student of one of those great militant sections. "Yeah, we were mistaken, all right," Wang Yang's lips twisted wryly, "but that doesn't mean that he's not special like those students of great militant sects and orders you just described." The Crimson Blood sect of Bingzhou. Xiao Zhu murmured the name again thoughtfully. She had seen the name of this militant order somewhere before, although she could not quite put her finger on it yet. But hearing Wang Yang mentioning it gave her a sense of déjà vu. "Wait," she said all of a sudden, "that's the one." "That's the one," she exclaimed. Xiao Zhu was surprised now that she knew where did she see that name before. "But why did Dong Shuyi send you this, Master Wang Yang?" she asked, feeling something was amiss. "He wasn't sending it only to me. He was sending it to every signature stored in his battlefield imprint moments before his death." Moments before his death. "He's dead now," Wang Yang confirmed suddenly. He had been trying to raise Dong Shuyi since he saw the message, then he saw the signature belonging to Dong Shuyi fading from his battlefield imprint, the sign that its possessor had perished. Then he saw it. Wang Yang finally saw what Dong Shuyi was trying to do. In the final moments of his life, Dong Shuyi sent a simple message to everyone he knew. A message that could cause a storm so huge that it would rock the whole dimension of the Spirit Creek battlefield until the provinces of Jianghu in the real world. Whether it was 100 or maybe 1,000 people that Dong Shuyi had sent the message to, Wang Yang would never know. It was clear that by sending the message to every signature in his battlefield imprint, Dong Shuyi was just seconds away from dying, showing how he was out of time to pick who the recipients of his message were. Was it the doing of that intruder Lu Yi? Very likely. In the message, Dong Shuyi specifically mentioned that Lu Yi has reached the 5th order of the Spirit Creek realm. Meanwhile, Dong Shuyi himself was now in the 6th order since the destruction of 3 of his spiritual points. Killing an enemy 1 rank higher wasn't impossible, especially for those who are unbelievably gifted, Wang Yang contemplated quietly. But if that were true, Wang Yang realized again, and if Dong Shuyi was telling the truth, then I really have misjudged that fellow. He might not be an acolyte of one of those great militant sects, but that didn't mean that he's in any way weaker than them. He could feel the abundant tides of his blood coursing vigorously in its warm flush. He got up at once. Master Wang Yang?" Xiao Zhu asked, puzzled at why Wang Yang was looking suddenly enthusiastic. "The game's afoot, Xiao Zhu. It's time we acquaint ourselves with the heroes of all around the battlefield. said Wang Yang as he trotted away. Disseminate that message as widely as possible. Understood, sir, answered Xiao Zhu obediently, tapping on her battlefield imprint as she followed him demurely behind. At the same time, people from all corners of the battlefield received the same message from Dong Shuyi. Some thought nothing about it, merely dismissing it as just some inconsequential ramblings from a man whose fall from grace must have addled his mind, but to others, reading the message left them so greatly disturbed that they immediately reported the contents of the message to their higher-ups. Slowly, the information about Lu Yi spread far and wide with the speed and intensity of a raging bushfire on an unstoppable rampage. In barely a half-day's time, those who had been wary of the Crimson Blood sect were made aware that the militant order had found a fresh young prodigy in Lu Yi, the young wunderkind who grew from the 3rd to the 5th order in just barely 2 months. Progressing 2 ranks in just 2 months might look like an extraordinary feat, but it was doable. So long as a cultivator could ensure that he had enough supplies to maintain his upkeep, progressing 2 ranks in the same time frame as Lu Yi was not impossible, especially for acolytes belonging to militant sects and orders that enjoyed greater wealth and affluence. Or maybe, those who had experienced a fortuitous encounter, rewards of providence or the like, in the course of their travels around the battlefield, Wang Yang realized. People have been trying to unravel the secrets behind the mysteries of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Where did it come from and where it was really located, many had asked. Yet no one knew anything about the enigmatic pocket dimension. Questions have been asked about if the battlefield was a dimension completely alien from the world of Jianghu, and some had speculated if the battlefield was a pocket dimension separately created by an ancient entity of immense power. Each hypothesis has its own merits. The battlefield teemed with ruins and relics alien to the cultures and heritage of the civilization of Jianghu, and some were way older than Jianghu itself. As well hidden and protected as such ancient remains and monuments often were, they yielded to anyone lucky enough to stumble into them rich rewards that could bring great progress or advancement. So if that intruder really had such a lucky encounter, that would explain how he managed to rise 2 ranks in just 2 months plus. He mused further. It did not take long for intelligence about Lu Yi to arrive from the outside world of Jianghu. Apparently, the Grand Sky Coalition had attacked the Evil Moon Valley just less than 6 months ago. The slaves of the mines were freed and were allowed the chance to enroll into the 10 militant sects and orders who were part of the coalition, and Lu Yi was accepted into the Crimson Blood sect. His real name was Lu Yi, and he was called Lu Yi because he was shown to have only the potential of 1 leaf during the magical potential assessment. And records indicated that he only had his first spiritual point freshly unlocked at that time. In other words, Lu Yi had grown from having just 1 spiritual point unlocked to the 5th order of the Spirit Creek realm in just barely 6 months. That alone was more amazing than the completion of the 1st to the 5th order of the Spirit Creek realm in the same time frame. If Lu Yi did indeed only have the potential of 1 leaf, then his precipitous rise could only be attributed to an incidental encounter that had granted him bounteous providence. He was never in any good environment to train, nor was any proper tutelage to guide him, for his mentor and Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect Tang Yifeng was attacked on the way back to the stronghold of their order. Further information would yield that Tang Yifeng managed to defeat his assailant and killed him, but he too was hurt, and for the past 6 months he had been recuperating somewhere in Ao Shan, keeping himself hidden from public eye while his student Lu Yi was allegedly killed during the ambush. So the Crimson Blood sect had finally found an heir one moment only to have lost him in the next, like a sleight of hand act gone wrong. The deputy chief of the Grand Sky Coalition Pang Zhen was rumored to have confirmed this information, and he was reported to have been extremely enraged by the attack that he ordered a full-scale inquiry, resulting in the arrest of several notable members of the coalition discovered to have been colluding with the forces of evil. The news of treacherous spies lurking within the ranks of the forces of the good shocked the whole world. But clearly, Wang Yang mused, this is just a load of bullshit by Pang Zhen. Lu Yi was very much alive, and beyond any doubt, it was Tang Yifeng who had sent him here. In fact, Wang Yang now had every reason to suspect that the information about Tang Yifeng still recuperating in Ao Shan was nothing but just a charade. Tang Yifeng might look like an honorable and venerable elder, but the cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge knew better, especially after enduring his ruthlessness and wrath so many years ago. News traveled fast in the world of cultivators. In just one day, Lu Ye's provenance and history, from his days as a slave to how he and his mentor were attacked, became public knowledge to virtually everyone with power and influence inside the battlefield. With Lu Yi and his one-leaf potential being a minor legend, Breadcrumbs were lying everywhere, making it easy for anyone to put two and two together. Militant sects and orders all around the battlefield roused into action. Just decades before, the Crimson Blood sect of Bingzhou was a name that once sent fear creeping down the spine of anyone who dared to defy it, and one that commanded both respect and awe. Cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge from the yesteryears of the Crimson Blood sect's supremacy could reminisce with horror and apprehension about how they managed to survive the sect's abuse until today. Chapter 144, Li Baxin Feng Yuechan. A rock perched proudly over the precipitous cliffs of the mountains that belonged to a Tier 2 militant sect, the Devoted Ones, was known to all members of the sect as the Hawk's Flight Rock. The rock, a landmark of the Devoted Ones outpost that was located right near the central region of the battlefield, looked exactly like a hawk spreading its wings, ready to take into the air. A lone figure sat on top of the rock. Clad in a fitting tunic of white embroidered with crimson cloud-like patterns, the lean and strong man in his hair of flowing long mane of silver-white hardly looked like a 30-year-old man in his prime. If anything, he looked rather like he has seen more winters than he ought to. With one leg propped up and the other dangling off the edge of the rock, he sat there, accompanied by a gourd filled with wine. His eyes squinted as he gazed at the dimming red sun that was slowly sinking down the western horizon. Seizing his gourd, he threw his head back for a swig, only to realize that it was empty. His urge to intoxicate himself further remained unsatiated. He gave the empty gourd a little shake as if he couldn't believe it until he finally sighed. All of a sudden, his dejected eyes shot wide with renewed vigor. He looked down and saw a flash of light streaking towards him like a comet. Grinning, he exclaimed, "Wine," and waved at his incoming visitor. The streak of light landed beside him and faded, revealing a young lass smiling at him playfully. The petite maiden in a shamrock dress and her hair tied into a pair of twin tails beamed broadly at the man, flaunting her dimples. "Brother Baxin," her voice chirped sweetly at him. "Not brother," he feigned a glare at her, "call me senior." "Oh?" The young lass tilted her head quizzically at him, the playful look in her eyes portending something mischievous. "Are you certain about that?" The man pensively responded, "The ranks of seniority are clear. Your father is like a brother to me, it's only right that you address me as senior." The young lass held her hands behind her back and paced around, slowly inching further and further with every bit the semblance of a playful kitten. She threw him a look through the corners of her eyes. "If you say so. Only a brother to me gets to enjoy the sweet draught that I've brought him. But a senior, eh? Guess he'll have to contend with the fresh air here instead." "Sister Yuechan, that's so wrong of you," the man berated, the stolid and wistful demeanor he was struggling to maintain crumbling at last. The girl called Yuechan giggled and turned back at last, satisfied. She rummaged inside her storage bag and pulled out a few flasks of wine. Baxin peeled off the seal of one of the flasks and inhaled the sweet aroma wafting out of the vessel. His face broke into a contented smile. "Nice wine." He appended the flask and took a few mouthfuls before he burped. Then he asked offhandedly, "Where did you find such a fine draught? It tastes as if it's been aged well." Yuechan was emptying the flasks of wine into Baxin's gourd while she answered nonchalantly, "This is the wine my mother hid in the ground somewhere inside that bamboo grove below." Baxin stopped in his tracks and slowly swiveled around to face Yuechan with a blank stare. "Wait, that means this is supposed to be part of your dowry? Heavens, you're a brazen one. If your mother knows about this." Yuechan giggled impishly, "If you don't tell and I don't tell, she'll never know." Baxin peered at her, visibly perturbed. He took one more look at his gourd and took a couple more mouthfuls. "Whatever. It's not the first time I've had a spanking by that old hag. So long as I stay here, there's nothing she can do." "So, Brother Baxin, when will you be marrying me?" Yuechan was finished with filling up Baxin's gourd and she sat in front of him, eyeing him solemnly. Cough, cough. Baxin nearly choked on his wine. He wiped his face dry of the wine that he spilled and glared at the girl. "Watch what you're saying. I'm your elder." Yuechan looked up into the sky nowhere in particular and began tapping her lower lip gently. "Well, you did kiss me that night 32 years ago, skilled in magic that could make herself younger than her true age. No one could tell how old she really was at first glance." "Wait, that's enough," a flustered Baxin yelled at once. He looked around as if to make sure no one heard what Yuechan just said and said, "Come on. What if your mother hears you? Besides, we were just kids back then. We were just a few years old back then. How in heaven's name did she manage to remember everything with such detail? Is this my past transgressions coming back to bite me? All right, as you wish, Yue-chan chuckled, beaming broadly at him while she mimed a gesture of closing up her lips and zipping her mouth shut. Ba Xin grimaced mournfully. He, of all people, knew Yue-chan the most. The more she behaved like an obedient girl, the more likely that she had something hidden from him. He sighed. All right, out with it. Well, here's the thing, she grinned playfully at him, you're marrying me. I'm not hearing a word from you ever again, said Ba Xin, turning around to avert his eyes from her, exasperated. Are you sure? Not even a word about the Crimson Blood sect? Her cooing voice came from the back of his shoulders. The young man spun around. This time he looked genuinely morose. His lips quivered as if to speak, although he managed to force a few words bitterly. Is it time then? For the sect to be defunct? On the contrary, Yue-chan shook her head, her large glimmering eyes curving up into little crescents. It would appear that the Crimson Blood sect might not have to be removed from the coalition after all. What do you mean? Ba Xin frowned. With no new acolytes for the past 3 decades, the Crimson Blood sect was teetering on the brink of being expelled. There would be fresh assessments of the coalition's militant sects and orders in 2 months, and for the last 30 years, it was his mentor and another fellow student, and the only surviving one he still had, who had been keeping things running within the order. But that did not prevent the Crimson Blood sect from falling down the ladder of preferment from Tier 1 to Tier 9, and if the sect failed to once again meet the mark, it could face expulsion from the coalition. Well, there are rumors, just rumors, mind you, that your mentor accepted a new student somewhere about 6 months ago. But on the way back to the stronghold, they were attacked, and with no other ways to safeguard your newest fellow student, Grand Master Tang had to send him here. Right now, this young fellow who they call Lu Yi has reached the 5th Order and is on his way to the Crimson Blood sect outpost. Ba Xin was already on his feet even before Yue-chan finished, his face fraught with disbelief and amazement. So that old senile has finally taken in a new one. It would appear so. From where did you hear this? Is there any way to verify it? I'm not sure how, I barely know where it came from. But it's all over the battlefield now and people are talking about this. All over the battlefield now? Ba Xin's forehead wrinkled into a deep frown before he hissed, Good heavens, this is bad. A blaze of light engulfed him and he shot into the sky and was gone. Remember to marry me? Yue-chan cried cheerily. But there was no reply. Then she snorted, What's the rush anyway? You didn't even ask me where. Even so, she delivered a message to Ba Xin, making sure that he had all the details he needed. Almost as soon as he left, a voice echoed through the misty cliffs. What do you think you're doing, Li Ba Xin? You are hereby forbidden from leaving without explicit orders. Arga. The voice sounded as if it was plummeting down the chasm. Yue-chan stood up and got off the Hawk's Flight rock. She paused and thought aloud, The Blackfire Cult, the Tower of Mourning, and the Veil of Venom. Which should I go to first? Oh, what a chore. She peered around to make sure no one was looking and removed one of her shoes. Then she tossed it up into the air and let it fall down to the ground. She looked at where the tip of her shoe was pointing and murmured, So, Veil of Venom, eh? So be it then. Veil of Venom it is. As she spoke, she flung out a handkerchief. The tiny piece of cloth fluttered in the wind and expanded immediately into such a size that a few could sit comfortably on it together. Yue-chan glided up onto the gigantic piece of cloth and soared up into the air too. The same disembodied voice from earlier resounded once more, Sister Yue-chan, where are you off to? Leave me alone. Go. Scram. Yue-chan waved her hand dismissively. The same thing happened to that voice again. Argek. It sounded like it had just fallen off a cliff again. A figure, disheveled and dusty, crawled up from the ground moments later, gazing in the direction where the giant handkerchief had vanished with forlorn sadness. What the hell just happened? Our legate and vice-legate just ran off. Just like that? This is the first time that something so ludicrous could ever happen since the founding of the Devoted Ones? Oh no. He immediately sent word to all senior members of the Devoted Ones, ordering them to hold their posts and activate the magical force field that guarded the outpost. The last thing they needed was an invasion by one of the forces of Thousand Demon Rich. At the same time, he ordered his men to inform their headquarters in the world of Jianghu about what just happened. 2 days later, somewhere within the inner ring region of the battlefield and just outside the outpost of the Veil of Venom, the legate in charge of the Veil's outpost here was gazing up into the sky, fuming with rage from the safety and fastness of the outpost's defensive force field. What's the meaning of this, Feng Yuechan? But that was all he could do. He dared not risk his own hide by coming out of the force field and saying this right into Feng Yuechan's face. That woman was the #1 name on the battlefield's roll of supremacy. The most supreme cultivator in the lands here. And the one who had been dominating the top spot of the roll for more than a decade. She did not have extraordinary gifts in the study of magic and fighting. Her gifts, although exemplary, were not nearly enough to place her on the top of the roll of supremacy for so long. There were other reasons. It was because she refused to ascend further. It was more than a decade ago when she unlocked her 360th spiritual point, prompting everyone back then to think that it wouldn't be long before she ascended into the Cloud River realm. Yet year after year went by and she just refused to ascend. For more than a dozen years she stayed in the Spirit Creek realm, and that dormancy allowed her powers to grow purer than most. But that was not all. Feng Yuechan was a spell cultivator. Since she had reached the zenith of the Spirit Creek realm and she could go no further unless she ascended, Feng Yuechan devoted the rest of her time to the study of more spells. That, in a way, helped to make her stronger and stronger year by year, seeing her rising up to the throne of the most supreme cultivator in the battlefield, where she has remained undefeated and undisputed. Word had it that she had fully mastered more than 100 spells. Which was in its way an unbelievable feat, for most Ninth Order spell cultivators could use only 10 to 20 spells, and the spells that they fully grasped even less so. Hence being able to master more than 100 spells spoke volumes of how dangerous and deadly the reigning #1 of the roll of supremacy was. But refusing to ascend was nevertheless detrimental, especially to gifted cultivators such as Feng Yuechan. Her potential would undoubtedly wane as she grew older, and this would certainly affect her future progress. A few of her peers were already Cloud River realm cultivators by now, with another handful now in the Real Lake realm. Therefore none really wanted to knock her off the top spot. The longer she stayed there, the more she would suffer in the future. The roll of supremacy was the ranking list of the most powerful cultivators in the battlefield, compiled by the sentient will of the laws of nature that govern the battlefield. The impartiality of the roll of supremacy was what lent credence to its veracity. There was no doubt that Feng Yuechan was the most powerful cultivator in the battlefield. But few were amused at the notion of having a woman reigning over them. That led to a trend where new crops of cultivators would be happy to quickly progress to the Ninth Order and ascend so that they could leave the battlefield as soon as possible. And now, the cultivators of the Veil of Venom were the latest to sample Feng Yuechan's overbearing abuse. All it took was just a few spells from her and the force field of the outpost was already shuddering as if it was going to give way. The Veil might be a Tier 4 militant sect today, but those old enough to remember the old days might recall that 40 years ago, the Veil of Venom was a Tier 1 monstrosity of immense power and influence. It was during one of the many wars in the past where the Veil suffered huge losses. That saw its plummet from grace, where it became the Tier 4 militant order it currently was. Still, the Veil remained a force that no one was foolish enough to flippantly trifle with. Yet right here, right now, just outside the entrance of its outpost, all it took was one woman to keep the Veil's every single cultivator cowering inside the safety of the outpost's defensive force field. The one woman whose existence now lorded over the entire battlefield. By means of response to the questions posed to her by the legate in charge of the Veil's outpost, Feng Yuechan conjured a massive fireball the size of a cottage. In comparison, Dong Shuye's fireballs looked just like a pea. Chapter 145 Clash of Carnage. When the miniature sun slammed itself into the stronghold's defensive force field, the ground rocked and the earth shook. A huge eruption of steam, dust and winds rippled in forceful pulsing waves from the collision. The defensive barrier might still hold, but everyone inside could feel the heat from the fireball that the insides of the entire fort felt like it was going to burn. "Recall all your men right now, or I'll begin the slaughter," Feng Yuechan called imperiously from atop her magical flying device. The legate in charge of the stronghold knew better than to test her wrath. He frantically sent word to every single acolyte and champion of his order, urging them to come home at once. All around the battlefield, every single veil of venom cultivator who was converging on the outer rings of this pocket dimension immediately wheeled around and set a new course for the currently beleaguered outpost at once, but not without muttering a string of curses under his or her breaths. The entire Spirit Creek battlefield had turned into a vast hive of activity. Outposts of militant sects and orders belonging to the Grand Sky Coalition that were located in the inner rings of the battlefield immediately launched surprise attacks on nearby Thousand Demon Ridge outposts in unison. More ludicrous was a certain order known by the name the Battalion of Strength. The battalion sent forth a force that traversed almost 1,000 miles, passing through the lands attendant to various order sects and orders, just to attack another Thousand Demon Ridge outpost that belonged to the Sanctuary of Perfidy. When informed of the attack, the Sanctuary's low-tier cultivators were stunned beyond words. The battalion was an order that was supposed to be 1,000 miles away. Yet why in heaven's name were they attacking them? The Sanctuary's cultivators did not know why. None of them knew how the beef with the battalion started at all. But the Sanctuary's higher-tier cultivators knew what was going on. Explicit orders had come from their headquarters in the world of Jianghu, bidding them haste for the outer rings of the battlefield to hunt down a certain someone. Faced with such a dilemma, the higher-tier cultivators could hardly carry on with their mission. With a whole army of enemies at their gates, none of the Sanctuary's low-tier cultivators could venture out without being mauled by flurries of deadly spells. With no other choice, the Sanctuary's 8th and 9th Order cultivators had to call off their hunt and head back home to help lift the siege. The surprise assaults launched by Grand Sky Coalition sects and orders on their Thousand Demon Ridge counterparts included only a handful of them at first, but the numbers began to pile. By the Divine Trade Association's reckoning, more than 100 small-scale skirmishes had broken out between both sides in the span of just 5 days. Never in history did the coalition ever waged a war on the Thousand Demon Ridge at such a scale before. In fact, this was the first time in several decades that a head-on conflict between the coalition and the Ridge really broke out. Sects and orders with outposts deep within the core region of the battlefield followed the progress of the war with interest, all of them anxious to see if the standard that once stood proudly at the head of the Grand Sky Coalition army so many years back would still endure. It was expected to fall in just 2 more months, before the sudden appearance of a successor who showed that he might just have what it took to keep the standard standing. The Thousand Demon Ridge could never allow that. Not when its long wait was finally bearing fruit. For 30 years, the Ridge had watched the standard inching closer and closer to crashing down. Yet all of a sudden something has changed. Lu Yi, the one person whose unannounced advent into the fold could shatter the whole status quo. To that end, the Ridge needed Lu Yi to die. The 5th Order cultivator must be eliminated to ensure that the standard fell and that it would be buried and never be seen again. The standard that had been the prime object of shame and ignominy for each and every single sect and order that belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge. In the meantime, Lu Yi was giving his saber a forceful flick to fling away the blood that caught on its blade. Around him on the ground was a sprawl of several dead bodies. Bodies of fallen Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. Lu Yi had just survived an attack and he was not liking the number of enemies he was encountering at all. Something is badly wrong. Since slaying Dong Shuyi a few days back, Lu Yi had continued riding for the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. With his nemesis and nightmare finally conquered, that part of his journey was exhilarating and refreshing. It was not until 3 days ago that something changed. He was just on his way when he stumbled into a squad of cultivators. Encountering unfamiliar cultivators was common, especially in the wilderness. Lu Yi had lost count of the number of times he ran into strangers in the middle of nowhere. But most of the time, everyone would exchange not so much as curt nods and nervous glances, giving each other a wide berth to prevent any unwanted misunderstanding. But this time, the squad of cultivators he ran into came straight at him even when he tried to avoid them. The looks on their face nearly left Lu Yi wondering if he was a fat slice of ham and they had been famished for days. Even so, that did not prevent Lu Yi from dispatching them in short order. He rode on Amber's back and unleashed death with no quarter given. There was no need to, since his newfound enemies clearly weren't going to show him any as well. The squad had a 5th Order cultivator, but Lu Yi was not the average garden variety cultivator who could barely hold his own in a fight with an enemy of similar rank. The skirmish was just way easier than dealing with Dong Shuyi. All it took was just a couple of moments before the entire squad of enemies was annihilated. He looted his fill of the bounty and went on his way. Just when Lu Yi thought that that was the sum of all his troubles, he was proven wrong when he met another group of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. And in the following 3 days he had been killing, and killing. He had stumbled upon and slain at least 6 groups of enemies. All that yielded him a bounty of more than 20 storage bags with 100 or so contribution points. But Lu Yi was far from pleased with the rewards. As much as he had gained a lot, all the fighting was just slowing him down. More than that, he was starting to encounter problems with his spiritual power. He could feel the presence of impurities inside his spiritual power. In the past, he could fully depend on consuming spirit pills to build up his spiritual power because of his skill tree. He once observed and discovered that the flames on the tree could consume any impurities or toxic waste that resulted from his ingestion of pills and expel them out of his body. For this reason, his spiritual power had always been pure and he was able to avoid what his mentor Tang Yifeng had described as toxic poisoning from the consumption of pills. The purity of Lu Ye's spiritual power was one of the main reasons that he was able to defeat any cultivator of similar rank aside from the spiritual patterns of sharp edge and protection that he could both utilize freely during battle. The purer a cultivator's spiritual power was, the more potent and powerful the effects of his spells and whatever employment of his spiritual power would be. Even if it was the same stroke, the same skill, or the same technique, the difference in the two cultivators' spiritual power purity would result in varying outcomes and effects. Yet right now he could positively detect impurities inside his spiritual power. When he stopped to rest last night, he examined his skill tree and what he discovered shocked him. His skill tree had somehow lost its former ability to burn away all poisonous and toxic waste from his ingestion of spirit pills, and that was how his body was beginning to build up more impurities. The skill tree was none other than the biggest reason behind his rapid progress that saw him becoming a 5th-order cultivator when he barely just unlocked his first spiritual point. Without the ability to remove all impurities from his spiritual power, the speed of his future growth would surely be impaired. That left Lu Yi in a sullen mood, which he vented by reducing to bloody bits and viscera any 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators unlucky enough to run into him. It took him quite a great deal of thinking that not all was lost with his skill tree. All he needed to do was to absorb some sort of heat-based substance that the skill tree could use to reignite the flames on its leaves. These flames were what the skill tree would need to burn away the toxicity in his body. The sustenance for the flames must have been fully exhausted, and that could be why his tree could no longer purify his spiritual power. It was a hypothesis that still needed due verification, and he needed the aforementioned heat-based substance to find out if his guess was true. The first time when Lu Yi first activated his skill tree, it was a strange tangerine yellowish flame that he discovered sealed inside one of the ores he found. The next substance his skill tree absorbed was the heat source from below the roots of the barrier-penetrating fruit tree. Yet despite the experiences, Lu Yi did not know from whence he should find the third heat-based substance for his skill tree. The first 2 times were pure happenstance. Fortunately for him, the bulk of his spiritual power was still pristine enough to not impact him heavily. All he needed to be careful of was to not inhale any spirit pills as recklessly as he did before. He consumed only 1 pill per day and spent the rest of his time using the spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, to do the rest of the work. With a copious amount of spirit stones at his disposal, his initial plan was to pay the nearest Divine Trade Association branch a visit and see if he could find any heat-based substances that his skill tree could use. But that plan hardly looked viable right now. For the past few days, Lu Yi had found himself walking straight into waves and waves of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator squads, and each of them had at least 1 or 2 5th-order cultivators. It did not take long for him to wonder if these were not ordinary squads, but rather hunting parties, and a hunch told Lu Yi that he himself was that prey. Yi was flipping through the dead bodies when Lu Yi looked up. A hawk was circling in the air, a predator in search of prey. At the same time, under a tree 3 miles away from Lu Ye's position, a tiny troop of cultivators was huddled together. As if they were oblivious to the more than 7 to 8 dead bodies strewn on the ground around them, they were sharing a view of a device that was showing Lu Ye's position just like how the shadow moon disk could. Lu Ye's position viewed from a bird's eye view. All of them watched the display pensively without a word. One of them gulped hard. "How is that a 5th-order cultivator?" he gasped. They had seen with their own eyes how Lu Yi had cleaved his way through a gauntlet of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators with the ease and finesse of an experienced butcher carving down a slab of meat. One look was enough to tell that Lu Yi was not only no stranger to killing, he was born for it. Not even normal 6th-order cultivators could boast that kind of deadliness. "Is this the right guy?" asked another. "Just make sure that we got the right guy." "It's him," Fifth Order, riding a snowy white tiger, and on the path between Mount Fengyun and the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. There's no mistaking it, said a woman with voluptuous curves. It was her who was powering the miniature shadow moon disk with her 7th Order level spiritual powers. The rest of her squad was made up of 3 6th Orders and several 5th Orders. A team of such a composition would never have been roaming somewhere in the outer circles of the battlefield under normal circumstances. The squad was moving towards the intersection between the outer and inner rings of the battlefield from their outpost. That was the ideal spot for a team with that composition to train. But halfway on their journey, they received an urgent order from their order's leadership to come here at once. What was actually going on, not one of them knew. But they had heard about how their mentors in the order had once enjoyed the kindness and generosity of the Crimson Blood Sect a long time ago. Hence when news about Lu Ye's true identity as an acolyte of the Crimson Blood Sect began to sweep all over the battlefield like a virulently contagious disease, the mentors of this squad ordered them to come and watch over this young lad and make sure that he was safe. They were not the only ones. Furious undercurrents abounded the whole battlefield. While many wanted to protect this young lad, even more wanted to see him dead. It was a contest between both sides where the boy's survival would determine which side would be the victor. Chapter 146, Am I Not Screaming Hard Enough? Well, we found him. So what now? Make contact? Asked another member of the squad, a 6th Order cultivator. Not a good idea, said another. It's better if we just shadow him and watch him. A good many of Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders have sent forth kill squads to hunt him down. We're only here because we're close. That is an advantage we could use. Breaking concealment leaves us in a much compromised position. We could be overrun very easily. It's obvious that this lad is still none the wiser over the ruckus that's now brewing on his account. Making contact with him might turn out poorly, especially if he becomes suspicious of us. But shadowing him might not be good enough to keep him safe. I have another idea. Why don't we just give him a bloody bludgeon to the head so that he faints? We can easily carry him away, added another member, a hulking giant of a man. That earned him the stares and glares of all his fellow squad members. What bad idea? He muttered sheepishly. Well, since you're the one to come up with this bright idea, nodded one of the 6th Orders, why don't you do the honors? Me? He'd just reduce me into pork chops before I ever get close, bawled the beefy man. As a 6th Order cultivator, even he could not ensure that he would defeat Lu Yi squarely in a fight. Witnessing Lu Ye's ferocity in action earlier had left him badly daunted. It was up to the female leader of the squad to make the final decision. I'll make contact with him, said the 7th Order cultivator. I'll stay around him while you guys shadow us. That was a decision that no one objected to. Although in mere seconds, everyone was wondering if they had erred in agreeing to the plan. As soon as the female leader broke away to approach Lu Yi, she began tearing her own tunic and tried to make her chest look more bosomy by trying to lift her chest with her hands and squashing her ample mounds together. One of the 6th Orders slapped his forehead with exasperation as he averted his gaze. Heavens, Sister Lawn. The lengths you're going to complete your mission? In the meantime, Lu Yi was pressing forward on Amber's back when he heard a weak voice calling for help. Lu Yi paused and listened. It was true. Someone was calling for help and it was a woman. He did not go nearer to her at once. Being attacked again and again with such a bizarrely persistent frequency had left him extremely wary about strangers. Yi was sent ahead to quickly reconnoiter the area before she came back with her findings. There really was a woman who looked like she had just survived a spirit beast attack, although there were no signs of animal traps anywhere around them. Lu Yi nodded and had Amber shift to another bearing. The female cultivator called Lan was still moaning for help in her tattered tunic when her battlefield imprint alerted her to new incoming messages. She glanced through them quickly and said, totally flabbergasted, "What the hell? Why the hell did he run away?" Anyone would have come to have a look when they ran into a lady crying for help in the wilderness. What the hell is wrong with him? Is it because I'm not crying loud enough or am I not screaming hard enough? The female cultivator got up to her feet, so indignant that the veins on her temples were bulging. Gods, how I'd love to give that brat a punch. She rejoined her squad later after changing into a fresh set of clothing, although the look on her face wasn't fresh in any way at all. She was utterly dour and glum. "What now?" asked one of them. The female cultivator's eyes wavered with uncertainty. "The same plan. I'll try to get close to him myself this time. The rest of you just keep close. All that's well, but this fellow's got a mount that's very fast. We can do our best to keep up, but it's only just a matter of time before he gives us the slip, quipped one of the Sixth Orders. That won't matter. Our job's just to watch him for one part of the journey. There'll be other squads from other Grand Sky Coalition orders waiting to take over ahead, said Lon. That was good news to the squad. With more help from other allies, that would mean that their job had just become considerably easier. It was night and Lu Yi made camp. He used a bonfire to roast some meat for himself and Amber. Halfway through his meal, he detected the signature of someone with spiritual power approaching. He got up at once and stared intently into the darkness, in the direction from whence the stranger was coming. Just moments later, a figure dashed out of the thickets, stepping into the light of the fire. Lu Ye's hand snapped to the hilt of his weapon immediately, ready to draw it at a moment's notice while he eyed the newcomer with an unfriendly glare. It was a woman, and one whose appearance was disheveled and bedraggled, with her half-naked womanly charms spilling out of her loose clothing. She looked like she was running for her life. Frantically, she tore towards Lu Yi the moment she clapped eyes on him. Help, sir. Someone is trying to kill me. Unfazed by the theatrics, Lu Yi drew his weapon with deliberate, menacing slowness. That was enough for Lon to stop in her tracks, and quickly realized that one more step and this young lad would attack with extreme prejudice and without mercy. The cold hard stare he was giving her was telling her as much. This ungrateful and brutish whelp. She screeched to a stop and cried with tears welling in her eyes, "Help me, please." As she spoke, she did not neglect to raise her arm to show him a glimpse of her battlefield imprint. From within the darkness behind her, a few more strangers leaped out into the open. One of them peered at Lu Yi and squealed, "A Fifth Order! Quick run!" With just that, the pursuers immediately turned on their heels and scrambled away. Lu Ye's forehead creased deeper. He gave the woman another curt look. Confirming that she was only just a Fourth Order, he gradually slid his weapon back into its sheath. Lon heaved a heavy breath of relief. Still wearing that damsel in distress look, she said to Lu Yi, "To what sector order do you belong to, kind sir?" Lu Yi did not bother to reply. He ignored her and went back to munching on his roasted meat. Amber pawed him affectionately and he leaned back, lying down on the tiger's huge belly. But he did not take his eyes off the woman at all. Funny, he thought. He was just thinking that he could have sworn that he had heard that voice somewhere before, then he realized that she was the same woman who was moaning for help earlier. He did not get to see her, but Yi recognized her the moment she showed herself. Amber's pawing at him just now was at Yi's behest to send him a signal to warn him. So, this woman was trying to get me to save her just now, but she failed. Then now she comes to me on her own accord? What is her scheme in trying to get close to me? And she's made it clear that she's a member of the Grand Sky Coalition. Lu Yi was still contemplating in silence when Lon forced a smile. "Would you let me stay here for the night, sir? Just for the night until I'm sure I'm safe?" "As you wish." "What the hell is wrong with you, you ungrateful and snobbish brat?" Lon almost screamed aloud. Her anger was getting harder and harder to keep in check. Still, she forced another smile. "Why, thank you so much." But that was her chance to get closer to her target. Her clothes were still loose and disheveled, not to mention the speckles of blood that mottled all over her tunic. But all that did little to dissuade her from trying to reveal her womanly charms to Lu Yi. She sat down beside the fire and held up her hands to keep them warm. "Thank you so much," she tried to make conversation. "I would have been killed if not for you. I really couldn't thank you enough." Without responding to her melodramatics, Lu Yi tossed her a piece of roasted meat all of a sudden, catching her by surprise that she nearly dropped it. She stared at him in silent bewilderment. So, he's the tough on the outside but soft on the inside type? That seemed to have quelled what displeasure and resentment about him a great deal. Plus, the juicy yet tender roasted steak and its alluring aroma were making her stomach groan in protest. Unable to resist her pangs of hunger, she began wolfing down on the food ravenously. "What's your name, sir?" Lon mumbled as she ate. "I'm Lon Yudi." "Quit talking when you eat." "Ah, okay. Is it good?" "Yeah, it is. Thank you." "Hasn't anyone told you before about not accepting food from strangers?" Lu Yi said suddenly. Without her realizing it, he was already on his feet with his weapon drawn as he strode towards her menacingly. Lan Yudi's face fell with dread and dismay. She immediately dropped the slab of meat and tried to channel her spiritual power, but to no avail. What answered her call was only the twinging sensation where her microcosmic orbits felt like collapsing, let alone functioning at all. Before she could even get to her feet, the long blade of Lu Ye's weapon rested on her shoulder with its sharp edge grazing the skin of her neck. Lan Yudi looked up and their eyes met. Her eyes flared with rage. "You drugged me? How dare you?" That was the last straw. It was not so much his indignation as the humiliation that a seventh order like her would fall prey to such a simple parlor trick by a fifth order. If word of this got out, she could never tolerate the shame. She could barely confess to seeing this coming at all. No one had ever done something like this to her. Relax. It's only something that inhibits the use of your spiritual power temporarily. It's nothing harmful. The substance was first found inside the storage bag that belonged to the son of the Nine-Star Clan's master before he had Wuxia analyze it. He had been waiting for the chance to put it to good use after he knew what it was and labeled it. "Now, let's hear the truth of your trying to get close to me." "What the hell are you talking about?" exclaimed Lan Yudi, feigning ignorance. "That was you moaning for help earlier today, wasn't it? So what are the odds that you'll be stumbling into me at night again? Don't tell me that it's a coincidence, because you and I both know that it ruddy well is not." "Why you?" Lan Yudi could not believe it. Lu Yi couldn't have seen her. But how did he manage to recognize her just by hearing her voice alone? Lan Yudi gazed up at Lu Yi, who was looking at her crossly. She cracked into a simper. "Impressive. It would appear that this might be an interesting mission after all. So you're admitting that you've been deliberately trying to get close to me?" "Yep." Lan Yudi conceded, allowing her long hair down to conceal the expression on her face. Lu Yi began to notice something amiss. The surface of Lan Yudi's skin was beginning to glow at an unprecedented pace, portending the real level of spiritual power that she had been hiding from him. Knowing better than to wait, he whipped the edge of his saber across her artery without any hesitation. But he missed. Broken strands of hair fell to the ground, and Lan Yudi had vaulted herself up with one hand on the ground to not only evade Lu Ye's attack but also to deliver a kick straight into his face. Lu Yi leaned backward to avoid the heavy blow that swished just inches past his face before he kicked hard and withdrew to a safe distance, putting more than 15 meters between them both. Lan Yudi reached up and caressed her fair and slender neck, only to feel something slick and wet. The corners of her eyes twitched with utter shock and disbelief as she registered what it was. "What the hell? Were you actually trying to kill me for real?" The nick on her neck would have been a sideways sweep that would have seen her head lopped off if she had not been dodging quickly enough. Damn it, just what the hell is wrong with him? Does he need to be so brutal? Opposite, Lu Yi wasn't looking pleased at all, for he realized that this woman wasn't just some lowly fourth order but rather a seventh order. Whatever she used, it had managed to conceal her powers and hoodwinked him. But that would explain why the drug did not work as intended. The level of her spiritual power was 3 ranks above what he initially thought, which was why the effects of the drug on her were so light. Amber melted into the darkness, biding for his time to launch a surprise attack. "You've left me in a terrible mood, brat. I'll just vent it on you for what you've done." Lan Yudi's figure was gone, with just her afterimages trailing in her wake as she lunged at Lu Yi. Such incredible speed. Lu Yi nearly gasped aloud. Without any prior experience in dealing with a seventh order, Lu Yi did not know what to expect in a real fight against a seventh order cultivator. All he knew was that Lan Yudi's incredibly fast. But since his physical enrichment inside the dragon spring, he could at least pick up her movements with his sight, or he would be in real danger indeed. Lan Yudi came so close to pouncing on him, and he quickly countered with a vicious backhand sweep aimed at the side of her head. The keen edge of the blade came dangerously close to scraping her nose as she took a couple of light-footed steps to retreat backward. But she was nonetheless astounded by what just happened. Did he just read my moves? Or was that just a fluke? But there was no time to think. Her figure vanished into thin air again amid a trail of afterimages chasing after her like wraiths. Lu Yi quickly readjusted the grip of his saber and swung it forward once more. That left Lan Yudi even more flabbergasted and discombobulated. Lu Yi really was able to read her moves. Every one of his moves was aimed at countering that of hers. Chapter 147, Protect him, not attack him. Lu Ye's weapon came back around for another furious hack down at Lan Yudi. Sparks were elicited from the collision. Instead of withdrawing, Lan Yudi had just parried that last blow with the help of a dagger that she had produced out of nowhere. Lu Yi recovered and readied himself for another attack. Lan Yudi snorted, "Too open." She threw herself at him with a barrage of punches raining down on him. Lu Yi might be able to catch her movements with his eyes, but he could barely react quickly enough this time. Immediately, he activated spiritual pattern, protection, and the circular image of a runic sigil materialized in front of his abdomen. A bang resounded, followed closely by a huge sweeping wave of force and dust. The blow nearly knocked Lu Yi off his feet, blasting him some 20 or so meters away. Even with the magical shield, Lu Yi still felt his stomach aching so painfully that breathing itself was already torture. "What the hell?" an incredulous Lan Yudi gasped. She was positive that she had hit something, although in the eruption of dust she could barely see what it was. But before she knew it, Lu Yi was already upon her. He recollected himself just as soon as his feet hit solid ground and dashed forward at full speed, eager to not give his enemy any moment for respite. All Lan Yudi could manage to see was the frosty glint of his weapon bearing down on her. Lan Yudi quickly sidestepped the blow. Something changed in her aura. Her speed gained a sudden burst. More clangors ensued, filling the dark forest with the incessant slipshod din of steel gnashing against steel. Roar! Amber came lunging out of the darkness all of a sudden at Lan Yudi from behind. But as if she had an eye on the back of her head, she easily evaded the massive white tiger with a deft twirl on her toes that even a skilled ballerina would have approved before she drove her foot into the tiger's flank, sending the huge beast hurtling away through the air. But Amber was not going to admit defeat just yet. Just before it careened out of reach, the big, muscular animal twisted and lashed his tail at Lan Yudi. The vicious attack caught her unaware and smacked at her face like a deadly whip, enough to leave her staggering while she clutched at her face, growling, "You horrendous thing." She quickly withdrew to a safe distance. That gave Lu Yi the chance to rejoin Amber and get up on its back. It was time to leave. The battle wasn't long, but it was definitely enough for him to know that he wasn't going to defeat her, at least not yet. Therefore they needed to go. Fast. But the situation was made worse when he sensed more spiritual power signatures closing in on his position rapidly. In the blink of an eye he was surrounded. "Wait. What the hell happened here? Why did you fight?" gasped one of the newcomers, a young man who looked totally flabbergasted to see the aftermath of the brief fireside fisticuff. Lan Yudi's team was supposed to maintain their distance when they picked up the clamors of battle going on. Thinking that Lan Yudi and Lu Yi must be under attack by some 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, they rushed here at once only to stumble into this mess. "Stop fighting, just stop," cried another. "Please calm down, Brother Lu. This is a misunderstanding," shouted a third quickly. Lu Yi surveyed the newcomers from the back of Amber. The entire band of newcomer strangers was a party of 6. 3 Sixth Orders and 3 Fifth Orders, and if his guess was correct, one of them was the one who had been masquerading as the one who was pursuing Lan Yudi earlier when she was pulling off that damsel in distress act. "Are they all a team?" he mused grimly. The only point of egress from being surrounded by such a team would be through their weakest point, the Fifth Orders. Even so, there really was no guarantee of success. But Lu Yi was quick to note that none of them had shown him any hostility the moment they showed themselves. In fact, one of them was even addressing him as Brother Lu. Which was something odd, for the only ones who knew his true name were those from the Rogue Wanderers Club and Yi. Since entering the battlefield, Lu Yi had been calling himself Yi instead of his real name Lu Yi. So how did these people know what my real name is? Then there were the numerous attacks that he encountered recently. A hunch told him that all of these bizarre incidents in the past few days must be related somehow. The Sixth Order who called him strode over to Lan Yudi and muttered dubiously, "What happened? Why did you both begin to fight all of a sudden?" The plan was to protect him, not attack him. Lan Yudi finally simmered down. Looking slightly embarrassed, she hissed, "I just couldn't help it." She was just too overwhelmed by the indignation and shame that the very target that she was trying to protect had managed to drug her, and she allowed herself to walk right into it. Even so, she was only too impressed by Lu Ye's prowess in battle. Despite being 2 ranks lower, even she had to admit that she was nearly intimidated by his aggressive style of fighting and his ruthlessness. Never had she felt such a way towards a Fifth Order before. In contrast to him, The fifth orders of her own team has all the formidability of meek and soft little bunnies. Now that she had sampled firsthand Lu Ye's deadliness, she fully understood how easy it was for Lu Yi to cut down an entire 1,000 Demon Ridge kill squad. Any other cultivator of lower or similar rank would immediately find his or herself frightened and daunted by his bold and assertive style, which would allow Lu Yi to secure the initiative of any battle quickly. Who the hell are you? Still wary of the newcomers, Lu Yi did not stop observing them. He spied one of the fifth orders, the weakest member of the team and the best possible chance for escape in case these strangers were enemies. The young man who spoke first grimaced. It was apparent that Lu Yi still maintained a sizable mistrust towards them all. But that was hardly a surprise, even he would behave so if he were in Lu Ye's shoes. Believing a bunch of strangers was easily one of the quickest ways to die in the battlefield. He did not immediately answer Lu Ye's question. But to ensure that no further misunderstanding would occur and that the conversation would progress smoothly, he held out a hand and said solemnly, "I, Chiexin, of Mount Aurora, hereby swear in the name of heavens that all 7 of us bear brother Lu Yi no ill will. We come under the orders of our order's leadership to carry out the mission that they have delegated to us. Once again in the name of the heavens I so swear." The palpable sensation of something ethereal and divine descended from the air and lingered amongst them for a few seconds. "Please, Brother Lu," Chiexin said at last to Lu Yi, who looked like he wasn't getting off Amber's back just yet, "please allow me to explain." Lu Yi slowly and reluctantly allowed his saber to slide back into its scabbard. Swearing in the name of heavens was so sacrosanct that not even 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators would not foolishly and flippantly dare to toy and flirt with. That Chiexin was willing to make such a vow proved that at least he was speaking the truth. He and his team weren't trying to harm Lu Yi in any way at all. Pensively, Chiexin said, "I know you must have a lot of questions that you want answers to. But I'm afraid this is hardly the time and place. Can you come with us somewhere safe to talk?" "Very well," said Lu Yi after a moment's thought. There were questions that were waiting to be answered. "This way, please." Chiexin beckoned with a flourish and led the way. The others followed closely behind. "Wait a minute." Lan Yudi's hand shot up suddenly. "Yes, Sister Lan?" Chiexin turned back around quizzically. A red-faced Lan Yudi muttered quietly, "I'm still under the effects of the poison. I cannot use my spiritual power and I cannot move." She had been trying to keep the effects of the poison suppressed, but that only served to delay the inevitable. If anything, the effects turned to be worse after her attempts, causing her spiritual power to be completely useless at the moment. "What happened?" cried everyone. "Who did this?" Lan Yudi cast an accusing glance at Lu Yi, who averted his gaze and pretended to have a sudden interest in the starry night sky overhead. The entire team broke into myriads of expression. Some wanted to laugh although they couldn't bring themselves to. Their shoulders shook as they fought against the urge to explode into guffaws. That would explain why a fight between them occurred when Lan Yudi's supposed to be the one protecting him. At any rate, no one could blame her for losing her cool. "Do you need me to give you a lift?" Chiexin squeaked meekly. "Gimme a break. As if I need your help." Lan Yudi hissed furiously, "Whoever did this should take responsibility. He has a mount that I can ride on." Lu Yi hesitated, but he patted Amber's back nonetheless. Lan Yudi strode up to the tiger and vaulted herself up. Amber didn't look too happy, but he relented nevertheless. "All right, off we go then," said Chiexin, leading the way. They moved quickly without any more conversation. 2 hours later, the squad found a cave where they took shelter inside. Lu Yi first waited for the Mount Aurora cultivators to step into the cave before he went inside with Amber. The squad knew what it was for, but they decided not to make any remarks about it. It was barren and arid inside and everyone sat on the ground. "So, let's first begin by telling me how you came by my name," said Lu Yi, wanting to gain control of the initiative as usual. Chiexin almost giggled. "Brother Lu Yi, are you really unaware of what is really going on right now?" "What is going on right now?" "So, you really are in the dark, eh?" Chiexin sighed at that. "It appears that your identity is public knowledge now, Brother Lu Yi. Not only does the Ridge know that you're an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect, the whole battlefield knows. Especially those who have been looking." Lu Yi never looked so grim before, his forehead crumpling into one of the deepest frowns he had ever had. Public knowledge? Oh. And what does "those who have been looking" even mean? He had been cautious and prudent since coming into the battlefield, all because his mentor Tang Yifeng had urged him to keep his identity as a member of the Crimson Blood sect a secret, always. He never understood why, but there was no reason for him to doubt his mentor nor suspect him of any treachery. To that end he had been introducing himself to others as Yi. Wuxia and a handful of others might know his true name, but none of them were aware of his provenance. If there was anyone who knew his true name, that would only be his former fellow slave from the evil Moon Valley mines whom he encountered outside the Ian City branch of the Divine Trade Association not long ago. That was a coincidence, but Lu Yi had quickly left the place without staying to talk. But that was when Dong Shuyi managed to track him down, he suddenly recalled. Then he remembered Dong Shuyi sending a message using his battlefield imprint just moments before his demise. He thought that was Dong Shuyi calling in reinforcements at the time, although he quickly dismissed the matter when he saw no one coming. Dong Shuyi knew he was dying at the time. Even if he called for help, they would never arrive in time. But what if he was not calling for help at the time? Is this Dong Shuyi then? He must have overheard that Burning Moon Mountain Git calling my name and somehow managed to divine my provenance then? Before his death, Dong Shuyi's final words were that he would be expecting me in purgatory. That might seem harmless at the time. But what if that was not just an empty threat? What is wrong with my identity? Lu Yi asked. That was the question that had left Lu Yi wandering into late nights without knowing the answer. His mentor Tang Yifeng had specifically warned him about not divulging his identity as if it would be a dangerous thing to do, but he did not say why. Did the Crimson Blood sect do something that angered the whole battlefield last time? Was it what caused the sect to be so hated in this pocket dimension? I'm afraid I myself don't know the true answer to that question, said Chixin. It involves a secret known only to the older generations of our order. But I do know this, the whole battlefield now churns because of you, brother Lu Yi. The beacons of war are lit on your account. The Thousand Demon Ridge wants you dead, and many in the Grand Sky Coalition are doing their utmost to protect you, which includes Mount Aurora. That is why we're here. We were given strict orders by the leadership of our order to come and make sure that you're safe. What do you mean that the whole battlefield now churns because of me? Asked a bewildered Lu Yi. What could a Fifth Order cultivator do to rock the whole battlefield? Oh, Lu Yi realized. It could only be due to his identity as an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. If Chixin was speaking the truth, then there must be more than meets the eye with this ancient order which he was forced to reluctantly be a part of in the first place. Younglings like us don't know much about what happened long ago, I'm afraid. But I do know that the Crimson Blood sect used to be a Tier 1 order within the coalition, said Lan Yudi suddenly. She had been busy trying to expel the poison from her body. Being the leader of her squad and the most senior member, she knew more than the rest of the others. But something happened. Something that saw the Crimson Blood sect became a Tier 9 order, and now, it teeters on the brink of being defunct. It's been 30 years since the Crimson Blood sect has ushered in new blood, and if this goes on, then come the assessment 2 months from now, the Crimson Blood sect would become nothing more than just a name in the history books. Chapter 148 The Story So Far. Many amongst the Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders have been waiting for this day with bated breath. The day when the Crimson Blood sect would become nothing but a footnote in history. That was when word came out about your existence. The Crimson Blood sect acolyte who appeared out of nowhere just months ago, and the one who would see their deepest wish become nothing more than wishful thinking. Your very survival, Lu Yi, spells the continuity of Crimson Blood sect, said Lan Yudi quietly. Everyone thought you were dead back then during the ambush on you and your mentor, until word came a few days ago that you still lived, larger than life, here inside the battlefield. That prompted many Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders to act. They needed to kill you, for once you're dead, the Crimson Blood sect shall have to cease. Lu Yi listened quietly, still trying to digest what he had just been told. He did not know that his survival was linked to the Crimson Blood sects. 30 years without a new acolyte? Lu Yi recalled himself asking Tang Yifeng about the other members of the order and how his mentor had looked reluctant to discuss further. At first, Lu Yi thought that the sect did not have many members. But right now things seemed more dire than he expected. It was not that the sect had few members. It was on the verge of going defunct. That would explain the waves and waves of Thousand Demon Ridge kill squads that he had been encountering. They were hunting him. That was why they looked so happy when they saw him. The 1,000 Demon Ridge forces are riding in full force as we speak. At the same time, the Grand Sky Coalition is heading out to meet them. One side wishes to see you dead while the other wants to see you live. Right now, that is the story so far. The Spirit Creek battlefield engulfed by total chaos where victory between both sides is determined by whether you'll survive reaching the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Our order once enjoyed the kindness of one of your Crimson Blood Sect forebears. Hence here we are to protect you at our mentor's bidding. We were worried that you might be suspicious of us, that was why we did not reveal ourselves the moment we met. Besides, it was also to prevent being ambushed by the 1,000 Demon Ridge forces. Staying in the dark gives us more advantages. Sister Lan is strong enough to stay with you. That is what we know for the moment. Do you have any questions you wish to ask? Chixen finished his lengthy explanation and looked at Lu Yi. Of course Lu Yi had questions. In fact, he had a lot to ask. For starters, he was worried if his mentor was injured from the fight that separated them. Then he wanted to know why. Why were all 1,000 Demon Ridge sects and orders so intent on seeing the Crimson Blood Sect buried, although the real truth of this particular matter might only be privy to a select few? Lu Yi paused. Does that mean that more powerful people would come hunting for me? He asked. Naturally. People from the inner areas or even the centermost region of the battlefield would be here. They would be flying here, but that would still take time. At the moment, the ones we're handling aren't too dangerous, low-tiered cultivators from nearby. But more will come, and you can bet your hide that they will be more powerful and more dangerous. But not all is lost. Help is coming from our allies in the coalition as well. At the very least, I know that person is coming. So long as we can delay everything until that person's arrival, you'll survive just yet. Wait, who's that person? Lu Yi interjected. Lan Yuti shook her head. You'll know. That person doesn't have a good temper and the last thing we want is to be caught gossiping behind that person's back, she said. Well, whoever this is, he or she must be somehow related to the sect and he or she must be immensely powerful too, mused Lu Yi quietly. I guess that is all for now, he said. Let's draw up a plan then, said Lan Yuti. Her gaze fell on Amber who had been curling up behind Lu Yi. You now have two choices. First, you come with us, alone. The whole world now knows that you're riding a white tiger. The moment the enemy sees him, they'll know it's you. This tiger of yours is like a beacon to them. I'll go for the second. Lu Yi knew full well that separating from Amber would mean the tiger's death since Amber was now what the enemies were actively searching for. Humph, Lan Yuti snorted. So be it then. The tiger comes with us. At least you can depend on him for speed if we get spotted. She rose to her feet gradually, her powers having fully restored. Solemnly she regarded her squad. We stick to the original plan. I'll stay with Lu Yi in close detail while we do our best to keep out of sight. In the meantime, I leave the rest to you all. All 6 of her squad responded in unison. Yes, Sister Lan. Very well. Let's move out. There was no reason to dawdle. They had established contact with Lu Yi and a plan was ready. Staying here would only bring about more unnecessary variables. That improved Lu Ye's mood not one bit at all. He could never believe that a lowly 5th-order cultivator like him could set off such a powder keg that hurled the whole battlefield into total war. Was that reason to be proud of or should he be worried? He really didn't know. He stood before the squad whose members had willingly come and done their best to protect him and bowed deeply. Thank you, everyone. He couldn't be certain if Lan Yuti and the others were lying to him, at least not yet. But the probability of that occurring was very, very low. There was no reason for him to decline their help. He was curious enough to see if things really were as dire as they described. If it were true, then he would need all the help he could get. No 5th-order cultivator could possibly escape such a deadlock. If there was anything that he could rely on, then that would be the favor that the Grand Sky Coalition owed the Crimson Blood Sect. Ha, Lan Yuti chuckled. That's more like it. But if you really wish to repay us for our help, then live. We don't know what happened between our forebears and yours, but live. Live or our mission is nothing but a stupid failure. As she spoke, she tapped and swiped across her battlefield imprint. A speck of bluish light flew up from her arm. Lu Yi held up his arm and showed his imprint. The bluish light landed on the back of his hand and vanished. Lu Yi now has another mark. The mark of another contact. At the same time, a message was coming from another mark on his imprint. It was Xie Jin of Green Feather Mountain. We've heard some news, Brother Yi. We don't know if that's about you, but if it is, be careful. The Thousand Demon Ridge are hunting for you. Lu Yi thought for one beat and sent a reply, thank you for that. That even Xie Jin knew about what was going on really indicated how serious things had become. The whole battlefield must be in utter pandemonium by now. The rest of the Mount Aurora cultivators were gone. Qi Xian had led them away. Only Lan Yudi was there with him. They waited in silence before an hour passed. Finally, Lan Yudi gave the signal to leave the cave. It's time. She vaulted herself up on Amber's back, leaving Lu Yi staring at her incredulously. What are you waiting for? Get up now. Or are you thinking that I'll be on foot while you're riding comfortably on the back of your tiger? Lan Yudi scowled at him. Lu Yi flipped himself up without protest, but he rode behind her. Amber bounded out of the cave. At Lan Yudi's direction, the white tiger glided swiftly over fern and field. Having overheard Lu Ye's conversation with the Mount Aurora cultivators, the perceptive and intelligent animal knew how dangerous the situation was, and he did his best to prevent causing unnecessary noises. Damn. Your spirit beast's a fine animal. He's so fast, cried Lan Yudi over the wind, screaming by their ears. That was to dispel the awkwardness between them. Having Lu Yi riding just behind her, in close physical contact with him, was making her nervous. But there was little choice to be made since she needed to be close to keep him safe. Despite her straightforward and boisterous demeanor, Lan Yudi had never been so close with any man before, and the harmonic rocking motion was causing them to bump into each other in rhythmic cadence. That was enough to cause goosebumps to erupt all over the smooth surface of her back. 4 hours passed by uneventfully until they sensed violent pulses of energy signatures coming from not far away. A fight must be going on in that direction. But Lan Yudi immediately directed Amber into another bearing, avoiding coming anywhere close to the fight at all. Keeping Lu Yi concealed took precedence, and any battles were left to Qi Xian and the others. In the meantime, a hawk was circling over Amber all the time, maintaining a clear bird's eye view of Lu Ye's movements. Forward, forward, and forward they kept pressing on. But Lan Yudi would stop to let Amber and Lu Yi rest every 4 to 6 hours. Lu Yi and she might have not needed the break, but Amber certainly needed it, and so did Qi Xian and the others, who had been covertly trying to remove whatever threats before they could come near Lu Yi. The journey went on for another day until Lan Yudi asked suddenly, "Do you think you'll be able to hold yourself against a sixth-order enemy, brother Lu Yi?" "Yes," grunted Lu Yi from behind. "Very well," she nodded. In her last fight against him, she noticed that Lu Yi possessed strength and prowess far beyond ordinary fifth orders. She might have not been fighting at her best yet, but no ordinary fifth order could easily take several blows from her and still deliver some of his own. "Then show me what you're capable of then," she cried from the front. "You'll encounter a woman in red. Hold her off until I come back. But don't be soft on her." "Is she pretty?" "Well, I don't know about that. But she has a great physique, that's for sure." "Is that you going soft already?" Lan Yudi's lithe face sank. She almost wanted to steer Amber off in another direction. But Qi Xian and the others could find themselves pinned down. Right now, they were already engaging another squad of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. At any rate, it was too late for a change of direction. Amber was just too fast, and they could almost see enemies waiting up ahead. Lan Yudi clambered up into a crouching position on Amber's back. With both her daggers drawn and grasped in both hands, her limber and petite frame arched and ready to pounce like a lioness on the hunt. Far ahead, the enemies had caught sight of Amber. Surprised at first, they broke into elation, crying, "That's Lu Yi!" A vein became visible on Lu Ye's temples. "I'll make sure Lushan pays for this stupid epithet," he quietly cursed under his breath. They were about 70 meters away when Lan Yudi growled, "Watch yourself now, kitty." That was her warning for Amber to be safe. Amber let loose a short wordless response. "I'm not a kitty. You are." Lan Yudi's entire person turned opaque and she dove forward at her foes. Her shadowy figure charged into the midst of the enemy cultivators to wreak havoc. Spells fired her way, instantly ripping the mirage of her into shreds. Only then she reappeared behind their ranks, ready to unleash death and destruction upon her unsuspecting foes who were still searching for her in the wrong direction. How did she do it? Lu Yi did not even manage to see clearly. But one thing was certain, he realized. Lan Yudi had not been fighting him seriously back then. The flash of steel pierced the low light, followed by a shriek of pain. A sixth-order enemy crashed to the ground with a growing pool of red spreading across the ground. That's a one-hit kill that drew blood. Even though she was the superiorly ranked cultivator, being able to slay an enemy with just one blow was by no means an easy feat. The rest of the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators squealed. A seventh-order ghost cultivator. Careful. All hell broke loose. Chapter 149 Going Soft. When Lan Yudi began her attack, Amber was just 30 meters away and closing. A spell came screaming at it, but the tiger's massive girth lurched sideways with amazing agility and easily evaded the attack. At the same time, Lu Yi bent up and pulled a leap off Amber's back that emulated what Lan Yudi did and hurled himself towards one of the enemies, a woman in red. Lan Yudi was right. The woman possessed a great physique, especially those ample bosoms. She was a spell cultivator. The spells that were fired at Lan Yudi and Amber earlier were both her doing. That gave Lu Yi sufficient incentive to cut her down. Lu Ye's weapon ripped out of its sheath as he hurtled forward. The saber curved down in a deadly arc, slashing into harmless dregs of energy another spell that was aimed at him, defeating it easily enough. Another streak of light came flying towards him. The enemy spell cultivator might not be as fast as Dong Shuyi, but she wasn't slow either. There was no way to avoid it. The spell cultivator's face flushed with florid hues as she thought, I've done it. There's no way he'll escape unscathed from a hit like this. He's just a fifth order. I'm getting rich this time. She could almost see it. The mounds and mounds of spirit stones that she would win as a reward for killing the target. An abundance of spirit stones that could last her entire lifetime. That was the motivation all 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were given to hunting down Lu Yi. A fat bounty. Anyone who killed Lu Yi would be rewarded handsomely by every sect and order in the 1,000 Demon Ridge faction. The huge amount of spirit stone rewards in total, some could even make a real Lake Realm cultivator hang his jaws in awe. Therefore, when she saw that her energy bolt was going to hit its target, the enemy spell cultivator just couldn't resist feeling anxious and expectant. Only what she hoped to see didn't happen. Lu Yi appeared right beside her all of a sudden with his flame-swathed saber swinging at her. The glint of steel was enough to jerk the woman in red out of her momentary delusions of grandeur. She frantically summoned an energy barrier to shield herself. Crash. The energy shield was a strong one, but not sturdy enough to stop the sharp edge of the blade from cracking through it like glass before shattering the entire energy shield and cleaving through the woman in red's swan-like throat. That was one of the final thoughts that flashed in the woman in red's mind. Wait. Why is Lu Yi suddenly here beside me already? Her vision tilted and crashed sideways until she dropped dead on the ground, her eyes still lifelessly open. The last thing that registered in her mind before everything went dark was the sight of Lu Yi driving his saber through the back of one of her juniors. The battle only just started, but it ended swiftly. Once Lu Yi was finished with that woman in red, he cut down another fifth-order combat cultivator, and that was it. The fight was over. Despite both being sixth-order spell cultivators, the woman in red could barely profess the same deadliness as Dong Shuyi. The latter was nevertheless a former seventh order who has more experience and knowledge in battle. To say nothing of how the woman in red was already luxuriating in the fantasies and delusions of victory, allowing Lu Yi the chance to close the distance between them. Nothing good would ever come out of counting his or her chickens too early. If Dong Shuyi himself had suffered terribly when he allowed Lu Yi the chance to get near, then an inexperienced and less skilled spell cultivator like her would fare even worse. Standing at a distance from each other, amongst bloody corpses and severed limbs, Lu Yi and Lan Yudi shared a glance, both mildly surprised at each other. Heavens, what speed and shrewdness! The very same thought loomed in their minds. The enemy squad consisted of 5 cultivators, 2 sixth orders and 3 fifth orders. Lan Yudi's initial plan was for Lu Yi to just hold off the enemy spell cultivator while she dealt with the rest. Yet, he surprised her by making short work of the enemy and adding another fifth order to his tally. I see I've underestimated you, said Lan Yudi, looking rather satisfied. Deep inside, she admitted to herself that she was mistaken. Sorely mistaken. She and her squad had arrived, half expecting to find a weak and defenseless acolyte of an order that teetered on the brink of being extinct, only to find a fifth-order cultivator who could even give her a run for her money. If the top echelons of the 1,000 Demon Ridge had seen his performance, Their determination to see Lu Yi 6 feet under the ground would most undoubtedly intensify. At the moment, the religious fervor to put down Lu Yi only stemmed from the impatience and zeal to put a full stop to the Crimson Blood sect's continuity. Kill him and the Crimson Blood sect would become just a page in the history books. But few knew Lu Ye's true prowess. If they knew that this Crimson Blood sect acolyte could cut down enemies beyond his rank with the skill and ease of a chef lopping off vegetables, then their anxiety would double or even triple. The growth of such a figure could very well become the greatest nightmare for all sects and orders of the Thousand Demon Rich. As for the possibility of Lu Yi going soft on any female enemies, that never once occurred to him before. At any rate, that female cultivator whom he found attractive was still lying on the ground with her eyes devoid of both light and life. That was proof enough of his grit. "Let's go," Lan Yudi called. Amber bounded over quickly. He had wanted to help, but the fight had ended too fast before he could do anything. The journey continued. Lan Yudi was not at all pleased. The battle earlier might have ended swiftly without any casualties, but it was heralding another bigger problem. More enemies from the inner areas were already reaching. It was only a matter of time before they found themselves being waylaid by enemies more powerful and more difficult than what they had encountered thus far. Before long, even those from the centermost parts of the battlefield would arrive. By that time, the situation would become far beyond her ability to handle. To which sect did those enemies just now belong? Lu Yi asked from over her shoulder. How am I to know about that? Lan Yudi barked. What for? To remember them. You're an eager one, aren't you? Lan Yudi smirked. Very well. If we manage to survive through this, I'll track them down for you. Thanks. No problem. The ride went on with Lu Yi and Lan Yudi finding themselves assailed by more enemies. But these were all low to mid-tiered cultivators that the collective might of Lu Yi and Lan Yudi could easily defeat. In the meantime, Lan Yudi never stopped tapping at her battlefield imprint whenever she could as if she was transmitting some sort of message to parties unknown. It was 2 days later when Lan Yudi exhaled wearily with a tinge of moroseness in her look as she delivered another message. Chi Xan and the others can't keep up anymore, she said to Lu Yi. They've taken too many losses. Shouldn't we wait for them? No, Lan Yudi shook her head firmly. There will be others ready to take over up ahead. Lu Yi nodded quietly. For the next few days, Lan Yudi became gloomier. Her mood soured as well, like she had just received some bad news. It was dusk when she glanced at Lu Yi all of a sudden. Solemnly, she pointed a direction. Ride this way. Don't stop no matter what happens. Avoid any clashes with Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, heard me? She climbed up into a crouching position on Amber's back again. Wait, where are you off to? Asked Lu Yi, the creases on his forehead deepening with dread. There are enemies up ahead. I'm heading off to hold them off, she said. She turned back to look at him. A look that she held for several long seconds before she finally said, Stay alive. Then she was gone. Pouncing forward like a panther before she was gone. Amber kept pressing on in the direction Lan Yudi instructed him. Ahead of them, on the side flank, Lu Yi could detect the eruption of spiritual powers from varying sources. That must be Lan Yudi locked in a battle against more enemies. The commotion was huge and Amber knew better than to waddle about in these parts any longer. At a jungle clearing not far away from Lu Ye's position, dead bodies sprawled on the ground with several maimed limbs scattered about. The fight had cleared the whole area of any undergrowth and other low-lying vegetation. But Lan Yudi's dance of death with her twin daggers had not yet ended. She was still trying to ward off 3 enemies, a 7th Order, a 6th Order, and a 5th Order. With the 7th Order as their point man, the trio provided support in terms of firepower by maintaining a ceaseless barrage of attacks to overwhelm Lan Yudi, who already was badly injured with blood drenching her tunic. Any longer and she would lose even her last chance to escape. But she knew that that was not all. As if the odds were not badly stacked against her enough, another 6th Order spell cultivator was skulking about unseen. It was he who had been firing spells at her when she was not looking and the main reason she was in her present predicament. But she remained undaunted. A heliotrope streak smeared across one of her cheeks, adding a vampish touch to her already remarkable beauty. She might be outnumbered, but that did little to impair or lessen her ferocity. The glints of her twin daggers were enough to keep the trio hesitating, intimidated by her frenzied-like fierceness. The 7th Order enemy was the only one between the trio who was getting the worst of this whole debacle. Most of Lan Yudi's attacks were centered on him as if she was intent on dragging him down to hell with her. A tiger's roar suddenly came from somewhere off the outside fringes of the jungle, drawing everyone to a stop. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators lifted their heads just in time to see a massive white tiger springing out of nowhere, passing them by. That white tiger? Everyone was stunned. One of them screamed, "That's Lu Yi." So that is why this woman's been trying so hard. She's trying to cover for Lu Yi. Just when everyone was looking in Amber's direction, the spell cultivator who had been sniping at Lan Yudi from his concealed position failed to notice a figure approaching from behind. His senses quickly picked up the presence of a stranger from behind, but it was too late. All he heard was the screaming of steel through the air. That managed to stop another spell that would have hit Lan Yudi and given her enemies the chance to further cause her more harm. The enemy Sixth Order felt something coming fast. Then it came. A stinging jolt of pain from his neck. Just before everything went dark around him, he saw through the corners of his eyes a figure that streaked past him. He tried to raise his hands but his limbs just wouldn't answer his call. In the meantime, Lan Yudi was beginning to find her groove. Her twin daggers gleamed brightly in her hands, her dance filling the air around her with torrents of silver-white flashes from her weapons. In long but quick strides, Lu Yi appeared just at the edge of the clearing all of a sudden, charging for the other Sixth Order enemy as soon as he saw him. The Sixth Order was the one in the trio of enemies who had been delivering attacks every now and then to slowly chip off Lan Yudi's defenses. It was Amber's abrupt appearance that had diverted his attention, allowing Lu Yi to catch him off guard with a swift attack. The blow landed on his back. Blood and entrails began pouring out of the hideously long horizontal slash like a calf being gutted. With an anguished cry that did not last long, he fell dead as Lu Yi's weapon speared through his heart and came jutting out of his chest. The remaining two enemies looked aghast with disbelief. They had the absolute advantage. They had taken several losses because of Lan Yudi's ambush earlier and few could possibly survive an ambush by a Seventh Order ghost cultivator. But they managed to recover and hold their ground. All they needed to do at first was to slowly break down Lan Yudi's defenses and wear her down. But Lu Yi's unexpected appearance and his expeditious slaying of both Sixth Orders, the one hiding in the bushes and the one forming part of the trio, was what flipped the tables again. Lan Yudi relaxed at last, although that puzzled the two surviving enemy cultivators. In the meantime, Lu Yi was not slowing down at all. He lunged at the Fifth Order enemy, swinging his saber down with all the weight he could put behind the stroke. Ashen pale with horror, the Fifth Order was sharp enough to realize that Lu Yi's strength and speed far outstripped his defenses to hold on. All he could do was parry the first blow, then a second and lastly a third before he staggered rearward and fell, leaving the sweetest opening that Lu Yi could have asked for. But he was quick enough to quickly slip a hand into his storage bag and dig out a golden body talisman. In the nick of time he managed to slap it on himself. Seeing a golden sheen of light enveloping his body filled him with hope and comfort. Until a crack formed on the aurate light shield and the whole thing shattered. The tip of a saber came bashing through the falling glass-like shards and slashed through him, eliciting a blood spray that mimicked a painter's flourishing swish with his brush, and the cultivator began to fall on his back. However, before he even hit the ground, Amber appeared out of nowhere and sank his jaws around his throat. With a vicious jerk, the massive tiger snapped the poor man's neck, killing him instantly and filling Amber's mouth with the acrid flavor of blood. Seeing how dire the situation had become for him, the enemy Seventh Order cultivator, a combat cultivator, withdrew dozens of meters away. His sword whistled through the air at his call and hovered to a halt just before him, its hilt up and its tip down. Then he spewed a mouthful of blood at the blade of his weapon. The magical weapon erupted with a sudden brilliance of light and angled its tip at Lu Yi. Without any warning, it shot straight at him like an arrow, reaching him in just the blink of an eye. Sword magic. Lan Yudi gasped, her face chalk white with terror. Chapter 150 I Wanna Live. Even as she was gripped with terror, Lan Yudi's training took over before her mind initiated the process of reacting. One of her daggers screamed through the air, heading on a collision course with the incoming sword. But the dagger shot wide, the sword was just too fast like a lightning bolt. Lu Yi could see with his own eyes the sparkle of the sword's tip coming closer and closer. For the first time in his life, he truly felt danger, awash with cold fear that swept through him from head to toe as death loomed so near he could almost feel its breath. His body must have received the impulse of fear and the palpability of death that a spiritual pattern protection shield larger and more solid than usual materialized before him. Just as the magical sigil festoon shield barely took shape, the sword swathed in light slammed into it almost instantly. Crack. Even the strongest spiritual pattern protection shield that Lu Yi had ever conjured could only take one hit from a blow so powerful and deadly. It shattered, despite his best efforts to keep it intact. But it was the shield that bought him the short sliver of time he needed to tilt his body ever so slightly. The sword whizzed just by, missing his throat by just a hair's breadth. There was neither time to think nor hesitate. Even before he could retaliate, he could sense air roiling at the back of his head. Something was coming. He quickly conjured another spiritual pattern protection shield just behind him. Crack. The shield burst into pieces before dispersing into dregs of energy that vanished. Lu Yi dropped himself to the ground in a roll, just in time for the strange, unseen force he sensed to plow through the air just over his head. He looked up and saw the same sword missing him just by a fraction of a second. The sword hummed in a tremble that indicated just how much power was condensed into it. The magical weapon pivoted around, a needle on a compass where its north would always be centered on Lu Yi. As the sword readied itself for a third charge, Lu Yi focused his thoughts on what he should do. Beyond any doubt, the force of the sword was one that he had never encountered before. Ere but one step and he would be dead. Just when Lu Yi was bracing himself for another attack, a cry pierced the silence in the clearing. As if on cue, the sword's brilliant radiance ebbed immediately, and it fell to the ground with a clatter like any other ordinary sword. Lan Yudi flung out an arm. The dagger that she had thrown earlier magically returned to her grasp and she caught it in an ice-pick grip with which she viciously ran her blade through the artery on the combat cultivator's throat. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, but she withdrew quickly enough to not be caught in it. The enemy Seventh Order fell on his knees, his hands clawing incessantly at his throat before he finally lurched forward face first into the ground. A speck of red glow rose from the man's arm and fell into Lan Yudi's battlefield imprint. The purplish streak on her face only just subsided and Lan Yudi tottered unsteadily. Lu Yi had to hold her to prevent her from falling. "We need to go. Quick," she urged. They could sense masses of spiritual powers closing in on them. Someone must have realized that there was a fight here. There was no way to discern if they were allies or enemies, but from how Lan Yudi chose to intercept this group alone, Lu Yi was willing to bet that they must be hostiles. Lu Yi helped her up Amber's back and they raced out of the clearing. They quickly left behind the traces of spiritual powers that they picked up earlier, although Lu Yi did not look relieved just yet. Something was wrong with Lan Yudi. Whatever happened earlier, she must have used some sort of spell or enchantment that she needed to pay a cost for. Even after the battle had ended, she appeared to be manifestly weak and fragile, and her body was scorching. Yi was already ahead, reconnoitering for a spot where they could take temporary refuge at. Night was already upon them when Lu Yi finally held Lan Yudi's arm to help her into the cave. Yi's search finally bore fruit. When Lu Yi was carefully lowering Lan Yudi from Amber's back, he was horrified to find so many cuts and lacerations on her. Owing to the urgency to escape from the clearing, there was no time to dress her wounds and now, she had fainted. Her wounds certainly looked worse than how she looked on the surface. "Dress her wounds, Yi," asked Lu Yi while he produced some of the medicinal powder and gauze that Wuxia had left for Yi. Yi materialized. She had learned much from Wuxia and Ruan Lingyu in the crafts of healing during their stay in Mount Ing. What she was drilled in wasn't anything remarkable, but Yi was at least competent enough to deal with superficial wounds. The medicinal powder was a specialty of Wuxia, a concoction of her invention that worked remarkably well against cuts and lacerations caused by sharp weapons. As Yi went to work, Lu Yi found a spot and sat down. He took out his spirit pills and swallowed them to replenish himself. Later that night, Lan Yudi finally woke up. She warily got up and surveyed around before she finally breathed easily. Lu Yi tossed some meat jerkies to her which she caught and began nibbling on the dried ration. Finally, when she was feeling better, she croaked hoarsely, "I was careless. I thought I'd be able to get away." She would have been dead if Lu Yi did not come back around to her aid. "What about Chixen and the others?" Lu Yi asked suddenly. Lan Yudi stared at Lu Yi incredulously. Of all the questions she thought he would ask, this was the last. She had not told him before about the fates of her brothers in arms. We've lost 2 of them, Lan Yudi revealed morosely. Lu Yi fell silent. He did not even know who the 2 were, much less their names and how they look. You should go, said Lan Yudi. I'll only drag you down. My injuries will take time to heal, and if we were to encounter any enemies, which we're bound to, I will be no use to man or beast. We're going together. Frustrated and annoyed, Lan Yudi hissed. I told you. I'll only be dragging you down. Can't you understand? I can. Then go. We're going together, insisted Lu Yi with resolve burning in his eyes. Are you deaf or are you dumb? Lan Yudi growled. Don't you understand? For this bloody mission I've lost 2 fellow acolytes. 2 who are as good as a brother and a sister to me. I don't even know you, yet here we are, throwing our lives away for you just because our mentors gave us this god-awful mission. Why should we die for you anyway? If this is a debt incurred by our forebears, then why should we, the future generations, bear the brunt of it? And you, do you even know that in places that you don't even know where, people are fighting to keep other 1,000 demon-ridge cultivators off your back? The battles that we've waged in these few days alone for your sake? Why are we even here? What are those people out there fighting for? Don't you see it? It's all for you, you moron. So go. Go and stay alive. Don't let the deaths of my fellow acolytes be for nothing. Don't let the deaths of those who are fighting to keep you alive be for nothing. What she thought was a furious rebuke that would make Lu Yi change his mind evidently failed to work when Lu Yi just stood there with a blank look on his face saying, Are you done? Wah? Lan Yudi was speechless. Finally she lashed out, Oh, how I wish to give you a tight slap in the face. Lu Yi sighed. You know, just half year ago I was just a slave. A lowly slave in the evil Moon Valley mines. The Grand Sky Coalition attacked the mines and liberated us. They even inducted us into the sects and orders which are part of the coalition. I was lucky enough to have been able to enter the Crimson Blood sect. But before I even got a glimpse of what the stronghold looks like, my mentor was forced to send me here. So all this while I have only had one aim, that is to reach the Crimson Blood sect outpost here. It's just as you said. Whatever our forebears had, why should it now burden us the future generations? You, me, and possibly all other Toms, Dicks, and Harrys out there? We don't even know what happened last time. But you know what? It matters. It matters because I've entered the Crimson Blood sect. For better or for worse, I'm a member of the sect and I represent it here. So whether I like it or not, our forebears' burden is now mine to carry. It's my duty. For these 6 months here, I might have gained much power and strength, but what am I compared to the vast world of the Spirit Creek battlefield? Who am I to be the powder keg that sets off this fragile balance between the 1,000 Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition? I'm just nothing, and why should they center all their battles on me? I know that people are losing their lives on my account, but I only just found out about that now. I can't say that I don't care about the deaths, nor would I just brush all that off with a simple, I don't know. Whether you're doing it on your mentor's orders or out of goodwill for me, I don't know. But I know this, I will remember this forever. I acknowledge what everyone is doing for me. Lan Yudi stared at him at complete loss for words. She was unhappy and displeased that she was given this mission at first. None of her squad knew Lu Yi and they owed him no obligation. But by orders of their mentors, they were required to protect him with their lives. Right now, 2 of their number were dead and more might follow, to say nothing about many more who could very well be losing their lives this very instant out here in the wilderness on Lu Ye's account. But after listening to him, their fates were not pitiful at all. His was. And how could it not be? A fifth-order cultivator caught in the middle of a war between 2 vast and powerful confederacies comprising of thousands of cultivators. So many wanted him dead, even more so, the champions who were now on their way from the centermost regions of the battlefield. Any other cultivator of his age and rank would have crumbled under the sheer stress and pressure. He did not ask for this. But rather he was shoved into this mess. Lan Yudi could have sworn that she herself would have long caved in to such a challenge. Your point is? And so, Lu Yi smiled at her. I want to live. I don't care what happened in the past, and I don't know what happened that caused the Crimson Blood sect to be so hated by the 1,000 Demon Ridge. But people are dying to save me, so I must live. You said it, I need to survive or those people would be dead for nothing. I might be weak and helpless today and I know any talk about avenging them is nothing but stupid talk. But if I survive I'll have that chance. Those 1,000 Demon Ridge goons better make sure that I don't make it to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, because one day I promise I'll be back to make them pay. Lan Yudi stared at him, gawking with disbelief as if she had just heard the most absurd nonsense in the world. It took her several seconds before she could respond, "Are you mad?" But she chalked it up to a young man's brash insolence. Staying close to Lu Yi of late had made her reassess her judgment of him. She thought that he was just a quiet introvert at first, but she was mistaken. "I will not leave you here," said Lu Yi. That earned him an exasperated rolling of eyes from Lan Yudi. "I can go, but you'll never survive. So rest well tonight, we have an early ride tomorrow." She stared crossly at him and Lu Yi returned a placid gaze. It took minutes before she finally averted her stare, resigning at last to his stubborn intransigence. "Wait a minute," she said suddenly. "Did you change my clothes?" Only now did she realize that her garb looked different. These were men's clothing that she was wearing. From the size, it was clear that they belonged to Lu Yi, and her wounds had been dressed. She could feel just mild discomfort coming from the places where she had been hurt. "No, that was not me." Lan Yudi's face blushed furiously. "Why, you saw everything." "I told you that wasn't me," Lu Yi persisted. Lan Yudi's was the color of claret by now. "Who else could it be if it's not you? That white kitty of yours." Amber's head came up to shoot her a scathing look of indignance. Chapter 151 Here I am. Even before first light, Lu Yi and Lan Yudi continued their journey. They maintained extreme vigilance to remain unnoticed. Somehow Lan Yudi possessed the ability to detect enemies within a certain vicinity, allowing them to circumvent a lot of trouble. Lu Yi only realized that because he could feel the violent undulations of spiritual powers nearby and they were always huge, furious battles must be going on somewhere around his position. These must be the cultivators that had arrived from the inner ring areas of the battlefield and they had begun engaging each other. They rode for the whole day before they veered into a glen at Lan Yudi's instruction. Riding on Amber's back and sitting just in front of Lu Yi, Lan Yudi fiddled with her battlefield imprint. Before long a group of cultivators arrived. From the looks of the wounds they carried, these dozen or so men looked like they had just survived a battle. "Relax," said Lan Yudi at once when she noticed Lu Yi looking tense at the sight of the strangers. "They're friendlies." Before they got near, Lan Yudi lifted an arm to catch their attention. "Am I addressing the men of the Northern Star?" The leader of the group, a man with a bushy beard, displayed to Lan Yudi his battlefield imprint and responded, "Indeed you are." They approached the cave and once they got near, Lu Yi finally had a better look at them. A pair of 7th orders, 3 6th orders, and the rest of the squad were made up of 4th and 5th orders. The overall strength of the squad was enough to scare off any 1,000 Demon Ridge kill squad. Lan Yudi flipped herself off Amber's back. She looked at Lu Yi with an apologetic expression wiped across her face. "I'm afraid this is as far as I can go with you. You'll have to carry on your own. There will be others waiting ahead to join you." When Lu Yi refused to leave her and continue his journey without her, she had to seek out any allies who could be around and set up a meeting so that they could take over from her. That was why he refused to leave her behind. He could not ride off while knowing that she could be in danger at any time. Lan Yudi had been so badly weakened since the last fight that if left alone, she would never survive defending herself against a squad full of cultivators. Lu Yi immediately understood what she was doing. He nodded, "I see." "And you're Lu Yi?" asked the bushy beard leader. Lu Yi nodded, glancing at the Northern Stars whose sights were all trained on him. "We're by no means the best cultivators anyway," the leader grinned from behind his beard, "but we'll never stand and allow those 1,000 Demon Ridge scum to bully one of us. Go. We'll hold off whoever's coming for you. At any rate live. The standard of the Crimson Blood sect must never be allowed to fall." Lu Yi stared at them, feeling uneasy. He had never met these people before, nor did he ever have dealings of any sort with them. Yet here they were to help, defend, and protect him. And they were not the only ones. Among the others who were fighting for his sake, the Mount Aurora cultivators too must be somewhere using their own lives and bodies to stave off waves of enemies trying to get to Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not know what to say, except that he felt an inexplicable weight on him. Then it dawned on him. He might have been on this journey of power and skills all by himself since he arrived at this battlefield, but he was never alone. He had his mentor in the Crimson Blood sect to depend on, and by extension the Grand Sky Coalition. He did not know what happened in the past and what caused this whole debacle to center on him. But people have been dying all for his sake. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was no longer just his name. It has become a symbol. A symbol that would make even strangers, such as these northern stars, willing to give their lives to ensure his survival. What? He must live on. For the first time in his life he felt the burden and the weight to remain alive. The urge to ensure his own longevity had never felt so strong. Lu Yi saluted to the men from on top of Amber's back. Solemnly he vowed, "I shall hope that I will have the chance to thank you all for this over wine and merriment. Here's to good fortune in our wars to come." The Northern Stars and Lan Yudi all returned the salute. The bushy-bearded leader chuckled. "If we get through this, you can well be sure that we'll hold you to that promise." Lu Yi wheeled Amber around and rode away with plumes of dust kicked up in his wake. He was just barely away when he heard the clangor of battle erupting behind him. He steered Amber up the crest of a hill and looked back. The Northern Stars were locked in a vicious battle against several thousand Demon Ridge kill squads who had come pursuing Lu Yi. It did not take long for the commotion to attract all other cultivators in the vicinity, and they all converged here, turning the battle into a chaotic battle royale with more cultivators joining the fray every now and then. Still, one look was enough for Lu Yi to tell that the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were being severely outnumbered, and their numbers were quickly dwindling under the onslaught of the enemy spell cultivators who never stopped firing spells after spells. One of the Northern Stars was shot, but he dragged his mangled body and hurled himself into the enemies and managed to kill one of them before succumbing to his injuries. Another gave off a defiant snarl before he dove into the midst of the enemies and detonated himself like a stick of dynamite, sacrificing his own life to kill off several enemies. He spotted the bushy-bearded leader amongst the chaos. He had been stabbed a few times and was practically bathing in blood that clearly looked like his own, yet he ardently fought on without any signs of giving up. Then there was Lan Yudi, flitting amongst her foes like a fluttering butterfly, her twin daggers like a pair of fangs in her graceful whirlwind of woe. Amber pawed the ground anxiously. Lu Yi would have ridden into the fray to join them. But he knew he couldn't. He inhaled deeply, shoving the urge down into the innermost corner of his mind, and thundered as loudly as he could, throwing his head back, "I am Luyi of the Crimson Blood sect. Here I am. Here I am." His voice rumbled across the valleys and glens nearby, bouncing off the peaks and crests that ringed the area. Amber added a roar of his own. That did the trick. More Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were just about to pour towards Lan Yudi and the Northern Star's position when Lu Yi made his appearance, a young lad on the back of an enormous white tiger perching off the top of a mountain. Standing right in the setting sun only made him more conspicuous as ever. "That's Lu Yi," cried a voice. "Go. There he is." Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators besieging Northern Stars began peeling off, redirecting their attentions on Lu Yi. That was enough to spur more enemies, especially those who had yet to converge on the Northern Stars, to rush towards the peak Lu Yi was standing on. They were not alone. Many more enemy cultivators scouring for him nearby heard the voice and the tiger roars, and they immediately veered this way. Down in the glen, Lan Yudi and the Northern Stars were quick to notice how the pressure had been lifted substantially all of a sudden. She disengaged and withdrew herself back into the midst of her allies, her tunic caked with the blood from her wounds and her fallen enemies, scowling bitterly, "Damn it." The bushy-bearded leader broke into a burst of laughter. "You know what? At least we're not going to be dying for no reason or purpose." By the time the mountain was swarming with Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, Lu Yi had long fled. Hardly a fool, he knew that he needed to go as soon as he made his presence known. Announcing himself was pretty much the only thing he could do at the moment to lift the pressure off Lan Yudi and the Northern Stars, or it would only be a matter of time before they were overrun. How well did his plan work out? There was no time to check. As Amber sped away from the mountain to put as much distance between them and their pursuers, Lu Yi could spy figures rising up into the air before descending again far behind him. That must be enemy 7th Order cultivators who possessed short-distance gliding abilities like Dong Shuyi. At least that would mean that Lan Yudi and the others must be all right by now, he mused. As for his pursuers who were trying to use gliding to close the distance, Lu Yi was hardly concerned about them. Amber's speed had increased since Lu Ye's last skirmish against Dong Shuyi, and that was all thanks to the blood-red substance inside the dragon scale. There was nothing for him to be worried about unless they were enemy champions from the inner ring areas of the battlefield. Enemies of that strength and level would most likely be arriving on magical conveyances. As if fate had heard him, Lu Yi and Amber did not escape long when Lu Yi felt a powerful presence bearing down on him with the speed of a cannonball. Lu Yi jerked his head to look back. There really was someone coming. A flash of light streaking from behind, and it was catching up fast. That must be a ninth-order enemy. Amber, run, Lu Yi urged. The white tiger bounded as far as it could and galloped with the longest strides it could manage, yet still, it just couldn't shake off the enemy pursuer from behind. As the enemy got closer, Lu Yi heard a voice that he could have sworn he had heard somewhere before. "You're dead meat, brat." Han Jiyu. Lu Yi recognized that voice. Han Jiyu of the Tai Luo clan. He should have known. Xie Jin's earlier warning to him clearly meant that those around the Green Feather Mountain locale had received word about his identity, and so would the Tai Luo clan. The clan had suffered a lot because of Lu Ye's active involvement in the Dragon Spring Conference, and back then, Han Jiyu had paraded her fervent desire to vent her displeasure by killing Lu Yi. For that reason, the senior Green Feather Mountain acolyte in charge of the Dragon Spring Conference had personally ferried Lu Yi all the way to Ian, just so that he could prevent Han Jiyu from killing Lu Yi. It was so that she would not know where to locate Lu Yi, and she would have better things to do than to track down a mere stranger. But when Lu Ye's real identity was made public knowledge, Han Jiyu immediately knew that her chance had fallen straight on her lap. Her failure to win the conference had resulted in the severe admonishment that the senior members of the clan peppered on her, and naturally, she blamed this all on Lu Yi. Hence, when she learned that Lu Yi was none other than an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect, she embarked at once from the Tai Luo clan outpost to come here, only to hear Lu Yi announcing himself as soon as she arrived. Thanking the stars for her chance to exact her vengeance, she hurried this way as quickly as she could. Hovering over Lu Yi in midair, Han Jiyu gazed down at her prey with a satisfied and smug grin. Her hand came up and clasped between her slender fingers was something that resembled a feather. But it was shining. Lu Yi immediately knew that it was a spirit artifact. Han Jiyu was about to set her spirit artifact on her prey when a loud thunderclap cracked from one of the mountain peaks somewhere below her. Something with the speed of a loose arrow came slamming into her with the force of a battering ram. Han Jiyu sensed something was charging at her, but despite her best efforts to evade it, the object just managed to collide squarely into her, and she careened away, shaken and perplexed. A figure that she would have recognized anywhere floated in the air just above her. Coldly, the man growled, "Down you go." The terrible force bore down on her with the speed and force of a tidal wave, allowing Han Jiyu no time to maneuver to safety at all. She immediately summoned her magical protective shield, but that did not prevent her from being batted down to the ground. Han Jiyu crashed to the ground with a deafening boom. She got up to her feet at once, indignant and dusty. Like a deranged termagant, she shrieked, "What was that for, Tang Wu?" "Spoken as if we have a truce, Han Jiyu," Tang Wu snorted with frost. He lifted a fist and attacked again. "Enough talk, take another one." Both 9 orders, one a body-tempering cultivator while the other a spell cultivator, had known each other for a long time, and the rivals engaged each other in a gritting battle. But Tang Wu had all the advantages. With the element of surprise and his already superior powers, it did not take long for him to secure the upper hand in the fight. Han Jiyu, now absolutely disheveled and heavily bruised from all the abuse, screamed, "What is this madness, Tang Wu? Since when does Green Feather Mountain interfere in the business of the Crimson Blood sect? Since when did I say that I'm here because of the Crimson Blood sect?" Only then did Han Jiyu understand why Tang Wu was here. This brute wasn't here for the Crimson Blood sect. He had come for her. Such were the motives of the participants of this war. While most were fighting due to the camaraderie they shared with the Crimson Blood sect, some were here because of some personal vendetta, while some saw this war as a cornucopia of opportunities to really hone their skills and experience. Chapter 152. So if you're not going, I'll go? While the unlikely couple of Tang Wu and Han Jiyu were locked against each other in what seemed like a relationship, or rather, a duel, of intense fervor, more and more cultivators of Orders 8th and 9th were beginning to pop out of the woodwork. That left Lu Yi genuinely shocked and awed at the sheer number of powerful champions that he never knew existed. Whenever an enemy 8th or 9th Order appeared to assail him, a Grand Sky Coalition cultivator of similar rank and power would appear to intercept. But that was not all. As he made steady progress, he encountered parties from both sides waging battles both furious and bloody. These were all cultivators from the inner ring areas of the battlefield. Some clearly knew each other while some appeared to be strangers. But being on opposing sides, they had no love for each other, and hence needed no further reason to start hurling spells or swinging their weapons at each other. The war was turning out to be a feast of champions. Battles between various factions in the Spirit Creek battlefield were common but were usually confined to minor skirmishes without many losses. But since the fall of the behemoth that was the Crimson Blood sect of old, the battlefield has not seen war of such widespread magnitude for decades. Beyond any doubt, the name of the Crimson Blood sect must be taboo, a subject of such sensitivity that could easily strike a nerve, especially with the older generations of the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. They could not enter the battlefield, but that did not prevent them from giving strict orders to their juniors and students to hunt down Lu Yi at whatever cost. At whatever the cost, the Crimson Blood sect acolyte whose name was Lu Yi must be put to death. The Crimson Blood sect must never be allowed to escape the fate of going defunct. That, plus the rich rewards promised by all Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders, was enough to make almost every cultivator of their side rally towards Lu Yi's position. Anyone who could win the triumph and glory of slaying Lu Yi would win an entire lifetime's worth of rewards and riches. Lu Yi had just made it through another fierce battle. Droplets of blood dripped off the tip of his weapon as he shoved another healing pill into his mouth. Still panting from the exertion, he allowed Yi to help dress his wounds, surrounded by the dead bodies of the enemies he felled, before he got up Amber's back again to press on. With cultivators from both sides engaging each other as soon as they entered the fray, Lu Yi was fortunate enough to be able to make it thus far without getting into much fighting. But it was not so much his luck as the concerted effort of the entirety of the Grand Sky Coalition trying to keep him alive. But without Lan Yudi's detection ability, there was zero way for him to fully avoid running into enemy cultivators and some fighting would ensue. If there were any 7th Orders amongst the enemies he stumbled into, he would just rely on Amber's speed and pace to escape. But if the enemy were all low-tier cultivators and their numbers were low, Lu Yi would just stay and fight. He was beginning to lose count of the number of times he had been waylaid by enemies and the shapes and sizes they came in were beginning to outstrip his imaginations. Amber needed rest and so did he. But the last thing they dared to try was to find somewhere to rest. With their tracks now all but completely exposed, a pause could very well see him being surrounded by all sides, something that he knew he would never be able to escape unscathed. There was no way to be sure whether he'd able to walk into the sunset triumphantly at the end of this episode, but Lu Yi was nowhere near giving up just yet. At the same time, the impurities in his spiritual powers were starting to become more significant to the point where it was slowly affecting his fighting. But he needed to heal and for that he had to swallow spirit pills. There really was no other way. Meanwhile, in the province of Bingzhou in the real world of Jiuzhou, where the Grand Sky Coalition ruled supreme. It was also the land where the standard of the great and majestic behemoth that was the Crimson Blood sect of old once made its name, although the unfortunate events that occurred after that were what caused the sect to suffer a devastating blow. Since that day, the respect and fear that the sect commanded as the pride of the Grand Sky Coalition had long been extinguished and the sect, now merely a lowly Tier 9 order, teetered on the edge of being defunct. For decades, dust and grime swathed the floors of the seemingly dilapidated structures that sat atop the crests of the hills that belonged within the grounds of the Crimson Blood sect stronghold. The boisterous merriment long gone from its halls was every bit the semblance of the youthful exuberance lost from a man in his twilight years if not an elderly decrepit now on the brink of succumbing to old age. Of all constructed structures that belonged to the sect, almost every single one of them looked as if it could collapse any moment, save for one. The main audience hall of the sect where a rufous red standard hung from a post, fluttering and snapping in the wuthering winds. The red was blood from the Crimson Blood sect acolytes who shed their blood on the battlefield through the generations. A yellow-gold flame-like motif was embroidered on the long field of red, signifying the Order's mission and purpose to eradicate all evil. It was this same standard which the mere sight of struck fear into every single Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator whenever it was unfurled during battle. Few could recognize this standard now, least of all the younger generation cultivators. But even among those old enough to remember, few could care less. Such was how the sect had waned. Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect Tang Yifeng was sitting on his chair in the main audience hall, looking grim and morose. If Lu Yi could see him now, he would find he looked so much older and frilier since they last separated months before. A petite young woman was bowing at his feet, her head bumping on the floors just inches away from her mentor's feet. Please, teacher. Save him, please. His survival is now in the hands of fate, I'm afraid, said Tang Yifeng glumly. There's nothing I can do. As a divine ocean realm champion, he was forbidden entry into the battlefield, and despite the perils that Lu Yi was now facing, there really was nothing he could do. He's done nothing wrong. What he's enduring now was only because he joined us. You brought him in, teacher. So if you're thinking of leaving him out there to fend for himself, that hardly seems fair. And you think I don't know? But what am I to do? My hands are tied. Tang Yifeng responded bitterly. I've called in some favors and have ascertained Lu Ye's position. He's very near to the Turbulent Watch outpost there. Back when they were in danger of being annihilated, it was the Crimson Blood sect who rushed to their aid. Reforge our alliance with them, teacher. That way, Lu Yi could go straight to the Turbulent Watch outpost and use their Divine Opportunity column to come back. That would save him. In the sect's golden days, it shared alliances with many other militant sects and orders nearby, although many of them had cut off ties since the fateful day the mishap occurred. Out of his own bitterness and resentment, Tang Yifeng himself severed ties with the sect's remaining allies and chose to bring the entire order into a period of pseudo-reclusion. An alliance between two separate militant sects or orders could only be forged upon a sacred and unbreakable oath sworn by the Grand Masters of both parties. That way, both parties could provide aid and refuge to each other in times of need and peril. With that, acolytes from both sides could use each other's Divine Opportunity column besides other means of convenience by paying a small toll of contribution points. This allowed for orders with acolytes to move easily around the battlefield without being too exposed to danger. Weaker acolytes who wished to roam and train in the outer circles of the battlefield could rely on any allied outposts nearby for protection and conveyance, while stronger acolytes of outposts situated in the outer circles of the battlefield could likewise travel into the inner ring areas of the battlefield safely and more efficiently. Turbulent Watch was a Tier 7 order and one of the militant orders that belonged in Bingzhou. They were once an ally of the Crimson Blood sect, and its present existence was arguably all thanks to its ties with the sect. Turbulent Watch was just a fledgling Tier 9 order with just a handful of Cloud River realm cultivators when the Crimson Blood sect was at the height of its power and influence. The Watchmen now boasted several real Lake Realm champions amongst its number, making Tier 6 a very real and serious aspiration for the Watchmen in this year's coalition assessment. If the Crimson Blood sect could renew ties with the Watchmen, then Lu Yi could just ride to their outpost in the battlefield where he could use their Divine Opportunity column to escape to safety. This could be Lu Ye's only chance, for he still had a long way to go to reach the Crimson Blood sect outpost. The Grand Sky Coalition could field every cultivator to protect Lu Yi, and nothing they did could completely guarantee his safety. I could do that, but that would place the Turbulent Watchmen in the crosshairs of our enemy. If anything happens to them, that would be on me. This is not fair to them either. Tang Yifeng had thought of this idea a long time ago, but if word got out that the Watchmen were trying to help too, no, word would most definitely get out. Nothing of this scale could ever be kept a secret. That would make the Turbulent Watch outpost there the prime target of all other Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators as well. Turbulent Watch would never be able to survive such an onslaught. Knowing this, Tang Yifeng could not bring himself to ask others for help. Doing so would only be subjecting the lives of the Watchmen as sacrifices on the altar of his own acolyte's safety. The young woman did not get up. Somberly she argued, "Be that as it may, teacher, please do that, or the life of your newest student and my junior would be undoubtedly forfeit. If fairness is what you're concerned about, then what about fairness for him? He's just a fifth order now caught in the middle of a fearsome war with his very survival as the stake. How is this fair at all when he's suffering the brunt of what his forebears did? How is this his burden to bear? If we're going to become defunct, then so be it. We've seen this coming decades ago and we're ready for it whether we like it or not. You took him in, teacher. I was happy when I heard you took in a new student. For years I have been praying for something like this to happen. I have not seen him yet and I don't know what he's like. But nothing changes the fact that he's your student and my junior, and I will not have him die before I even get to meet him." She slowly got up, her eyes swirling with grit and determination. Wait a minute. Tang Yifeng gasped when he realized what she was going to do. You took him in, old man? So if you're not going to rescue him, I'll go. She hissed. All of a sudden, her aura and her presence had changed. She stormed away, grumbling loudly enough for his benefit. I might just as well die with Lu Yi so you'll grow old alone. You'll die a lonely and a remorseful man. Wait, Shui Yuan. Tang Yifeng called urgently. As a Ninth Order Real Lake Realm champion, forcing entry into the Spirit Creek battlefield was not only dangerous, it was suicide. No one in the Real Lake Realm could enter the Spirit Creek realm. Forcing an entry would not only cost a huge amount of contribution points but also be limited to the levels of the Spirit Creek realm. But while it was possible for Real Lake Realm cultivators to enter the battlefield, the same could not be said for champions of the Divine Ocean realm. It was just unequivocally impossible. Therefore it was very, very rare, so rare that it bordered on impossible, for Real Lake Realm cultivators to force an entry into the Spirit Creek battlefield. They could be defeated and even killed by cultivators who were only de facto Spirit Creek realm cultivators if they weren't careful. Hence when Shui Yuan made her decision, she really was going to risk everything to save Lu Yi. Tang Yifeng threw himself before her to stop her from doing anything foolish. You cannot go, he snarled. That earned him a glare from his student. The steadfast resolve she embodied belied her lithe frame and her stern gaze permeated with strength. I'm going and nothing you do will stop me. Now get out of my way or I'll shove you so hard that you'll fall and hurt yourself. You ill-bred whelp. Tang Yifeng glowered. I should have kicked you out the door a long time ago. Just like what you did to my other juniors. That somehow struck a chord and the mood turned palpably tense and awkward. Tang Yifeng fell silent and for one moment, he looked older and more weathered than he was. Oh, very well, he groaned after exhaling gravely. I'll go and beg if it means I'll have to lose face. To Turbulent Watch it is. Chapter 153 Turbulent Watch. The gates of Turbulent Watch's stronghold creaked open to reveal the head watchman Meng Danqing and the various lieutenants, sergeants, and the rest of the watch who waited amid 9 tolls of the stronghold's main bell. When Tang Yifeng and his other female student Wei Yang appeared out of thin air, the watchmen all bowed. Head watchman Meng Danqing scurried Tang Yifeng. Everything is ready, Grandmaster Tang. Come with me please. That did not seem comforting at all to the Grandmaster of the Crimson Blood sect, who merely nodded and responded, I apologize for the imposition. Say no more, Grandmaster Tang, Meng Danqing beamed at him, shaking his head. Turbulent Watch had been waiting just for this day to arrive. An hour later, the two swore upon heaven and made their pact. Turbulent Watch had been careful to not let any word of this escape, but they were being watched and news of the freshly minted alliance quickly broke out. In the meantime, somewhere in the battlefield, Lu Yi was resting while he swallowed some spirit pills to recuperate. Amber was beside him, wolfing down on a slab of meat despite still panting for breath. He knew he needed sustenance or he wouldn't be able to run. Not wanting to delay, they did not stay long before continuing their journey. In mere moments, a streaking light which had been circling around in the skies nearby flew down and glided beside Lu Yi. The man on top showed Lu Yi his battlefield imprint. It was an ally, a cultivator of the Grand Sky Coalition. Come on, get up. The man stopped his magical conveyance although Lu Yi looked hesitant and doubtful. Since parting with Lan Yudi, Lu Yi had encountered several Grand Sky Coalition allies who gave him lifts to expedite his progress. Without them, Lu Yi would not have made it this far. But none of them could stick with him for long. Whenever they stumbled into Thousand Demon Ridge kill squads, they would have to break off with Lu Yi so that he could press on while they held back the enemies. Some time before this, a Ninth Order cultivator ferried Lu Yi using his magical conveyance but they were discovered by the enemies who quickly tried to shoot them down. The ally cultivator might survive the fall if they were really shot down, but not Lu Yi and Amber. Not at such a height at any rate. This explained Lu Ye's hesitation when this newest ally cultivator urged him to get onto the magical conveyance. This mode of travel was unequivocally fast, but it also made them more conspicuous. But right now Lu Yi, with no other choice in mind, could only bite the bullet and step onto the magic conveyance with Amber in tow. The ally cultivator performed a hand seal and commanded, up. The canoe-like magical conveyance lifted up into the sky. But unlike before, this ally cultivator had the sense to remain at lower altitude, so even if they were shot down, they would survive the fall easily enough. But that did not give him any reason to not maintain constant vigilance. As they pressed on quickly, he told Lu Yi, "The Crimson Blood sect has reached a pact with an order called Turbulent Watch. That means you don't have to go all the way to the Crimson Blood sect outpost. Just go to the Watch's outpost here and you'll be able to get back." Turbulent Watch. Yes, Turbulent Watch. Lu Yi immediately rummaged for his map. He did not understand the significance of that pact, but it seemed as if this was a plan for him to get to safety. He quickly located where the Turbulent Watch outpost was. A Tier 7 militant order, it was situated just somewhere between the outer and inner ring areas of the battlefield. It was too far, but it would still take him quite some time to reach there. At the very least, it was way nearer to him than the Crimson Blood sect outpost. He knew what was going on. His mentor Tang Yifeng must be doing something to save him. There really was no incentive for the sect to be making a pact with the Watch, especially at this juncture. Be warned. The 1,000 Demon Ridge orders in the vicinity of the Watch's outpost have declared war on the Watch. So the nearer we get, the more careful we must be. Understood. Lu Yi nodded. His head swiveled to look back. Scores of enemy cultivators had discovered the magical conveyance and were rushing to catch up, but there were also Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who were popping out of the woodwork to intercept. "I guess this is it then," said the ally cultivator all of a sudden. "Don't stop moving towards the Watch's outpost. There will be others up ahead waiting for you." He waited for Lu Yi and Amber to hop off before he wheeled around and zipped straight towards an enemy cultivator who managed to follow them here. The two streaking lights smashed into each other like a pair of comets colliding, eliciting sweeping waves of deafening rings. Lu Yi did not look back. There was no need to. A fight of such magnitude was far beyond his ability to intervene. All he could do, all he should do, was to get back on Amber's back and continue riding for Turbulent Watch. Meanwhile, chaos swept all over the battlefield like a tempestuous storm. News of the pact made between Turbulent Watch and the Crimson Blood sect had practically become public knowledge, and anyone could easily figure out the why and the how. That culminated in the Watch's outpost now becoming the focal point where virtually all cultivators, both the 1,000 Demon Ridges and the Grand Sky Coalitions, congregated, and that was enough to make all lands within a 1,000-mile radius of the Watch's outpost the most dangerous place to be in at the moment. The Watch immediately recalled all its members at once, but the collective might of the enemy sects and orders were steadily whittling down its defenses. Without being able to fight back, the Watchmen all stayed within the fastness of their stronghold and its defensive force field. But that did not prevent the enemy cultivators from relentlessly attacking, hurling spells and whatever they could find at the magical barrier with hopes that they could defeat it and capture the outpost before Lu Yi arrived. But not all was lost. Help was on the way, and cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition were bent on seeing the Turbulent Watch standard flying at the top of the outpost. The fall of the outpost would mean the endgame of this entire contest and Lu Ye's death. In barely a day's time, the lands around the Turbulent Watch outpost became a meat grinder. Numerous cultivators met their ends there. As if there wasn't enough bad news, word arrived to further erode the morale of Grand Sky Coalition's side. Blackfire cultists had arrived, and a huge force was marshalling, one so big that they created a large perimeter around the areas that Lu Yi would need to pass to get to the Watch's outpost. Cult Blackfire was once a Tier 1 Dark Order decades ago, and it was because of the Crimson Blood sect that its strength had dwindled to its present Tier 4 rank today. But they were hardly the only ones. The might of the Crimson Blood sect in those days was what saw the decline of more than a handful of 1,000 Demon Ridge sects and orders. So was the Veil of Venom, whose outpost was now besieged by Feng Yuechan, just to name a few. The hatred and grudge they held exceeded what animosity all other 1,000 Demon Ridge factions had for the Crimson Blood sect. It was in the golden age of the Crimson Blood sect when, at the zenith of its power, 1,000 Demon Ridge sects and others cowered in fear at the mere mention of its name. But now, with the sect in what could very well be its final days, all they needed to do was to make sure that its newest acolyte Lu Yi died. If they did that, the Crimson Blood sect would be history come the next assessment. All those who had suffered the Crimson Blood sect's wrath before were all waiting for this day to come. They would do whatever it took to prevent Lu Ye's entry into the Turbulent Watch outpost. It was for this very reason that Tang Yifeng was against the idea of forging a pact with Turbulent Watch at first. He knew that doing so was tantamount to putting the watch in the line of fire. The watch might have now risen to be a Tier 7 order with considerable strength, but being caught between anvil and hammer at the same time, the watch would most likely endure terrible losses. Outside, at the main audience hall of the turbulent watch stronghold in the real world of Jianghu, Wei Yang placed her hand on the divine opportunity column. Meng Danqing was wearing a solemn look as he warned, "Careful, Sister Wei Yang." "It's fine," Wei Yang smiled at him. "We can't let you do all the heavy lifting by yourselves." "Just do what you can," Tang Yifeng cautioned gravely. "Understood," Wei Yang responded politely while her hand wandered to tap on her battlefield imprint. Her very person shimmered and vanished. She was gone. Hails of spells peppered at the magical force field that held up the defenses of the Spirit Creek battlefield turbulent watch outpost. Scores of watchmen scurried about anxiously and hurriedly about, struggling to lug magical supplies to keep the force field standing. But the downpour of spells battering the force field intensified with ripples upon ripples fanning out on the force field's dome-like surface. The enemies were just too many, and more from the inner ring and the central regions of the battlefield were coming. The watch's legate in charge had long activated the force field to its fullest, yet, it still wasn't going to hold for much longer. "How long do we still have?" the legate cried over the din of the incessant explosions occurring over their heads. "No more than 4 hours at this rate," cried his deputy. "The force field's not going to hold for long." "Sir," the deputy yelled again, "should we not prepare for an evacuation back to Jianghu? The longer we hold on here, the more losses we'll incur." The numbers of the dead and the wounded were slowly rising, and if they were not careful, this could become an all-out bloodbath. "We hold," insisted the legate. "This is the order that the Grand Master himself has given us. I don't know what happened between our forebears and the Crimson Blood sects, but a watchman always obeys. I'm assigning you to guard the divine opportunity column. Your orders are to execute any deserter." The deputy legate gulped hard and responded, "Yes, sir." But before he could spin on his heels and move inside, the magical force field shuddered, and the tremor shook the whole outpost. "Who the hell just undid the force field?" the legate yelped with horror. He was certain that the tremor just now was because of a momentary deactivation of the outpost's magical force field. They marched towards the main audience hall where they could get a better vantage point, and what they saw left them flabbergasted with shock. A streaking jet of light as dark as the blackest night shot around here and there. Where it passed through, 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators crashed to the ground in droves. As if death himself had manifested, shrieks and cries of terror resounded from within the ranks of the enemies as the black jet of light engulfed them in a tempest of despair and destruction. Not even those who came from the core and inner ring regions of the battlefield could resist being slaughtered by the streaking light. "Who in heaven's name is that?" gasped the watch's legate with perplexed bewilderment. He could have sworn that no one within Turbulent Watch had such power. The deputy legate too was equally stunned. A hunch told him that this could be Feng Yuechan, the current reigning number 1 of the battlefield's role of supremacy. But he knew better. Feng Yuechan was known to be a spell cultivator, but the stranger clearly wasn't one. In mere moments, more than 12,000 Demon Ridge cultivators perished, most of them champions who had traveled far from the central regions of the battlefield. All of a sudden, the magical force field of the Turbulent Watch outpost showed signs of weakening. Lighting crackled in the distant skies. Its mauvish shade as the lightning bolt flashed in the overhead plumes told the legate what he needed to know. Someone senior or beyond Spirit Creek realm has come. But who? Only cultivators within the Spirit Creek realm could enter the Spirit Creek battlefield. Those with powers beyond could still come in, but at a terrible price, and his or her powers would be limited to the Spirit Creek realm, and the powers and damage he or she could use would also be bound to the Spirit Creek realm. That was not all. Heaven would inflict its judgment whenever such individuals killed somebody. Which was what that purplish lightning was all about, the judgment of heaven. More killings would invite upon oneself heavier punishment, and it was only a matter of time before this powerful stranger had to endure a fatal strike from the judgment of heaven. Chapter 154 Golden Tip. As the jet of obsidian rays exacted chaos and pandemonium amongst the ranks of the 1,000 Demon Ridge invaders besieging the Turbulent Watch outpost, the legate in charge of the outpost saw their chance for a counterattack. Loudly he rallied his men, Deactivate the force field. Attacking was the best form of defense, it was always said, and the perfect moment for a comeback had arrived. A hole in the force field yawned open, and turbulent watchmen, all of them irate and hungry for some revenge, charged out of the hole. At the same time, droves of Grand Sky Coalition who were being kept at bay from aiding the outpost too realized the opportunity to reverse the odds. Caught between the anvil and the hammer themselves, this time forced the invaders to retreat. The Grand Sky Coalition reinforcements quickly rendezvoused with the turbulent watch defenders before the entire contingent of cultivators withdrew inside the outpost. The magical force field was re-erected with its defensive strength doubled or even quadrupled this time. With help from the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition, Turbulent Watch would be able to make any Thousand Demon Ridge invaders regret coming here. In the meantime, the jet-black streak of light, which was an unknown stranger who came from the real world of Jianghu, was gone, enveloped by the amaranthan lightning bolts that danced all over the stranger's figure menacingly. Even now, no one from the Turbulent Watch outpost knew who the stranger was. It did not take long for the answer to be made known to them. What? Her? The legate in charge was stunned when he realized who it was. Wait, isn't she a medical cultivator? He could still remember himself being injured a few years ago, and the Grand Master of the Watch had to bring him to the Crimson Blood sect quickly just to see this lady. Her healing skills were so ungodly that he fully recovered in just 3 days. It was said that she was one of the best healers in Bingzhou with skills that could even defy death. But what he just saw her do had left him stupefied with shock. Meanwhile, Wei Yang sped as quickly as she could, swathed not only in the black lightless luminescence from her own aura, but also amaranthan electrical bolts snaking all around her like countless whips lashing furiously at her very person. She had been careful enough not to cause too many fatalities. The judgment of heaven wasn't something she was foolhardy enough to take lightly. Beautiful but yet terribly deadly, the lightning bolts now sizzling angrily around her could have caused any other cultivator in the same shoes agonizing pain, although Wei Yang seemed to be feeling zero pain at all. With her gaze transfixed at the front, she pressed on with all the speed she could muster. Faster. I need to be faster. Somewhere way ahead, Lu Yi and Amber were desperately fleeing with enemies hot on their heels. The dark silhouette of an enemy took into the skies. Still hovering in midair, the enemy aimed a finger at Lu Ye's back. Casual and confident, like he was about to crush an ant to death. The colossal phantom of a finger materialized above Lu Yi. Without mercy, it crashed down rapidly, only too eager to really have Lu Yi squashed like an ant. Amber shifted left and right. But nothing the tiger did could help them evade the incoming attack. As the gigantic phantom monolith bore down on Lu Yi, he roared furiously in defiance, activating spiritual pattern protection. The sigil-inscribed energy shield appeared right over his head. He channeled every bit of spiritual power he could find into maintaining the integrity of the shield, but it was not enough. The gigantic finger rammed into the shield with a huge bang, and the shield shattered with a sickening crack. Almost immediately, Lu Yi felt an invisible force crushing down on his shoulders with the weight of a mountain, and Amber crumbled to the ground with a painful grunt. Struggling for air and with his chest about to explode, Lu Yi was wondering if his moment had finally arrived when the unmistakable ring of steel pierced through the air sonorously like the toll of a bell, followed by an angry snarled, "Who is that? Wait, is that you, one of the sword freaks of the Northern Profound Sword clan?" The invisible force immediately dispelled, and Lu Yi looked around. Right beside him was a stranger. Clad in a shamrock tunic, he was but a few feet away with his back to Lu Yi. But Lu Yi did not fail to notice the sword he was toting. "So, is the Sword Clan inclined to intervene as well?" growled the enemy cultivator, although he sounded clearly apprehensive. "Go," said the green-robed stranger to Lu Yi softly, clearly a man of few words. "Thank you so much, sir." Lu Yi uttered a word of thanks before he escaped the area. The Northern Profound Sword Clan, one of Bingzhou's 10 strongest Tier 1 militant orders, according to what Yu Xiaodai once told him. He was just barely out of earshot when he heard the clamor of battle coming from his behind and the screams of steel incessantly ringing in his ears. Lu Yi quickly referred to his map. He was getting closer to the Turbulent Watch outpost, but the nearer he got, the more dangerous it became. He did not know if he would ever make it to the outpost safely, but he did not have another choice. Whatever perils awaited him, Lu Yi understood that he needed to face them all head-on. Fortunately for him, whenever an enemy far more powerful than him appeared to thwart his progress, a Grand Sky Coalition equivalent would appear to deliver him from harm. After a half-day's worth of riding, Lu Yi found himself stranded at the crest of a hill. The odd shape of the landscape appeared like it was formerly a mountain that had a huge portion of its top part skimmed off. The entire crest of the hill was a flat and barren plateau with little to no vegetation. Whatever flora that grew was only limited to the edge of the plateau, as if there was an unseen boundary that forbade any growth on the top of the hill. There was a name for this place on the map: Golden Tip. It would have looked to Lu Yi like one of the many unnamed mountains that he had passed by before. Most of the mountains on the map were only marked as being a part of the long stretch of a mountain range that carried a name, just like the ranges of Green Cloud Mountain and 100 Peaks, both of which he had visited before. That such a hill was given a name made this place a special landmark. Old wives' tales from these parts spoke of how a legendary figure with godlike powers created the hill with his prowess with the saber, but Lu Yi doubted the veracity of the myth. The battlefield allowed only the entry of cultivators equipped with techniques or disciplines limited to the Spirit Creek realm. Even so, causing such a phenomenal change to the terrain would require more than just anyone like them, even if they could amplify their powers tenfold. That made the formation of Golden Tip an enigma that could never really be solved. At the moment, more than a dozen Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were using their own bodies to enclose Lu Yi in a ring of steel while they were protecting him from a horde of Thousand Demon Ridge enemies who had surrounded them. They could not run and there was no way to. The allied cultivators were all stout and powerful men, but the enemies were just too many. Having surrounded Lu Yi and his allies, the enemy cultivators did not attack. Instead, they began calling in for more help. News about the acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect, Lu Yi, being stranded on the top of Golden Tip blazed through the battlefield like an epidemic, causing every cultivator involved to stop what they were doing and rush this way at once. However, many would stop to engage each other in battles halfway through their journey. "We cannot afford to waste time here any longer, everyone. The longer we wait here, the more certain that every one of us here will die," said a tall and bulky body-tempering cultivator. "Then let's fight our way out of this mess then," concurred another voice. "That's all and well, but we're talking about trying to keep our little Crimson Blood sect friend here alive." "Then what? Wait until we grow old and shriveled?" "Well, if dying is what is going to come, then I'll be sure to take a few more down with me." "Boy, are you afraid?" one of the men asked Lu Yi gruffly. "I am." That appeared to be the last thing he expected Lu Yi to say, for the man did not know what to respond with. "But I don't want to die here," said Lu Yi as he drew his weapon with grave slowness. "I am grateful for your help, all of you. These Thousand Demon Ridge scums are here for me, so just do whatever you can to get yourselves to safety. I'll be sure to keep up as best as I can. If I fail to make it out of here, then leave me. Don't come back for me." A smack landed right at the back of Lu Ye's head. "Tough talk for a puny Fifth Order like you. At any rate, you're not dying before we do, all right?" That was the beefy body-tempering cultivator. He inhaled a mouthful of air and the already muscular physique of the brawny giant of a man expanded even further. The well-chiseled thickness and powerful size of his muscles looked even more stunning as jets of air escaped his nostrils with every breath. "Keep up then. We're getting out of here. Make sure you stay alive. All is lost if you die. The Thousand Demon Ridge scum will triumph and all our deaths will be for naught," said one of the men to Lu Yi. Up until now, few among the Grand Sky Coalition cared about the debt owed by their forebears. Most just wouldn't care about what would befall the Crimson Blood sect. But they could never tolerate Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators taking the win and gloating at them. To that end, they were willing to do whatever was needed to thwart them, even if it meant their own deaths. After all, lives were lost in the battlefield on a daily basis by the hundreds or even thousands. Even without Lu Yi, Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and their Grand Sky Coalition counterparts would still find new beef to fight over. Charge! The tiny cadre of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators blitzed towards an upward slope with the body-tempering cultivators spearheading the front. The enemies all ducked, giving way for Lu Yi and his allies to run straight into a hail of spells fired at them. The body-tempering cultivator barreled forward like a bull, enduring the barrage of spells raining down on him. Peeling closely behind were the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, doing whatever they could to fend up the merciless gauntlet of attacks meant to wear them down. Despite their valiant efforts, they could not break through the enemy lines. The onslaught they faced not only came from the front, it was coming from all directions. The group quickly found themselves surrounded and trapped, once again. Only this time almost every one of them had collected several injuries of their own, save for Lu Yi whom they had been shielding with their own bodies. Again, the body-tempering cultivator roared, deciding on another bearing. A separate group of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators was coming that way, making the direction the most feasible way of egress. But their hopes were dashed when more Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators arrived, and the new group of friendly cultivators too found themselves stranded and they needed to fight for their own lives as well. Things were turning dire for Lu Ye's group. Pinned and beleaguered by enemies, what was more than a dozen men at first had been reduced to just barely less than 10. Flames erupted like a storm, but it was no cause for joy. Several spell cultivators took to the air as they prepared their magic. Despite their different garbs, a tiny flame blazed on every one of their foreheads, marking them as members of the same militant order. The tongues of flames they conjured took on the shapes of serpents and bore down on the body-tempering cultivator, engulfing him in an inferno that threatened to roast him alive. The poor brawny man tried his utmost to weather the storm, but that did not prevent his flesh from being burned raw. Despair and despondency filled the eyes of the men. With the body-tempering cultivator now incapacitated, so ebbed were their hopes of getting out of the quandary alive. More flaming serpents rose into the air, waving their claws menacingly at the body-tempering cultivator. Their plan was clear enough. Once the body-tempering cultivator was slain, Lu Yi and the others would be nothing but sheep ready to be slaughtered. "And what do you think you're doing to my junior Lu Yi?" A voice of suppressed rage echoed from far away, swamping even the din of the battle so that every single person could hear it clearly. When everyone heard just the first two words, the voice sounded far and distant. But by the time the final syllable was heard, everyone could see that the stranger had arrived with unbelievable speed. The streaking light of black, shrouded with purplish lightning crackling with protest, arrived right before one of the enemy spell cultivators in just a flash. Horrified, the spell cultivator frantically wheeled around to fire a spell into the face of the newcomer. Chapter 155 Sister Wei Yang? First came a bang. Wei Yang smashed through the flaming serpent like a battering ram on a rampage, reducing it into a fiery burst of cinders. That did not reduce her speed at all. She raced past the spell cultivator who fired the flaming serpent and was gone with slivers of her black luminescent aura ebbing in her wake. The spell cultivator, still hovering in midair, stiffened before a thin red line appeared as if traced by an invisible hand across his throat, and he crashed to the ground. By now, the jet-black glob of light had made its way through the enemy lines from behind, plowing through men and steel while leaving a bloody trail of dead bodies and maimed limbs being tossed into the air before they fell with a morbid thud to the ground, and what was already a scene of gore and destruction now devolved into purgatory of pure carnage in real life. Lu Yi could see the black streaking light fleeting around from his position. He did not know who it was or how he or she could move through the enemy rank and file like a hot knife through butter, but its presence somehow filled him with an inexplicable sense of renewed hope and warmth. How did this strange and foreign feeling come to be? He did not know. Lu Yi lowered his gaze and peered at his battlefield imprint. The warmth was coming from there, and something told him that it was because of that black glowing light fighting its way towards him. Is she from Crimson Blood sect? The sect still has members other than Teacher and me? He knew little about the Crimson Blood sect. But he knew that for 30 years, the Crimson Blood sect had not taken in any new acolytes, and that was why he always thought that the sect was made up by only him and his mentor and Grand Master of the sect Tang Yifeng. However, he was wrong. The Crimson Blood sect still had more acolytes, and by the looks of things at least one more. Ignore her. Focus on getting Lu Yi. A voice from the mob rallied the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. But before his voice even ended, the black streaking light bore down on him like a panther, and a human head sprang into the air with blood spraying everywhere. That was with spells after spells that never stopped firing at her. Volleys of fire-based bolts, each shaped like serpents, shot straight at her, and the searing heat of each and every strand was enough to warp even the air wherever they passed. The black glow landed right in front of Lu Yi and the others. Wei Yang materialized and grabbed a falling leaf. It magically grew in size, expanding larger and larger until it was wide enough to envelop everyone underneath like a big dome. Bang, bang, bang. More spells peppered down on the massive leaf shield, but none of it could penetrate its defenses, and there was Lu Yi, in complete shock and awe at the figure towering over him. Being clothed in robes that looked like dyed elephant skin on her did not fail to do her curvy, tall and slender figure proper justice. Even with the purplish lightning bolts dancing around and gnawing at her flesh, she ignored the endless barrage of spells pelting on the leaf shield she just conjured and smiled at Lu Yi. "So, you're Lu Yi? I'm your senior in the sect. You can call me Sister Wei Yang." That felt as if the world had crashed down on him. Lu Yi hastily bowed. "So nice to meet you, Sister Wei Yang." Heavens, a senior from the sect. And one so energetic too. Gods, and she's so pretty and charming. Forgive my lateness. The old man at home was being just too stubborn. Old man? That left Lu Yi confused, although he immediately realized that it was their mentor and Grand Master that she was referring to, although he did not know if he should reply. At the same time, the other group of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had managed to fight their way here, all thanks to the opening that Wei Yang's arrival had given them. She might have only just arrived, but she had read the situation enough to know that it was impossible to save Lu Yi with her power alone. She needed help if her newest fellow student was to walk away from this quandary alive. Which was why she had opened a way for the other Grand Sky Coalition group and all other allies to meet up with Lu Yez. Only that way could she ensure that there were enough men to keep him safe. All of a sudden, Lu Yi found himself being squashed in the middle of a company of more than 100 allies. Some of them huddled around while others fought to deflect any spells that came their way. But everyone knew full well that this would hold at least for now but not forever. They would eventually tire out and be overrun by the enemies. "Everyone, I call upon your help to keep brother Lu Yi safe," Wei Yang implored all of a sudden. Scores of cultivators responded almost immediately in rowdy clamor. "As you wish, Sister Wei Yang." Everyone sounded fervent and ardent despite the overwhelming odds. Wei Yang did not dawdle. She hurled herself forward and her tall and slender figure was once again engulfed by the black glow that dove into the midst of the enemy for a second round of slaughter. The spell cultivators who were still hovering in midair looked horrified the moment the black streaking comet came barreling at them, and those who were unfortunate enough to find themselves being preyed upon by Wei Yang never lived for more than 3 seconds. The first enemy spell cultivator crashed to the ground, shrieking with terror while he plummeted to his death. Then another. And another. Back and forth she smashed through the rows of enemies who were floating in the air until no spell cultivators were left. Those who managed to survive immediately landed on the ground and kept a low profile. Wei Yang's intentions were clear: she would attack anyone who remained in the air. Then she returned to Lu Ye's side. The entire plateau went silent and everyone quelled the emanation of their powers, for in their bewilderment, a vicious-looking scythe that stood almost as tall as its wielder had appeared in Wei Yang's grasp. The weapon exuded an ominous aura, making all who gazed upon it avert his or her eyes with disquiet. "Begone if you know what's good for you," Wei Yang growled quietly. Everywhere she set her sights on, 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators frantically retreated several paces. But a lone figure stepped forward. One with a flaming sign branded on his forehead. Defiantly, he stared at Wei Yang. "It is an honor that our ruckus here has caught even the notice of one of your station and might, senior. But surely after all that killing, might I hazard a guess that the effects of the judgment of heaven is beginning to feel painful?" "Look at the color of the lightning arcing all around you, it's looking dark purplish at the moment. Just how many more of us do you think you can kill before you too pay the ultimate price yourself?" Wei Yang peered at him. Without a warning or a word, she discorporated, leaving only an afterimage at where she was standing, and reappeared in front of that man. With just a simple tap on his chest so quick that he could barely react, the man stiffened. As if he was petrified, he could only watch with wordless horror as Wei Yang's giant scythe swung down at him and lopped off a head with a disbelieving expression still stamped on it. Wei Yang quickly retreated back to Lu Yi. Coldly she regarded the mob of enemies. "Does Cult Blackfire wish to defy me? I might not be able to kill many, but kill I shall, nevertheless. Any of you who are interested in testing the wrath of my scythe is welcome to try." "What honor is there in besting the likes of those who are weaker than you, senior?" A resentful voice echoed from the crowd, although the person was clearly using some unknown technique to spread his voice everywhere to prevent anyone from pinpointing his position. "Besting the likes of those who are weaker than you, eh?" Wei Yang looked around, searching for the origin of the voice. "Then what were you doing to little brother Lu Yi here just now?" Whatever happens here is purely something between us participants of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Your barging in here is hardly the conduct of someone of your stature and power. What if the seniors of every militant sect and order were to come in here like you? This battlefield would be anything but peaceful. I'd love to see them try. I'll make sure any one of your seniors who dares come in will never walk out living. Impudence, the voice thundered with undisguised rage. Look at the bolts arcing all around her, everyone. There can only be so much killing that she can do before the judgment of heaven claims her. I say we charge together. She would only be inviting death if she dared to kill again. Found you at last. The corners of Wei Yang's lips twisted with glee as she hurled her scythe forward. When she retracted her scythe, it hooked back a tiny lanky man with the scythe's blade impaled through his chest. She raised up the poor man for all to see like a standard being held aloft. Blood dribbled out of the hideous wound and the pain was making him wince and groan. Many amongst the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators shuddered. None of them saw what happened. She was just too quick. Wei Yang looked up at the scrawny man hanging from her scythe. Her eyebrows peaked with mild annoyance. You're from the Tower of Mourning, aren't you? Good heavens, seems like you lot have not yet learned your lesson even after so many decades. Always the rabble-rouser, eh? That wasn't me, the scrawny man protested, writhing in pain. Not wanting to bandy words, Wei Yang gave her scythe a forceful shake that looked all too easy for her and the man erupted into a burst of tiny bits of flesh and blood. She turned around and instructed Lu Yi. The next time you encounter any enemies from Cult Blackfire or the Tower of Mourning, act first and talk later. They are sworn enemies of our sect. Understood, responded Lu Yi. Hold up. There's also the Veil of Venom. But strange, if the cult and the tower are here, I can imagine no reason as to why no one from the Veil is here, she murmured, scanning the mob as if she was looking for someone from the Veil to vent some of her displeasure. But the tightly knit mob made it difficult for her to single out anyone from the Veil. 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator balked under her piercing glare and stammered, the men of the Veil are all being held at bay by Feng Yuechan. Yuechan? Wei Yang's glare melted into a forlorn gaze into the distance. So the little lass is all grown up too, huh? Wei Yang brandished her weapon and aimed it at the mob surrounding them. I'm taking my junior with me. Is there anyone who wishes to protest? Another Blackfire cultist broke ranks from the crowd and said solemnly, we are the flame that lights the darkness, in the face of death we feel remorseless. There he stood not far away from Wei Yang, looking at her placidly. She swung her scythe at him and bisected him into two bloody halves. Another came out and uttered the same mantra, we are the flame that lights the darkness, in the face of death we feel remorseless. Wei Yang waved her weapon furiously at her new target without any shred of hesitation. A third Blackfire cultist stepped forward and recited the same maxim. Only this time Wei Yang did nothing to attack. She grinned broadly and pointed a finger up into the sky. I won't have to kill you because someone else can do it for me. The sharp ringing of steel screamed through the air, whining like the cry of a banshee. Every head spun in the direction from whence the sound was coming from. Lo and behold, a glaring ray of light shot down from the sky and a sword drove its tip through the third cultist's skull and pummeled its way down, severing him into a pair of blood-soaked slabs of meat and viscera, all before he could react or protest. By the time the bright illumination of the weapon ebbed, all they saw was a sword stuck into the ground. Out of nowhere, a man descended from the skies, gently landing on the hilt of the sword while his body bounced very softly to the movement of the sword as if he weighed only as much as a leaf. He flung back his mane of long flowing white hair that reached well over his shoulders, and appended a gourd to empty some of its contents down his throat before he gave a drunken hiccup, muttering, sorry. I was delayed. That's Li Baxin, cried a voice with unmasked terror. The mob of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators stirred uneasily. Most of them had never seen him up close before, but few would not recognize the name of Li Baxin, the 10th on the battlefield's roll of supremacy. Being the 10th strongest person in the battlefield wasn't reason enough for the whole world to be afraid of him, but rather, it was the fact that he accomplished such an achievement as an 8th order cultivator made him all the more dangerous. The battlefield's roll of supremacy marked the names of the 100 men and women that represented the battlefield's cream of the crop, and most, if not all, of these elites were 9th order cultivators skilled in heaven-grade disciplines and techniques. All except one, the number 10 on the roll of supremacy, Li Baxin. The entirety of the Spirit Creek battlefield had an innumerable number of Ninth Orders skilled in heaven-grade cultivation disciplines. With virtually every militant sect and order from the real world of Jianghu having its own presence here, cultivators reached the Ninth Order every day. But the number rose and fell with every ascension and death, be it a cultivator who had just entered the Ninth Order, a cultivator who had surpassed the Ninth Order and achieved the Cloud River realm, or just as simple as a cultivator who had lost his life during battle. For reasons such as these, the number of active Ninth Orders in the battlefield was just impossible to keep track of since changes could occur anytime. But it wouldn't be a stretch to say that the number must be higher than 90,000 in the least. Out of the 90,000, the best and most dangerous 100 cultivators have their names recorded in the Roll of Supremacy. Similar to Liu Ye's former nemesis Dong Shuyi, Li Baxian was formerly a Ninth Order before his plunge back to the Eighth Order. Hence, with his experience and skills still intact, he was able to still remain within the top 10. Before Feng Yuechan was crowned the queen of the battlefield, he was the king before her. It was a terrible mishap that saw his spiritual points damaged, causing him to plummet back down one order. The other reason, however, was rather straightforward. Li Baxian was a combat cultivator specialized in swordsmanship. Chapter 156 Make It Up to You? Most considered the breed of combat cultivators specialized in the use of swords as a peculiar sort. Hence the epithet of all combat cultivators of this kind, blade freaks. Yet despite whatever disdain or disapproval others might have of them and their eccentricities, no one would dare make the foolish mistake of underestimating them. Blade freaks were known to be capable of defeating even enemies that outranked them and that made them highly feared by everyone else. The Northern Profound Sword Sect of Bingzhou was a militant order of a modest size where most other Tier 1 militant orders and sects could easily outnumber them 3-1, for the Sword Sect was extremely strict in its enrollment of fresh members. That was due to the fact that the Sword Sect, as its name suggested, accepted only combat cultivators specializing in the crafts of swordsmanship. They studied only the skills and eldritch crafts of wielding the sword and nothing else. Despite the Sword Sect's relatively small number of members, it nevertheless remained an undisputed entrant of the 10 greatest Tier 1 militant orders in all of Jianghu. The sum of Tier 1 militant orders that scattered around Jianghu could reach almost 100, but the Northern Profound Sword Sect was the one name that everyone feared the most. An entity that not even the rest of the other Tier 1 militant orders would dare flippantly trifle with. After all, the accounts of 800 swords marching down the slopes of Heavenstone into war remained a tale that could easily strike fear into any foes of the Sword Sect. Li Baxian's history had been a strange one. Once a Crimson Blood Sect acolyte in his youth, he joined the Devoted Ones before being allowed to study with the Northern Profound Sword Sect at one point on exchange. The few years with the acolytes of the Sword Sect had earned him their friendship. In fact, the Grand Master of the Sword Sect himself had once traveled all the way to the stronghold of the Devoted Ones to implore to have Li Baxian transferred to the Sword Sect, although the Devoted Ones had declined the request at the time. But the gesture was sufficient to demonstrate how greatly the Sword Sect valued him. But being unable to make Li Baxian as one of his own students did not stop the Grand Master of the Northern Profound Sword Sect from giving whatever advice and tutelage to Li Baxian. Whatever knowledge, skill and experience he could impart, he bestowed them all to Li Baxian except for the carefully guarded secrets reserved only for members of the Sword Sect. And Li Baxian did not disappoint. As soon as he reached the Ninth Order, he managed to defeat the reigning number 1 on the battlefield's Roll of Supremacy and claimed the seat for himself in the same year. If not for the damage he suffered to his spiritual points, he would have long become a Cloud River realm or even a real Lake realm cultivator by now. For more than a decade, Li Baxian had been wallowing in the Spirit Creek realm, unable to ascend his rank further. But he had not been idle. His skill and technique had reached such heights that no other Spirit Creek realm swordsman could dare claim superiority over him. Even the cultivators of the Northern Profound Sword Sect, blade freaks known for their intransigence and austere rigidness, always treated him with respect and reverence whenever they met each other as if he was one of their own. Such was the respect and fear he commanded, being an Eighth Order who now reigned as one of the 10 greatest cultivators of the battlefield. Right now, out of nowhere, he had appeared. A lone man armed with just his sword, but his mere presence was enough to make every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator in his presence shudder with fear. Wei Yang might be powerful enough to save Lu Yi alone, but coming inside the battlefield had forced her to move around with the judgment of heaven inflicted upon her. She had killed enough enemies since her entry here for the judgment to become stronger and thicker. Any more killings and the effects of the judgment would kill her, real Lake Realm or not. To that end, that was exactly the reason the Blackfire cultists had been goading her into attacking them. None of them even resisted. In fact, one could argue that they had been offering themselves to her as a sacrifice like lambs to be slaughtered. That illustrated their resolve to have Wei Yang removed as a threat to their cause. But Li Baxin was an altogether different case. As an 8th Order cultivator of the Spirit Creek realm, he could kill without suffering any consequences. While the mob of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators reeled with horror, Li Baxin ignored them and spun around casually. He beamed to them brilliantly, "Which is my junior?" But there was no need to ask. Being the only 5th Order cultivator present, he could easily make out his relatively weaker signature of spiritual power, especially since he was the one being surrounded by Grand Sky Coalition cultivators trying to protect him. Their eyes met. Li Baxin said to him, "I am your senior. The 4th student of our mentor Tang Yifeng." "My respects to you, brother." Lu Yi bowed. Li Baxin had mentioned himself being the 4th student of Tang Yifeng. That would mean that there was a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd too. "That's great," Li Baxin grinned, bobbing his head. "The old man has finally let go and decided to accept a new student. Marvelous." He turned to Wei Yang and grumbled, "You should have told me about this, Sister Wei Yang. I would not have known that I have a younger fellow student if not for Yuechan." "Blame it on the old man. It was he who did not want me to tell you about it," Wei Yang explained. "That old man and his god-awful stiff-necked intransigence," snorted Li Baxin. He hopped off his perch on the top of his sword hilt and landed on the ground before he yanked it out of the ground, all with a smile that could have sent numerous lasses swooning with adoration and infatuation. Even Lu Yi himself had to admit that Li Baxin was blessed with good looks and electrifying charisma. "It's a pleasure to meet you, brother. I'm sorry I came without gifts, but let me kill a few enemies to make it up to you." He shook his weapon like he would with a whisk and let go. The sword ripped out of his grasp like a falcon taking flight and turned into a sliver of light before streaking forward with the speed and intensity of a lightning bolt, zigzagging amongst the enemy host like currents of electricity zapping unimpeded. "Careful," cried a voice. "Erish," another voice screamed. The flying sword tore its way through the enemy mob, unleashing bedlam and pandemonium while the air clamored with the sickening hubbub of steel shredding and rending through flesh. The air roiled with the chaotic undulations of spiritual powers coming from the panicking enemies, and cultivators tried in vain to frantically summon their powers to fight back. But Li Baxin's sword was just too fast, and the deadly weapon easily felled anyone who dared to stand in its path. Anyone witnessing the slaughter could almost comprehend how fragile life could be in the face of such vicious violence. Blood collected in dribbles into streams and eventually pools. In just the blink of an eye, more than 20 enemies had died because of the sword alone, and its feast had only just started. A Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator made the mistake of attacking Li Baxin. As most swordsmen were defenseless during the use of their sword magic, this enemy cultivator clearly believed that this would be his best chance to put down the all-famous Li Baxin by catching him unaware. Also a swordsman, the enemy did not choose to use magic on his sword. Instead, he opted to attack Li Baxin personally. As he drew near, he brandished his weapon and lunged with his weapon piercing with lightning speed dexterity. Lu Yi could feel a knot in his gut as he watched the enemy approaching Li Baxin, who merely stood there, motionless while he lackadaisically took another swig of wine off his gourd. The blade of his foe's weapon swept towards him, bursting into numerous doubles that all swarmed at Li Baxin simultaneously. Unfazed, he opened his mouth and a tiny energy bolt shaped like a sword shot out. Small and quaint, yet powerful and deadly. The lone needle-like bolt met the deluge of death alone and single-handedly incinerated them all before barreling straight for the enemy cultivator with its speed and force undiminished, where it easily speared through him and burst out the back of his rib cage. Still standing but very much stiff, the man stared at Li Baxin in what were his final moments of life, awash with disbelief and frustration. "The likes of you are unfit for a weapon as noble as the sword," Li Baxin muttered with frost reserved only for his enemies. The tiny sword did not dissipate like most other energy bolts did. Like a little hummingbird of death, it joined Li Baxin's first sword. Big and small, the dual swords streaked around like a pair of large and small comets, crisscrossing and lancing their way through countless enemies that the Thousand Demon Ridge enemies suffered even bigger losses. "Watch your contribution points," Wei Yang warned all of a sudden. An 8th order at the moment, Li Baxin nevertheless retained the experience and techniques he learned as a 9th order, not to mention that the disciplines and skills he embodied all belonged to the heaven grade. Therefore, by authority of the inherently magical laws of nature that govern the battlefield, Li Baxin could only kill 9th order enemies, or more specifically 9th order enemies trained in Earth-grade martial disciplines, to avoid the penalization of his contribution points. His points would still face deduction even if he killed an 8th order enemy trained in Earth-grade martial disciplines, for the difference between their powers would still be absurdly vast. This illustrated how actually powerful Li Baxin really was. Contribution points are hard-earned rewards cultivators earned with their blood and sweat. Rewards that could be extremely useful if used well, therefore no cultivator would dare flippantly squander them. Having killed so many weaker enemies must have cost Li Baxin a lot of points. "Don't worry about it," Li Baxin answered. He raised an arm and waved. Both his swords shot back to him. One of them returned into his gourd while the other flew back into his grasp. The carnage had ended, but the aftermath was no less terrible, with the air was rank with the stench of blood and the ground littered with mangled viscera, muscle, cartilage and even maimed limbs. Still surrounded by allies making sure that he was safe, Lu Yi could feel his heart racing with exhilaration. Sister Wei Yang is already incredible enough, and now a brother Li Baxin who is an even deadlier figure. Just what in heaven's name is the Crimson Blood sect? Dangers were still abound, but that did not stop him from grinning. For once, Lu Yi felt relieved and relaxed. Doesn't it feel so good to have someone to depend on? Then he remembered what Lan Yudi told him. She mentioned a certain someone who was already on the way here. So long as they could meet up, Lu Yi would be safe. Lu Yi did not know who that was then. But he now knew who Lan Yudi was referring to now. Li Baxin. "That's enough dawdling. Take brother Lu Yi and go," Wei Yang urged. Li Baxin shook his head. "I can't," he said suddenly. "Someone's here and he's waiting for me." Meaning that he would have taken Lu Yi away right when they met each other. After all, Lu Yi's survival was the single most important matter, and sending him into the safety of the turbulent watch outpost took precedence. But he couldn't. As soon as he arrived, he picked up the spiritual power signature of his rival, and that was when Li Baxin knew that he needed to do something. His killing of so many Thousand Demon Ridge enemies was hardly just for some frivolous reason. It was to lessen the pressure that his allies had to endure so that their job of keeping Lu Yi safe would be easier, even if that meant losing a lot of contribution points. His rival had long arrived, but he did not choose to show himself. With Wei Yang around, Li Baxin's adversary clearly wasn't thrilled at the prospect of being cut down by her. "Even from so far away I could smell you, you scoundrel. Show yourself." Li Baxin swiveled his head all of a sudden to look in a particular direction. He swung his sword and fired an energy bolt in the same bearing. All enemy cultivators nearby quickly flinched and some even ducked. Still, some did not manage to escape in time. The energy bolt speared through them before a wicked-looking saber slammed into it, defeating it soundly. Wielding the saber was this man with a long mane of hair that was let loose down his shoulders. Under a circlet that he wore around his head, his sharp eyes emitted a glare so fierce that it burned with as much hatred as a hungry wolf's. "That's Yan Xing," cried one of the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who recognized him. In the real world of Jianghu, members of the Jianghu often compared the Northern Profound Sword sect to its bitter rival from the Thousand Demon Ridge, the Raving Bladesmen of Dingzhou. Both Tier 1 militant orders, the Sword sect and the Raving Bladesmen, were all blessed with no shortage of promising talents. It had been a long-enduring tradition that practitioners of the saber loathed all who trained in the crafts of wielding the sword and vice versa. With one in the northern regions of Jianghu and the other in the south, the bitter rivals each enjoyed relative peace in the real world, and never the twain should meet. But the same could not be said inside the Spirit Creek battlefield. Their outposts sat just right next to each other, prompting frequent conflicts between the two sides. The years of enmity and the countless deaths of acolytes from both factions had turned the rivalry into a blood feud that could only be resolved by the destruction of either side. A raving bladesman himself, Yan Xing's position on the battlefield's role of supremacy far outranked Li Baxin's, in second place just behind Feng Yuechan. But what laid between Yan Xing and Li Baxin was more than just some simple rivalry. It was a vendetta. Long when Li Baxin was still learning his craft within the halls of the Northern Profound Sword Sect, he had once joined an assault by the Sword Sect on several Raving Bladesmen units. It was during that attack that Li Baxin killed a female Raving Bladesman. That woman was none other than Yan Xing's sweetheart. Since then Yan Xing vowed to kill Li Baxin with his own hands to avenge her. Part of the reason behind Li Baxin's demotion in his rank of cultivation was because of Yan Xing, although his original plan, if worked correctly, should have culminated in Li Baxin's demise. But with his spiritual points damaged, Li Baxin had lost his chance of ascending into the Cloud River realm. More than a decade had passed since then. Like Feng Yuechan, Yan Xing refused to ascend. He adamantly refused to leave the Spirit Creek battlefield, hoping for the chance to realize his dream of killing Li Baxin. That was not good news at all to all other champions whose names were on the roll of supremacy as well. Both the number 1 and number 2 champions of the roll were refusing to ascend because Li Baxin and all the rest of the other champions could only settle by being the third. But seasons passed and the champions all decided to just leave this place of constant chaos and tumult by ascending into the Cloud River realm directly. Meanwhile, Li Baxin did not give Yan Xing any chance to enact his vengeance. All the time he steadfastly guarded the Devoted One's outpost, holding his station at the iconic Hawk's Flight Rock within the outpost grounds. Chapter 157, Come Fight Me? When Yan Xing heard that Li Baxin had finally left the Devoted One's outpost, he knew his chance had arrived. He came early and hid himself. Lo and behold, his vigil did not turn out to be fruitless. Li Baxin did indeed come. He could care less about the massive contest between the Thousand Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition. Brash and straightforward, all he wanted was Li Baxin and to end this more than 1 decade-long vendetta. Let me deal with him. Wei Yang barked, Take brother Lu Yi and go. Li Baxin shook his head. You know as well as I do that I can kill but I can hardly protect. What's more, Yan Xing's not the only one here. Wait, you mean? Wei Yang murmured quietly. The judgment of heaven electrical bolts still trying to gnaw at her flesh and body had impaired her spiritual senses enough for her to not notice the presence of other powerful foes. They're all lurking nearby, hiding amongst the crowd. Watching and waiting for their best chance to strike, snorted Li Baxin with contempt. I'll create a chance, take brother Lu Yi and leave this place. It's not a lot but we still have to try. Careful. Wei Yang warned him. Li Baxin raised his gourd up to his lips and took a swig, but he did not swallow the gulp of wine. Instead he spewed it all out. What came out of his mouth was not liquid, but a torrent of tiny little corals shaped like swords. At least a dozen of them. The tiny little swords whizzed quickly with purpose and haste and streamed straight at Yan Xing with Li Baxin himself peeling just closely behind, engulfed in a shining glob of light. That was the cue for Wei Yang to act. She flung out a leaf that magically enlarged into the size of a blanket and she wrapped it around Lu Yi. Then she seized the collar of his tunic and shot up into the sky. The chaos that Li Baxin was now creating would be her best chance to take Lu Yi and leave. From inside the bundle, Lu Yi could not see what was going on outside. But he could feel the discharges and flare-ups of spiritual powers coming from nearby and the occasional thuds and bumps hitting him. Then he heard a grunt that he recognized as Wei Yang's. Next he realized that the leaf blanket was no more. He looked around. They were back where they were before. Wei Yang had failed to take him away. When Wei Yang was killing the enemies with ease earlier, the true Thousand Demon Ridge champions were all skulking around quietly without attracting her attention. They knew that the more lives she took, the stronger the judgment of heaven would become and soon, she would die by her own hands, with their interference or without. But none of them would sit back and allow Wei Yang to leave with Lu Yi. As soon as she soared up, they attacked her in unison, forcing her to retreat lest Lu Yi might be killed before they could even get any further. That was the impetus for another wave of pandemonium. As soon as Li Baxin attacked and Wei Yang tried to bolt with Lu Yi, the enemy horde attacked and the fragile, short-lived peace was shattered. The Grand Sky Coalition cultivators held their ground and staved off waves and waves of onslaught piled on them by the enemies. Fortunately, the enemy numbers had been drastically reduced all thanks to Li Baxin and Wei Yang's earlier efforts, and this had greatly lessened the pressure, or none of them would be able to weather the storm. Wei Yang no longer actively tried to attack. She stayed close beside Lu Yi, swinging her scythe around to parry away whatever spells and talismanic attacks that came this way. Lu Yi would be safe so long as she was around. She did not let her botched attempt at escaping with Lu Yi dissuade her from trying again. But whenever she rose up into the air, volleys of spells flung at her by the enemies were enough to force her to land. She might be able to endure the blasts and get away, but Lu Yi would never survive that kind of damage. As the battle dragged on, more cultivators from both sides hurried here as quickly as they could. Word of Lu Yi being trapped here on Golden Tip had long spread, and as more time passed, the cultivators that thronged around Golden Tip had reached in the thousands, and the number was still rising. Countless skirmishes had broken out everywhere around the crest, with cultivators from both sides doing their utmost to make sure that no enemy would get to see the next daylight, making Golden Tip a veritable purgatory in real life. From day till night and night till day, cultivators fell like flies, but more would come to take the place of the fallen to keep the fight going. More than 10 cultivators of the role of supremacy had come, engaging each other once they crossed paths. Never before had the battlefield witnessed such a furious war happening. No one had anticipated that what was initially a manhunt for the newest acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect would spiral into such a chaotic disaster. Killing a fifth-order cultivator should have been easy enough. Given time and chance, anyone with the prerequisite skills and rank of cultivation for such a deed could have finished the job and be done with it. But the one thing that the Thousand Demon Ridge Confederacy underestimated was the resolve of the Grand Sky, an iron-like resolve that would not be dented, and was what had kept Lu Yi alive up until this moment. Despite the stalemate, so long as any Grand Sky Coalition cultivator endured, Lu Yi would still have a chance to stay alive. What a huge conundrum this had become. Since the beginning of the Spirit Creek battlefield, never before had a war of this scale occurred this far out in the outer regions of the battlefield. With such huge losses on both sides, both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge had long passed the point of any truce. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, the center of this whole war and the one person his allies were desperately trying to protect, stared at his weapon. The growing feeling of helplessness and frustration was gnawing at him. He liked none of this at all. The sensation and comprehension that his life and death had slipped out of his own grasp were unbearable, and he hated it. Weakness really was a sin. The weak get sidelined and ignored while the powerful get heard and noticed. Such is the way the world works. The survival of the fittest, Lu Yi realized. But he wouldn't have it. Screw this war, he told himself. If he was going to die, then he would be leaving this world on his own terms, and instead of just waddling here like a sitting duck with nothing to do but wait for an outcome while others did the fighting for him. Just then something landed with a crashing bang right at his feet. It was Li Baxin, and he looked absolutely battered with bruises and lacerations all over him. Perhaps expecting the number 10 of the role of supremacy to defeat the current number 2 just be a pipe dream after all. Don't worry, I'm not making it easy for him either. Li Baxin roared heartily. He might look beaten, but apparently his spirit was not. He flashed Lu Yi a grin and said, "Don't worry, brother. I'll lop off that head of his soon enough." He sprang to his feet at once. Swordsman combat cultivators like him never cowered from enemies greater and stronger than them. His powers might pale in comparison to Yan Xing's, but that did not mean that Li Baxin lacked the confidence to kill Yan Xing, even if it meant his own death as well. But before he could leave, Lu Yi placed a hand on his shoulder. Li Baxin stared at Lu Yi incredulously. "It's enough, brother Baxin," said Lu Yi softly. "You've done enough." "What?" "Please stop," Lu Yi smiled. He lifted his head and stared all around him. He took a deep breath, and with his spiritual powers to amplify his voice, he roared, "Stop! All of you stop!" He was only in 5th grade, but his spiritual powers' magnified voice swept all around the battlegrounds like a thunderclap. Those who were already hankering for a respite immediately stopped. At first it was those who were nearest to Lu Yi. They immediately backed away from the enemies with whom they had been trading blows. Gradually, like a rippling wave, the fighting stopped everywhere around him, spreading farther and wider as the combatants all realized the sudden pause. Warily, everyone disengaged, and in 30 seconds all the fighting and the noise ended. Peace once again returned, and the huge fluctuation of spiritual energies everywhere all returned to a relative stillness. Every pair of eyes trained on Lu Yi. Only now did everyone realize that it was he who gave the signal to stop. "Lu Yi?" uttered a surprised Wei Yang with confusion. She had been just beside him all the time. She peered at Li Baxin quietly as if asking for an answer, although all the latter could do was shrug. Even he did not know what Lu Yi was up to. "Let me speak," Lu Yi said to Wei Yang before he surveyed everyone around him and cried loudly, "Let me speak." The second time was for the benefit of all other cultivators nearby. "I know I lack the power and authority to give orders, but every single one of you is here because of me," said Lu Yi. "I believe that gives me the right to a few words. Does anyone disagree?" "Pray tell, my friend." "Indeed. You'll hear no disagreement from me." Several Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were quick enough to voice their support. Lu Ye's sudden call for a parley might have caught them all off guard, but it nevertheless provided all the combatants a chance of respite. It was a break that everybody sorely needed. The long hours and stress of the battle had been wearing them down. "Speak," a 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator demanded. Being a cultivator who was among the 20 best champions of the role of supremacy, he was the second most senior champion present after Yan Xing. That plus the fact that he was a member of a Tier 1 militant order made him the most eligible person to speak for the rest of the enemy horde after Yan Xing, who appeared as if he could care less. All he cared about was only Li Baxian and no one else. "I was accepted into the Crimson Blood sect months ago, and during our way back to the stronghold, we were waylaid and my mentor was forced to send me here. Truth be told, I know nothing about the sect. I don't know where this stronghold is and what it looks like. I don't even know who my fellow acolytes were until today. I was not even aware of what happened in the past until I was told about it days ago. Only then did I know that my existence had sparked a war. I'm just a meager fifth-order weakling. How could this even be possible? That's the question I've been asking myself." "But I'm but a powerless person unable to change what has happened. I can only concede to the current state of affairs. I could have been killed by you 1,000 Demon Ridge folks. It was through the tireless and relentless help of my allies in the Grand Sky Coalition that I managed to make it here. People have died. Either before my eyes or in places I don't know. I don't even know their names. But right here, right now, more people are dying. If this goes on, none of you will be going home. Is this what we all want?" No one responded. "The losses will be greater than what they already are. Is this what every one of us wishes?" Lu Yi pressed. "What do you suggest?" asked the 1,000 Demon Ridge champion who spoke earlier before he paused with a snort. "That all of us here should just give up what we started and just walk away? That would work out just fine for you, I reckon." "Nay," Lu Yi shook his head. "So many have died. I'm sure both the Ridge and the Coalition cannot simply just back down now. Even if you do, the higher leadership of the various militant sects and orders you come from won't sit on this." "Clever," smirked the enemy champion. "Well, if you're really feeling sorry for your allies dying for you, then take your own life. Do it and this war will be over." "That's right. Take your own life. You're never walking away from this alive. Take your own life. At least you can be guaranteed a clean death, boy. Getting hacked to death by a mob isn't going to be a pretty sight after all." Scores of heckles clamored from the midst of the 1,000 Demon Ridge mob. Wei Yang's lithe face never looked so dark with rage before as she struggled to suppress the urge to pounce and cut down every single man who dared to cry out for Lu Yi to kill himself. Lu Yi shook his head wearily. "Can I? So many of my allies have been killed on my account. Is this the right gesture of gratitude to repay their sacrifice? No. What's more, I'm still too young to die." "Then why the hell are we wasting time here, having this useless conversation?" the enemy champion glowered. Lu Ye's eyelids drooped to a close. He paused and said at last, "Being protected gives me comfort and thrill, but I am a cultivator. This is a matter that concerns me, so I must be doing something. But I admit that I'm powerless to bear the whole weight of the war on my shoulders. Regardless, I'll do this," he said, drawing his weapon from its sheath and holding it up against the enemy mob. "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect, and I hereby issue this challenge to all those of similar rank to me. Come fight me." Chapter 158, Proposal. "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect, and I hereby issue this challenge to all those of similar rank to me. Come fight me." The deep and loud voice swept further from the crest of Golden Tip with every pair of eyes fraught with disbelief, puzzlement, and most especially with amazement. Challenging the entire mob sounded mighty and impressive enough, but arguably foolish too. Almost 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had amassed here in Golden Tip, and Fifth Orders among them numbered somewhere around 100, enough men to easily overrun Lu Yi with. Although no one could deny that Lu Yi demonstrated courage and valor that even his enemies had to acknowledge. Are you saying this on behalf of the Crimson Blood sect and all of the Grand Sky Coalition? The enemy champion peeked a brow with interest. We're not going to take seriously the nonsense babbled by a boy. Li Baxin interjected coldly. Lu Yi swiveled around and gave him an assuring grin. He looked at the enemy champion again. That's true. I cannot speak for anyone else, but I dare say I can speak for myself. Are you all not here because of me? Then heed this. There's no possible way to solve this quandary through ordinary means, not unless you wish to see more casualties. What I'm offering is a way to solve this problem while minimizing the losses on both sides. But if the Thousand Demon Ridge folks find my offer unacceptable, then by all means continue. Let the war go on and I'll just be here watching with my arms folded. Go on then, the enemy champion growled. I will accept one challenger from every militant sect and order of the Thousand Demon Ridge. If I lose, you'll hear no objections from me. But if I were to be lucky enough to survive, then the sects and orders whose challenges I have endured must agree to leave this war. You'll swear this upon the heavens. Li Baxin couldn't help tilting his brow wryly. It appeared that his newest fellow student was more level-headed than he initially gave him credit for. He had been worried that Lu Yi might be acting rashly earlier. But what bothered him now was whether Lu Yi had what it took to survive the crucible of challenges. If Lu Yi could triumph, then this would really be the best way to end this war. Otherwise, Lu Yi could be killed and his meager existence would be nothing but someone else's stepping stone for greater advancement. The victor would reap huge rewards for being able to kill the newest member of the Crimson Blood sect and effectively ensuring its impending dissolution. He turned around to glance at Wei Yang, tacitly conveying his doubt. But all he got in return were dubious shakes of her head. She too did not know how Lu Yi would fare. Wei Yang knew about Lu Yi, but she had zero knowledge about his abilities. Having just met him, all she knew about him was that he had reached the 5th grade and nothing more. What is this? For all the Thousand Demon Ridge's might and power, is there no one who would step forward and challenge me? No one uttered a syllable. Only Lu Ye's voice pervaded the air above the barren and desolate crest of Golden Tip. Easy for you to talk, Lu Yi, when you can defeat and kill enemies beyond your rank. Hardly anyone in your rank is your match, cried a shrill female voice. A woman sauntered forward, extricating herself from the mob while staring coldly at Lu Yi. He knew who it was, Han Jiyu of the Tai Luo clan. She had just not long ago tried to kill him for his exploits during the Dragon Spring Conference, although Tang Wu's timely intervention had thwarted her. But Tang Wu was nowhere to be seen now, and here she was. What do you mean he could kill enemies beyond his rank? The Thousand Demon Ridge champion could not believe his ears. He had been frowning over how Lu Yi could have the audacity to issue such a challenge, and Han Jiyu's revelation was exactly the answer he needed. The female Ninth Order cultivator bowed to the champion to show respect. She gave Lu Yi a hard look and said, "It's true. I have seen how this brat could kill 5th Orders from my clan with ease back when he was still a 4 Order. Since he's a 5th Order now, that would mean that only 6th Orders and above stand a chance at defeating him." Oh, remarkable. I guess that's why he's accepted as an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. That's not all, added Han Jiyu, who looked only too happy to reveal more of Lu Ye's secrets. As most of you might not still know, he is skilled in employing a form of defensive glyphs that activate during battle. So it won't be easy trying to land a hit on him. When she finished, she looked absolutely gleeful to have contributed to Lu Ye's downfall. Peals of exclamation clamored from everywhere around. But at the same time, Lu Yi finally knew what those strange spiritual patterns that he had been relying on really were: glyphs. Most cultivators knew all about glyphs. They were an integral part of a cultivator's journey of ascension to true power or even immortality. There existed in the real world of Jiuzhou a role specialized in the study and use of glyphs known as glyph weavers. With most of their time spent poring over tomes and scripts in their indefatigable research of the arcane and eldritch symbols and runes, they could hardly devote any excess effort to training how to fight. But within the entire species of glyph weavers, a certain breed commanded both the fear and respect of others: glyph warlocks. Known sometimes simply as warlocks, this special brand of glyph weavers were just as feared as swordsman combat cultivators, if not more. Skilled in various kinds of methods, enemies could crumble to their knees and die a painful death without even knowing how they were killed. The study of glyphs is a most complex craft that most cultivators needed to undergo a period of learning the elementary knowledge of the eldritch craft before they could begin proper research of glyphs. The researching part itself would take up years before cultivators could truly employ glyphs in actual combat. Even for a continent as vast as Jianghu, where more than thousands of cultivators thrived and flourished, glyph warlocks worthy of the name numbered barely 100, and each of them was highly sought after talent coveted by great sects and orders as well as noble families. That said, no one has ever heard about a fifth-order cultivator being able to use glyphs in actual combat, let alone seen one up close. That would easily make Lu Yi a rare wunderkind with the talents to become a glyph warlock. If any of the existing glyph warlocks knew about this, they would undoubtedly be on their way here by now. Therefore, beware any challenger of the same rank who wishes to take on Lu Yi. What you're doing is suicide, jeered Han Jiyu with undisguised derision. She had guessed Lu Ye's idea the moment he enunciated it. Is saying he a senior in your order? The owner of a cold voice breathed ominously down her neck. The smug grin on Han Jiyu's face froze. Her head swiveled at once to come face to face with a glowering Li Baxin. No, I don't know that name. Start preparing a funeral for him then, Li Baxin hissed with venom. What the hell is wrong with these Crimson Blood sect lunatics? Cursed Han Jiyu. I get that you're trying to protect one of your own, but that's over the line. All she did was just reveal some truths, and the last thing she felt that she deserved was a threat issued by the deadly Li Baxin himself. Brother, sang he, if you ever hear my voice, beware. Li Baxin is coming for you. I did not mean this to happen. Meanwhile, the Thousand Demon Ridge champion smiled at Lu Yi. The premise of your idea is a good one. But I'd suggest some adjustments. That your challengers can be no greater than the Seventh Order. What do you think? Lu Yi looked absolutely glum and silent, with every bit the semblance of someone whose ploy had just been discovered. You were so loud about wanting to be in control and take charge just now. Is this the sum of your in charge and control? Is this what all Crimson Blood sect members are? A bunch of wimps and cowards? Prodded the enemy champion. All right, you have a deal. Lu Yi muttered with apparent frustration. One could almost make out the veins bulging at his temples. Lu Yi, no. Li Baxin and Wei Yang gasped in unison. The boy himself has agreed to the terms. Who are you to object? Or does the Crimson Blood sect expect all of the Grand Sky Coalition to lay down their lives for your sake? The enemy champion pressed what seemed like his advantage. You're nothing but an order on the brink of dissolution, so you might as well submit to your fate. Li Baxin could barely say anything at those remarks, especially the part about the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition sacrificing themselves for Lu Ye's sake. All he could do was return a scathing glare, although he quickly looked at Lu Yi. That was reckless, brother. You know he's clearly riling you up. You shouldn't have said yes. Fighting enemies of his same rank was risky enough. Single combat or not, he would be fighting a long battle of attrition against a group of enemies, not one. The exertion could easily tire him out. Yet if he was going to face enemies higher than his rank, this could very well be suicide. Lu Yi peered at him and insisted, I can do this, brother. Li Baxin really wished to chastise Lu Yi for behaving so brashly. Though not uncommon for youths to succumb to their hot-blooded temperament, Li Baxin knew firsthand how this was most likely going to become a very painful if not fatal lesson. But he would not have accepted such terms even if he were a fifth order. But as much as he was angry at Lu Yi, he was more worried about his safety. That was when he saw the look on Lu Ye's face. There was no frustration and no apprehension. In fact, he looked rather excited. Lu Yi allowed his eyelids to droop and closed his eyes. Then he turned around to see Li Baxin showing him the back of his hand. When Lu Yi indicated that he understood the gist, Li Baxin tapped on his battlefield imprint and a tiny blue glow sprang from his forearm and landed on Lu Ye's. All right, brother. Time for some truth now. How confident are you about this? I've killed my fair share of sixth orders before. As for seventh orders, I have not had the chance yet, but I dare say that it'll be quite risky, but I'll give him a run for his money. Gosh. Li Baxin could hardly believe his own ears. That's killing enemies way beyond your rank, brother? Of all things, I didn't expect Lu Yi to be so deadly. You might be a stubborn old goat, old man, but you do have a great flair for recognizing talent. Careful to not let his amazement show, Li Baxin put up a worried facade. So, All that play acting was just for the benefit of our enemies just now? You really had to give it to Lu Yi. The frustrated look really was so real that he thought it was an actual manifestation of his true feelings. Just playing along with the situation, replied Lu Yi. He did not expect Han Jiyu to be here. If only he had noticed her earlier. Now that that vengeful woman had spilled all the beans, he would never have the chance to fight enemies of the same rank anymore. Even so, Lu Yi, this will be a long battle. The enemies will be coming for you one after another. I see at least 30 to 50 sects and orders from the Thousand Demon Ridge side which have arrived. Are you sure about this? I'll do what I can, brother. Prolonging the war is not good for anyone. If I could end this here and now, that would be for the best. Li Baxin did not answer. Lu Yi was right, and he of all people knew it. Beyond any doubt, the Thousand Demon Ridge side knew this too. The status quo of the battle had spiraled out of control, with more cultivators joining the fray by the minute, and the mayhem would intensify further. Yesterday, Lu Yi could have sworn that he saw at most 1,000 people here at Golden Tip. But the number of cultivators now embroiled in the battle here had doubled in just a single night. Prolonging this fight would only cause more bloodshed. How else could the entirety of the Thousand Demon Ridge mob listen to a fifth order? The die had been cast, and both sides had long passed the point of no return. Lu Ye's idea was the single chance they ever had for the survivors to walk away alive. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that Lu Ye's proposal came at a perfect moment, with the exact thing that both sides yearned for: survival. That was the exact reason the Thousand Demon Ridge mob ever agreed to the proposal. Now that the terms had been articulated clearly, there was no way for Lu Yi to worm out of this. Numerous cultivators from the Grand Sky Coalition side had perished, and the rest would hope to be able to live and breathe and see the next sunrise. Disagree with the terms, and the Crimson Blood sect would lose respect and credit. Especially with that crisp, clear talk about how the Crimson Blood sect expected the Grand Sky Coalition to lay down their lives to save Lu Yi. That sentence had practically sown the seeds of discord which could very well bud if Lu Yi refused to accept the new terms. Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators all came because of the rewards promised if they could kill Lu Yi, but on the Grand Sky Coalition side, most if not all of them were here by orders of their mentors or leaders. They owed no duty or obligation to die for Lu Ye's sake. Therefore, whether Lu Yi liked the new terms or not, there really was no backing down now. Chapter 159, The Sacred Pact. Li Baxin suddenly realized that Lu Yi might just be a fifth order who had survived this war because of everyone trying to protect him, but he did not let all that dull his instincts at all. He exhaled heavily. With a weary look at Wei Yang, he asked, "Can you change to her?" That would have sounded like an odd question to everyone else, but Wei Yang, who obviously knew what he was talking about, answered pensively with her head shaking, "She's dormant at the moment." "That means we're on our own, I guess," Li Baxin muttered glumly. Now that a deal had been made, it was time to hammer out the details. He wiped a hand across his face and pretended to grimace and muttered, "Brother Lu Yi here has decided to not allow anyone to die senselessly in his stead. If you Thousand Demon Ridge folks agree with his terms, kindly come with me to discuss further details." There was much to discuss if Lu Ye's proposal was to go on, and it definitely wasn't as simple as just a "come fight me," especially if everyone wished to prevent any disputes. Naturally, it would involve decisions that would have to be agreed upon by both sides. Despite being the linchpin of the whole debacle, Lu Yi still lacked the seniority, knowledge and wisdom, as well as the power and authority to join in on the debate. Fortunately, there was Li Baxin to negotiate on his behalf. With full confidence, Lu Yi could trust Li Baxin to make sure that his best interests were maintained as best as able. He had seen firsthand how protective both his seniors Wei Yang and Li Baxin were, especially the former, who had entered the battlefield against the odds just so that she could personally stay at his side and keep him safe. Li Baxin spun around and waved to another swordsman cultivator, who vanished from where he was and reappeared right before Li Baxin with a respectful bow. "Sir," he greeted. Despite looking like they were of the same age, it would appear that Li Baxin enjoyed a more senior station over him. In fact, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that Li Baxin was more senior than most cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Not that he preferred this outcome. With his spiritual points damaged, he could not ascend and there was nowhere else he could go. Lu Yi did not have to be a genius to guess that this swordsman was a powerful champion of the Northern Profound Sword sect with a place within the role of supremacy. "Please keep Brother Lu Yi safe," implored Li Baxin. The swordsman immediately responded without any hesitation, "Leave it to me, sir." Wei Yang might be around to watch over Lu Yi, but with the judgment of heaven still upon her, there was little she could do. All it would take was just a couple or more of those madmen from Cult Blackfire, whose minds were clearly addled by whatever it was they worshipped, to throw themselves at her, and the effects of the judgment would grow strong enough to kill her. Enlisting the help of this swordsman was just for insurance. The debate did not take long to mutate into a rowdy quarrel with the champions trading barbed words amongst themselves. Curses were exchanged and Li Baxin had to forcibly adjudicate peace by summoning his spiritual powers, tacitly indicating that he would cut down anyone that threatened to foil what should be a smooth negotiation. Apprehensively, Lu Yi muttered, "They are not going to fight, are they?" Another spark right now could potentially mean the end of any discussion. Wei Yang peered at the group of champions huddled together not far away with a disinterested glance and remarked, "Nah, it's just brutes flexing their muscles." Lu Yi continued watching the debate, only to realize that the heated debate was showing signs of aggravating. To his surprise and relief, the situation did not escalate, and that was when he began to understand that Sister Wei Yang was right. He lifted his arm and patted the shoulders of the swordsman standing guard in front of him. "I have not thanked you for saving me not long ago, sir." This was the same Northern Profound Sword sect swordsman who saved him from a very deadly enemy just not so long ago. "Any concern of brotherly is a business of the sword sect. There's no need to stand on ceremony, sir," replied the swordsman placidly, no more a conversationalist than he was the last time. "Sir? Did he just call me sir?" Then Lu Yi remembered that if he was Brother Lu Yi to Li Baxin, that would put them both on a similar level of seniority. "But what about my age?" he grimaced. "Heavens, what a peculiar thing this seniority thing is." Wei Yang bent down to stroke Amber's head. The tiger lifted himself to allow her to continue, keeping his eyes closed with ecstasy as Wei Yang moved her hand to scratch his chin. Strangely, the lightning bolts that were still crackling around Wei Yang looked dangerous enough, yet they seemed to not affect anyone who got in close contact with her. From the conversation with others, Lu Yi learned that the lightning bolts were called the Judgment of Heaven, and Wei Yang incurred its wrath because of her entry into the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the more enemies she slew, the greater the damage it would deal to her. But seeing her all normal as if nothing was going on, Lu Yi did not know if it was prudent to allow the lightning bolts to continue bouncing all around her. All of a sudden, Li Baxin roared, "All persons in charge of all Thousand Demon Ridge sects and orders, get here at once." The enemy mob stirred uneasily before one figure after another disengaged from the crowd to head over to Li Baxin's side. Lu Yi did a head count and realized that there were at least 40 people. In other words, that was the amount of Thousand Demon sects that had come to Golden Tip. Next came a litany of muffled voices that Lu Yi recognized as Li Baxin's. He could not make out anything from that gibberish. But almost immediately after Li Baxin stopped, a golden vortex swirled in the skies overhead before a column of light shafted straight down from the sky and landed on Li Baxin. Before the column of light hit the ground, Li Baxin flung out an arm and he caught something that Lu Yi first thought was a flag, an animal skin parchment. The column of light quickly ebbed into nothingness and the golden vortex disappeared as quickly as it came. "What is that?" asked Lu Yi curiously. It was the first time he saw something like that. "The Sacred Pact," Wei Yang explained. "For so many people to make sacred oaths in the name of heaven would be messy and time-consuming, that's why one can just opt to use the Sacred Pact, although it would cost a few contribution points." That was a real surprise to Lu Yi. So heaven was a real and yet mysterious entity that not only watched but governed the battlefield, and with the use of contribution points, one could trade and engage with heaven too. Li Baxin held up the Sacred Pact and examined its contents carefully before he bit the tip of his finger and stamped a mark using his blood. The others followed suit and did what he just did. Minutes passed and by the end of it, the pact contained several dozens of marks all left with blood. Quietly, Li Baxin came back to rejoin Lu Yi with the Sacred Pact in his hands. As if on cue, both sides withdrew. As per the agreement, the crest of Golden Tip would be where the duels began. Cultivators from both sides began clearing up the area, removing every dead body in the vicinity. At last, the cultivators all stood around a makeshift ring almost 70 meters in diameter. This would be where Lu Ye's reckoning would occur. In the meantime, Lu Yi and Wei Yang were still going through the clauses in the pact. Agreements made on the pact were as good as oaths made in heaven's name, and anyone who refused to abide by the pact would suffer heavy consequences. More than 30 clauses were set out in clear language to prevent any possibility of any loopholes. Among the terms included the explicit statement that the highest possible rank for challengers could only be 6th-order cultivators trained in Earth-grade cultivation disciplines. Cultivators skilled in heaven-grade disciplines and Earth-grade disciplines were a far cry from each other. Using heaven-grade disciplines meant that one must have more than 180 spiritual points unlocked, whereas the latter required only 81 spiritual points. That alone reflected how huge the difference in power. Lu Yi did not think of this before, but fortunately, Li Baxin was around to keep an eye on things for him. Next were the restrictions that prohibited the use of any external aid, except weapons or personal tools which had already been fully assimilated with one's spiritual powers. Even talismans were not to be used in the duels. All the stringent rules left the Thousand Demon Ridge challengers no other choice but to fight Lu Yi in a fair and open manner if they wished to win the glory of defeating and slaying him. A few of the clauses weren't too favorable for Lu Yi, but in contrast, a sizable amount of them still afforded him certain advantages. For instance, one of the clauses dictated that Lu Yi had the right to a quarter of an hour break after every duel. It was all thanks to Li Baxin who managed to think of this, although he would have preferred a longer duration if not for the persistent objections proffered by his Thousand Demon Ridge counterpart. The time was nowhere near enough for any proper rest, but there was little Li Baxin could do otherwise. Although that did not prevent him from securing another advantage for Lu Yi. This string of duels must end in 3 days. If Lu Yi could survive past the 3rd day, then the Thousand Demon Ridge coalition must withdraw. Another way for Lu Yi to win was to just defeat each and every single challenger who dared to stand before him. Lu Yi read through the pact and committed whatever he could into memory. Wei Yang looked hardly pleased. You don't have to do this, Lu Yi. As your seniors, both Baxin and I will do anything if you wish to just walk away from this. I'm sure we'll have a chance of getting out of here if we try our utmost. Despite Li Baxin's best efforts to secure as much advantage as he could, one could barely expect a 5th-order cultivator to survive 3 days' worth of fighting. The onslaught itself could easily swamp Lu Yi and tire him out, while all the enemies needed to do was throw enough men at him. But Lu Yi shook his head. You've all done enough for me. So many have died on my account, and I cannot just sit in the back and watch you all do all the fighting for me. I know you wish to do more for me, but as the newest fellow student, I'm afraid I cannot accept your good gesture. This war started because of me, so it must end by my hand as well. Wei Yang did not know what to say. She had waited for so long, and they finally got a new and young brother-in-arms in Lu Yi. For once in decades, there was hope that the Crimson Blood sect would endure. But fate once again proved itself to be a paragon of vengefulness and irony. Lu Yi found himself becoming the center of a huge war. What a shame that her hands were now tied and there was little she could do for Lu Yi. What cruelty is this, heaven? Wei Yang grimaced bitterly. If only she had more power. Sister. Li Baxin warned her with a sharp growl. Wei Yang immediately recollected herself to prevent her churning emotions from getting the better of herself. Her dilated pupils slowly contracted back to their usual size. I will survive. Lu Yi said to them sternly, I still have to see with my own eyes the stronghold of the Crimson Blood sect. I have no home and no family, but teacher took me in nonetheless. So that would be my home and you are all my family. So I will survive. I must survive. He stepped forward and paced towards the center of the ring. Champions standing around the ring watched his every movement. Finally, he paused at the dead center of the circle and called out, Come challenge me. But all he got were derisive stares from the enemy mob, sardonic gazes as if they were staring at a dead man, and victory was assured. Every one of them was under the impression that Lu Yi had been driven mad by the stress of the war into making such an irrational and brash decision. That a 5th-order cultivator has the courage and valor to challenge the whole Thousand Demon Ridge coalition was nothing but foolish recklessness to them. But the sacred pact was what assured them. In their eyes, the Grand Sky Coalition had practically tied their hands by agreeing to the solemn contract. Anyone who tried to interfere with the outcome of these duels was to be executed by everyone. For this reason, even Yin Xing had to delay exacting his vengeance. All he could do at the moment was to stand at the other side of Golden Tip and hurl hateful glares at Li Baxin. Chapter 160, next. Whatever happened was also all thanks to Li Baxian's wisdom to first placate Yan Xing by promising to meet again to settle their score. That was exactly the reason why Yan Xing could still sit still and allow the plan to go on without a hitch. Meanwhile, the mob of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators around Golden Tip all stared at the lone fifth-order target like a predator eyeing a prey. Whoever he was, that was a walking cornucopia of treasures and supplies for them. Kill him and riches of untold worth would be bestowed upon the one who accomplished the deed. Just as soon as Lu Yi issued his challenge, a tall and brawny man broke away from the mob. "Let me try," he said. One look at him was enough to tell Lu Yi that this was a fifth-order body-tempering cultivator. Blessed with robust physical properties, he wished to test Lu Ye's capabilities and see what the latter could do. If the fates were smiling at him, he might be able to defeat Lu Yi and claim the prize for himself. "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect," Lu Yi announced. "Shi Lei of the Weiberwolvenstein." As soon as he finished, he groped inside his storage bag to look for his spirit artifact, a defensive magical relic. Confident that his spirit artifact would keep him safe, he did not notice what was happening around him. Just as soon as he looked up while his hands were just reaching inside his bag, there was Lu Yi, already upon him with incredible speed. In just a few strides, Lu Yi blitzed his opponent and Shi Lei had only just retrieved his spirit artifact. He yanked out the shield-like magical relic quickly and frantically injected a spurt of his spiritual powers into it to activate its powers. At the same time, Lu Yi ripped his saber out of its sheath and whipped it as furiously as he could, the weapon's blade swathed with a layer of spiritual powers both red and fiery like raging flames. Petrified like stone, Shi Lei did not move an inch. With eyes as wide as saucers and bloodshot with spider web-like veins sprawled over the whites of his eyes, he stared at Lu Yi. Then it appeared, a thin red line that traced across his throat. The line gradually grew thicker and thicker until a gaping hole yawned upon and outpoured a gush of blood before the sheer pressure of the geyser of blood launched the head up into the air, ripping apart whatever skin, tendons, or sinews that the head had been desperately clinging onto. From over his shoulders, Lu Yi could see the faces of the Thousand Demon Ridge mob watching the bloody sight with horror inscribed all over their faces as they reeled, speechlessness. Han Jiue's warning might have impressed upon the entire mob about Lu Ye's ability to kill enemies beyond his rank, but no one had expected that he could do it with such speed and ease, more so, a body-tempering cultivator who has physical properties as strong as a bull. The two combatants had only just exchanged their names and the next second later, victory was decided. "Fool!" A Thousand Demon Ridge champion spat with disgust, referring to the deceased Shi Lei. Apparently, the champion, who had earned himself a place on the roll of supremacy, believed that Shi Lei should have had his spiritual artifact prepared beforehand prior to the battle. Especially since Lu Yi was already widely known as a difficult opponent. Only a fool would make such an amateurish mistake, and even if he survived today, his days would still be numbered anyway. On the other hand, on the side of the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, the crowd was first stunned into silence before they regained their senses seconds later and burst into clamors of cheers and whoops. Li Baxian's yelp, interlacing both surprise and exhilaration, was especially the loudest. Even Wei Yang looked relieved after she had been utterly worried sick. Lu Yi retrieved the late Shi Lei's shield spirit artifact and storage bag, which he tossed to Wei Yang. He had drawn first blood and that was his first spoils of war. Collecting spoils of war was a common and yet widely practiced custom that shouldn't be forgotten under whatever circumstances at all. The loss of the first battle was a humiliating blow to the Thousand Demon Ridge side. But they knew as well as everyone watching this duel that this was only the beginning. Every single Thousand Demon Ridge sect and order which had gathered here had a chance to put forth a challenger. The Ridge could suffer defeats and deaths so long as one of them succeeded. Whereas Lu Yi did not have that luxury, he couldn't lose, for losing would mean the forfeiture of his life. 3 days. That could amount to at least several dozen rounds of duels. That a fifth-order cultivator must endure such a gauntlet of death and survive was unimaginable. Next. Lu Yi withdrew to his corner, giving his weapon a shake to fling off the blood. The seniors of the sects and orders which were present quickly debated a choice and a new challenger stepped into the ring. Was a woman. Not only beautiful and shapely, but the scanty clothes she wore hardly concealed any of her charms, making her the prime focus of hungry gazes from the men all around the ring. Wei Yang was none too happy. "What a slut," she hissed. Li Baxian frowned as well. Quietly, he was concerned if a hot-blooded youth like Lu Yi might lack the nerve and grit needed to attack a woman of such beauty and allure. One could argue that the Thousand Demon Ridge side had picked a target specifically aimed towards a person of Lu Ye's temperament. He looked at Lu Yi, who looked utterly unfazed. He announced himself again, "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect." The girl stole a look at the dead body lying not far away from where she was standing and winced like she was afraid. The manner of disposition alone could have made many men keel over with pity. Then she heard Lu Yi announcing himself and replied with timid coyness, "Chu Shui of the House of Wintry Blossoms." First came a bang, then dirt and gravel came tossing up the air and Lu Yi was gone. Next second later, he was already upon her before anyone could see him properly. "Do you really have to be so hasty?" Chu Shui remarked with a honeyed voice, although she responded with venom. Her hand only just came up and a big blustery fireball spewed forth, followed closely behind by a pale mint-green blade of wind. But what was more unwanted was Chu Shui's almost non-existent clothing. Whenever she made any movement, the thin gauze-like fabric of her clothing just couldn't shield her womanly charms from the lascivious stares from everyone watching. "Shameless bitch," blurted out Wei Yang, who was teetering on the brink of blowing her gasket. What she would give to storm forward and rip the saucy vamp's head off, Li Baxin wondered quietly to himself. But the next second later, he yelped with consternation. Inside the ring, Lu Yi was raising his saber to hack at the fireball. He felt not an ounce of fear since it was so much smaller than the ones Dong Shuyi fired at him. But he would pay for this mistake. Just before the steel of his saber came in contact with the fireball, the blade of wind behind the fiery orb erupted and Chu Shui grinned with glee. Deep inside she was screaming "I win" with exultation. Winds raged and that exacerbated the flames. What was a harmless fireball at first suddenly grew rapidly into a round monstrosity of fire 3 times over that thundered towards Lu Yi, threatening to swallow him whole. Those who knew Chu Shui must have recognized this from the start, her trump card. The 6th Order spell Cultivator did nothing to underestimate Lu Yi right from the start. The dead body of the body-tempering Cultivator just paces away from her was a constant reminder for her to not repeat that mistake. To that end, she used the techniques and tactics that worked the best for so that she could do the most damage to Lu Yi as quickly as possible. Then something made the grin on her face freeze. Lu Yi's figure burst through the flames all of a sudden, his speed and intensity doubled or even tripled. With all color gone from her face, Chu Shui desperately tried to conjure another spell to defend herself. But it was just too late. Lu Yi callously hacked down on her shoulder, easily lopping off the arm that flung up before it could fire a spell at him. Then with another blow, he easily defeated her protective aura before he swung his blade for a third blow that nearly had her entrails pouring out of a terrible gash right between her chest and her midriff. With a shrill shriek, she fell backwards, the nakedness underneath her translucent robes exposed for all to see. Still, she crashed ignominiously to the ground with tears obscuring her sight, and the last thing she ever saw was a final glint of steel that ultimately robbed all life from those eyes of hers for eternity. Lu Yi staggered unsteadily as he straightened up. With the dead body of his second opponent at his feet, he counted himself lucky that he managed to activate Glyph, protection fast enough to prevent from incurring heavier wounds. That trick by Chu Shui had caught him unaware, although he escaped with just a few burns other than his hair and his robes, which were singed by the flames. This time he did not retreat to his corner. He stood there, just meters away from the Thousand Demon Ridge mob, and stared them all down. Slowly his saber came up. He held it tauntingly, "Next." That was a call that sounded like it was intended for every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator now glaring at him. At the other end, just over his back, the crowd of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators did not know how to react. Silent and bewildered beyond word, some of them were reeling with amusement at how reckless and audacious this Crimson Blood sect brat was. No one could deny that seeing one of them giving the enemies hell was just way too satisfying. "Good job," Wei Yang exclaimed, so pleased that her eyes were practically curved like a pair of crescents. Lu Ye's savage butchery of his female opponent was gratifying enough for her, and it delighted her that he did not show any signs of going soft despite his opponent being a female with seductive allure that few men could resist. Meanwhile Li Baxin looked very annoyed. Gods and heavens! Why is he taking after Brother Xinghe? He gasped with manic frustration. Wait, they're both using sabers. What? Damn it. Why sabers? The third round was about to begin. According to the terms in the Sacred Pact, Lu Yi reserved the right to demand a 15-minute period of rest before he accepted the next challenge. But since he did not invoke this right, the Thousand Demon Ridge side were more than happy to oblige and get the next round going so that Lu Yi could remain fatigued. But the round did not take long for Lu Yi to secure the initiative. He practically chased his sixth-order opponent all around the ring, and the opponent could barely do anything but defend himself, albeit feebly. Seeing this filled the mob with gladness. If no one had told them about how Lu Yi could easily defeat enemies beyond his rank, then agreeing to his earlier terms would have seen him walking out of this crisis virtually unharmed and unfazed. Every fifth-order challenger they threw at him would be senselessly slaughtered for nothing. Especially since even sixth orders were already having a hard time trying to defeat him. A flash of steel elicited a horrid spray of red. Lu Yi pounced. But before he could bring his weapon down to split the head of his opponent, the latter yelped at the top of his voice, "I yield." The sharp edge of his blade halted just a hair's breadth away from the enemy. Glyph, Sharp Edge's layer of energy that shrouded the blade had nicked the skin and blood was trickling out like a leak. "I yield," the man screamed again, jumping away. When he slapped a hand on his wound and saw the blood, his face went deathly pale. Just 1 second slower and the man could have already been dead on the ground with gray matter pouring out of his head. Surrendering might be disgraceful enough to certain quarters, but at the very least, this man had managed to salvage his own life and live another day. Lu Yi sheathed his weapon. His enemy had admitted defeat and the terms of the sacred pact were clear. Any Thousand Demon Ridge challenger was accorded the right to yield and have his or her life spared. There was nothing else he could do. But this was a luxury that only the Thousand Demon Ridge challengers enjoyed, not Lu Yi. Losing simply wasn't an option for him. There was hardly any fairness at all. But life had never been fair. The defeated challenger quietly slithered away. As he withdrew back through the mass of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, he reminisced about what happened during the duel and couldn't help shivering. He had never met anyone like Lu Yi before, a fifth order that could unleash such overwhelmingly aggressive and brutal attacks that even though he was the one with the rank advantage, he wondered if it was the other way around instead. Next, Lu Yi roared, glaring at the crowd. Another enemy stepped forward as the fourth challenger. In the meantime, a few Grand Sky Coalition champions and fellow colleagues with Li Baxin on the battlefield's role of supremacy were huddled around him. "It's good that he's on a roll with morale so high," said one of them, frowning with apprehension, "but he's going to burn himself out if he's not careful and he won't be able to go on any longer." Indeed. He's brutal and savage, and that's obviously a good thing, but I can't really say that there's any finesse in how he uses his saber. If he encounters anyone skillful, he'd be in a very difficult situation, said another. As champions who had earned themselves spots on the roll of supremacy, these were men who could read the situation with utmost clarity and tactical acumen. Lu Yi had only just finished 3 rounds, but that was enough for them to notice his flaw. His style of fighting was wearing himself out. His brutal and aggressive style would be perfect if he was up against just a limited number of enemies. In fact, he could intimidate his enemies so that they wouldn't be able to perform at their best against him. But his enemies were just too many this time, and he should be playing safe. His intimidation tactics weren't going to work with so many enemy champions were also around. As champions of the role of supremacy themselves, they were just too formidable and experienced enough, and the challengers wouldn't stop coming so long as their presence could rally and assure the others. It was also true that Lu Yi lacked finesse. Each and every blow he dealt were just simple blows aimed at his enemy's fatal spots. During his battles, his thought process included only what and where to attack without any tactical consideration. Such was his way of fighting, a crude method honed by empirical learning, for he never had any real tutelage in the crafts of wielding a saber. Aggressive and effective thus far, all it would take was for anyone skillful enough to thwart him, and that was only just a matter of time before he encountered anyone with such a capability. Chapter 161, Not One to Let Things Slide. If the Grand Sky Coalition side noticed Lu Ye's weakness, it was only natural that the enemy side would notice it as well. Hence, it did not come as a surprise that the next challenger was a cultivator skilled in the crafts of combat. Armed with a sword, the enemy challenger's every spiritual power-imbued move, Stabs, pokes, flicks and so forth, formed a combination of a confusing blur. But it only took Lu Yi a couple of furious chops at the enemy challenger to throw him off balance. Just when he thought he found an opening, he drove his sword straight at Lu Ye's heart, but the latter easily thwarted him with just a quick activation of glyph, protection. With the secrets of his ability to use glyphs now all but public knowledge, Lu Yi no longer has any reason to keep it a secret anymore. Unlike before when he had to try to maintain it a secret, Lu Yi could now use them as much as he liked to. More so, since the utilization of glyph, protection against an opponent of such skill was crucial. Fortunately for him, the experience of saving Amber so long ago had turned out to be an instructive one. He was forced to fight against an enemy of superior skill back then, and that had given him an idea of how to hold his ground against enemies of this kind. And the trick of it was to avoid turning it into a contest of skills. This was a death match, not a contest. The enemy challenger could perform all the quaint techniques as he liked, but Lu Yi would still stick to his plan as he always did, by seeking the most straightforward and efficient way to kill. With the well-calculated thrust of his sword thwarted, it was too late for the enemy challenger. He looked up to see Lu Ye's saber already bearing down on him. Terrified, he quickly screamed, "I yield." Before he could complete his sentence, his head dropped lifelessly to the ground. Lu Yi stood where he was without moving an inch, feeling adrenaline coursing through his veins as the pangs of blood remained fresh in his nostrils. Something else had dawned upon him. So long as I'm fast enough, my enemies will not be able to yield and walk away alive. He knew as well as everyone else that his style was wearing him out. He also understood fully that he should be keeping his duels as short as possible. But most of all, he was aware that he was one man facing an unknown number of challengers. He needed to slay as many challengers as he could so that he could go into every round with his opponents already intimidated. This would help to ensure that he secured the initiative right from the get-go. He stared at the dead body at his feet. The last time when he was trying to save Amber, defeating that enemy back then was so hard that he and his foe nearly died together. He had managed to defeat and kill his opponent, but not without incurring grievous wounds himself. It was Amber who brought him back to Wuxia, and that girl had a good time having her fill of fun and thrill at his expense. But he understood the difference. This time, he stepped into battle against a superiorly skilled foe with more battle experience than before. All that blood, sweat, and tears that he shed had not been for nothing. What he received in return was not just the growth of his powers and strength, but also his experience and tactical awareness as well. It was true that he lacked finesse. But because he now had the ability and acumen to read his enemies, Lu Yi could make the right call on where, when, and how to attack. This alone could make up for his lack of skills. One could almost call this his craft of slaying. "Brother?" Li Baxian's urgent voice rang out suddenly from over his shoulders. In his stupor, Lu Yi did not notice that his next challenger had already stepped into the ring. In the meantime, Lu Yi was still reeling with the bewildering comprehension that he had unknowingly picked up a lot through his journey through the battlefield. That was when he felt a powerful force coming from his back. He twisted himself around, swinging his saber in a quick and deadly arc just in time for it to collide with the enemy spirit artifact, eliciting a fiery burst of angry sparks. Only then did Lu Yi manage to see who his new challenger was, a tall and muscular man wielding a broadsword whose blade was thicker than the length of a man's finger. With a gravity-defying leap into the air, the challenger brought his broadsword down on Lu Ye's head with his weight and his strength behind it. The moment their weapons met for the second time, Lu Yi could feel a staggering force threatening to crush him. Only it could not. Lu Ye's knees might have sunken a little, but he managed to hold on, and with a dangerous slash that nearly cut his enemy into two, he managed to drive him away. In the meantime, the moment his steel gnashed against his opponents, the last thing the enemy challenger expected was for Lu Yi to be able to remain standing and respond with a shove carrying strength that he never thought was possible in a man of Lu Ye's size, followed by a riposte that sent him retreating quickly away to a safe distance. Evidently he was not the only one astounded. Whether it was the size of his frame or weapon, Lu Yi was just too much of a David compared to the challenger's Goliath. Most would have thought that with his remarkable size and girth, this challenger would have chosen to be a body-tempering cultivator. Yet, being a combat cultivator was clearly his desired choice, and his superhuman strength made it possible for him to use such a colossal weapon to easily fell any foes like a giant crushing ant. And his decision had not been misplaced. He had never been defeated, nor had he ever met a match in brute strength before when going up against foes of similar rank. Even if he had encountered anyone who had strength close to his, he could still defeat them with that incredible broadsword of his. Until now. More unbelievable was the fact that his adversary managed to withstand his wrath, his weight and that of his weapon with just one arm. This time, it was he who found himself flabbergasted. Heavens, what kind of brute strength is that? Li Baxin heard a gasp. That was a Grand Sky Coalition champion who also has a position on the roll of supremacy. Somehow, there was something about Lu Yi that had changed. If Lu Yi had looked as if he was holding himself back before, this time he looked like he was free? Or liberated? Li Baxin just couldn't put a finger on it. His eyes blinked. He too noticed the change in Lu Yi. You seem to have not yet announced your name and the order to which you belong. Lu Yi bellowed as he bolted forward before the enemy challenger landed. By the time he did, Lu Yi had landed more than a half-dozen cuts and lacerations on his opponent, prompting the latter to frantically swing his ponderous weapon around in a vain attempt to defend himself as Lu Yi's blows elicited more blood to be spilled. Know that his feeble attempts were doing him any good. A heavy-set weapon like the broadsword was hardly the ideal weapon for defense. Clumsy and bulky, Lu Yi fleeted and waltzed around him like a butterfly, dancing around him with tremendous agility and dexterity. In mere moments, the enemy challenger began collecting more wounds than a bull in a bullfight. Luckily for him, the wounds were mostly superficial, and that gave him the impression that he still had a chance to win. Unbeknownst to him, everyone else could see clearly that the sole reason that he was still standing was only that Lu Yi had not yet chosen to kill him. Lu Yi was playing the cat and he was the vole now being toyed with by the former. The name of the order you belong to? Lu Yi demanded after another slash to keep his opponent honest. The giant of a man gasped for breath. He knew that victory was slipping through his fingers, but he belligerently replied, Fort Friedensbund. Lu Yi bobbed his head, satisfied at the answer. With a stomp into the gravel, he vanished. He reappeared just in front of the burly challenger before he could do anything, and raising his gigantic broadsword was pretty much the only thing he could do when he saw the gleam of Lu Yi's steel. Lu Yi easily avoided the parry and drove his saber straight through the man's chest, the tip of his weapon spearing out his back, a straight tunnel from the front to the back. Then he callously yanked his weapon out amid the sickening crunch of flesh and bone, giving the challenger a kick to pull his weapon free. As the challenger lay on the ground, life seeped out of him. But that was not the only thing on his mind. Why was Lu Yi waiting when he could have easily slain him and be done with it? Watching the duel from the Grand Sky Coalition side, Wei Yang muttered softly, It seems that our new fellow student is not one to let things slide easily. Li Baxin could only nod his head in tacit agreement. Twice Lu Yi had specifically demanded to know the order his opponents belonged to, and it clearly wasn't anything about respect. No, Li Baxin mused. It was only so that he could remember the names of the sects and orders, since he would just quickly dispatch them once he got what he wanted. Li Baxin grinned to himself. He did not even realize himself doing it. If Lu Yi could still think of such things during his battles, that would mean that he expected to survive this ordeal. He was confident that he would be able to make it out of this, and remembering the names of the sects and orders which had slighted him was for a future reprisal. Li Baxin had initially mistaken Lu Yi's polite gesture at the start of his duels as just a sign of respect, only to realize that it was just so that he could repay the favor in the future. Inside the ring, Lu Yi's hand came up. I'm taking a break, he announced. There was no need to rush things. He had won all 5 duels in one go with 4 of his opponents slain. Aside from his first opponent, which was a 5th order, the rest were all 6th orders, and that was enough as a good start to making any future challengers wary. He had used up some of his spiritual powers, but with all of his duels ending quickly, he was able to prevent too much exhaustion. Even so, knowing that this was not going to end so soon, he was aware that he needed a break to be at his best. Such was his right. As one of the many terms stipulated clearly in the Sacred Pact, the Thousand Demon Ridge side could barely object to his decision. Lu Yi trotted back to his corner. With Li Baxin, Wei Yang, and the others attending to him, he swallowed a few spiritual pills and held a pair of spirit stones firmly in his grasp. There was no time for him to use glyph, gathering spirits. Using the glyph itself would consume spiritual powers, and after weighing the cost and gain, he believed that it would not be worth it. Therefore he activated Gluttonous Feast instead. The auxiliary cultivation discipline would help to increase the pace of assimilating the spiritual pills. In the meantime, the Thousand Demon Ridge champions convened. They were in need of ways to secure a victory. Han Jiyu was summoned, and the Thousand Demon Ridge champion asked, "The boy has extraordinary speed and strength that no Fifth Orders should have. Has he always been like this?" The champions have all noticed how Lu Yi had managed to win despite being outranked, and his utilization of glyph protection had little to do with his victories. At least not completely. Instead, it was his speed and strength. This was proven by how seldom Lu Yi had been using the defensive glyph in the last few duels. His opponents could be 1 or 2 ranks higher than he was, but with his speed and strength he could still easily cut them all down. But that was a question that Han Jiyu could barely answer, since she was directing her side of the battle from the main summit of the 100 Peaks mountain range without any actual knowledge of how Lu Yi fought. She paused to think. Mulling for several seconds, she finally answered, "It could be due to the Dragon Spring. He did secure himself entry to improve his physical constitution there." "Physical constitution? The Dragon Spring?" the champion said, frowning with puzzlement. He must have not heard about the Dragon Spring before. But it was a small wonder, since the battlefield was so vast, and every place had its own unique feature. The Dragon Spring was only useful to low-tiered cultivators, and that was why few ever bothered about it. Han Jiyu gave her colleagues a quick rundown about what the Dragon Spring Conference was about and explained something odd in this year's conference. Something went wrong. By the time it was our turn to get inside the spring, the power of the spring had waned so greatly that it barely afforded any benefits. I've had sources in the Green Feather Mountainside who reported that they had similar complaints as well. She could still imagine how angry she felt when she first heard of this. The Dragon Spring Conference was nothing more than a 3-way battle royale where the winning side would secure first dibs on entry into the Dragon Spring. The Tai Luo clan had only managed to secure second place after huge losses, but yet none of the clansmen who went inside enjoyed any noticeable increase in their health and physical properties. All those who had died during the conference had become meaningless sacrifices just for nothing. It was out of this resentment and frustration that Han Jiyu came all the way to hunt Lu Yi down the moment when she learned of his identity. "If that's true, then I don't think it has anything to do with the conference," the champion refuted the theory. "It might be because of his potential. That would explain his audacious confidence to make a proposal for such a duel." But the champion wasn't worried. At least not yet. The duel had only just begun. The Thousand Demon Ridge side had lost the first 5 rounds, and there were more to come. So long as they planned their approach carefully, victory would be theirs in 3 days, and Lu Yi would be. Chapter 162 Frightened. A quarter of an hour was just such a short time for a break. Lu Yi got up and marched into the ring where his next round of the duel would begin. The next challenger the Thousand Demon Ridge side fielded was another big and brawny figure. The bare-chested man appeared proud to show off his chest hair, but what was more disturbing to Lu Yi was the pair of horns on his head. A mutant. Tall, hulking, strong of vigor, and rich in energy. Such were the physical advantages of mutants, making them ideal body-tempering cultivator materials. Many sects and orders loved recruiting mutants because of their unique physical potential. And this mutant wielded a round buckler the size of a basin. The radiance of the weapon was enough for Lu Yi to know that it must be a very remarkable spiritual artifact. The purpose was evident enough. The Thousand Demon Ridge side must have decided that since Lu Yi, as a 5th Order who has speed and strength that outstripped even 6th Orders, could easily outpace and overpower any 6th Order combat cultivators, sending any more would do nothing to help turn the tables. The 1-rank advantage just wasn't enough, and the death of the combat cultivators earlier was proof of that. With combat cultivators out of the question and ghost cultivators numbering a pitiful few, that remained the body tempering and spell cultivators as the only viable options left. Lu Yi had incredible offensive capabilities, hence the Thousand Demon Ridge side decided to counter this by fielding a challenger with good defense. Seeing how adept he was, the enemy side had realized by now that it would take more than a few rounds to defeat him. All they needed to do now was whittle down his strength and endurance until he became ripe for the plucking. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi announced himself as politely as ever. The mutant hesitated. Yet despite his reluctance to announce his name, he appeared to be afraid of Lu Yi. Sourly he responded, "Niu Meng of Mount Tirantine." As soon as he finished, Niu Ming quickly raised his buckler and injected his spiritual power into it to activate the buckler's special ability. An energy barrier-like projection from all sides of the buckler for as wide as 3 meters wide, effectively increasing its range. But that was not all. Niu Ming summoned his spiritual vigor and conjured a second layer over his original protective aura before lowering his stance to a defensive position. This was a tactic devised by Niu Ming Sr. before he entered the ring. The mutant was very gifted in defense, but he lacked the speed to make any offense viable. Hence his first course of action the moment he stepped inside was to quickly erect a defensive position and hold for as long as he could for Lu Yi to tire out. Niu Ming did everything as he was bidden to, down to a T. But the onslaught that he thought would be raining down on him did not come. He looked up and peered through the energy shield projection of his buckler and saw Lu Yi standing where he was, gazing at him quietly instead of charging forward to attack him like everyone thought he would. Niu Ming scratched his head. With a puzzled and confused look at his seniors who were all watching the fight, he tacitly indicated that he needed a solution. But all he received in return were dubious and nonplussed stares. None of them knew what to do as well. The sudden change in Lu Ye's disposition from being tremendously aggressive to being reticently reserved was definitely not something they had foreseen. Another mutant cultivator yelled at Niu Ming. "Blitz at him since he's not coming for you." Stalling was a tactic that would undoubtedly work in Lu Ye's favor. The terms in the Sacred Pact were clear. The duel would end in 3 days whether the Thousand Demon Ridge side had fielded all their challengers or not. To that end, time was of the essence, especially for them. In fact, they would have wanted the duels to go on without allowing Lu Yi any chance for respite, but fortunately, Li Baxin was sharp and adamant enough to insist on a period of rest for him after every round. "Oh, all right." Niu Ming responded loudly. Using his spiritual artifact as a battering ram, Niu Ming rushed as quickly as he could toward Lu Yi. He was not fast by usual standards, but seeing his girth and size storming forward was definitely intimidating enough, like a huge mammoth rumbling in motion. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered an opponent that set up his or her defense first. But that was also why he did not charge at the mutant in the first place. He was still looking around, looking for weaknesses that he could exploit, although he seemed to have found none. But his enemy was coming and he needed to act. As the distance between them closed faster and faster, Niu Ming waited until the right moment before he suddenly screeched to a fleeting halt, where he suddenly pushed forward with all his might again. Immediately, the energy projection around his buckler grew even larger that for one brief second, Lu Yi had the impression of a gargantuan wall chasing after him. He could take the hit and still survive with barely any fractures, but the impact would still discombobulate him for minutes. His quick reflexes allowed him to quickly leap up into the air, gliding just over Niu Ming's head, where Lu Yi furiously brought his weapon down on the mutant's head from mid-air. Niu Ming swiftly raised his buckler and deflected the blow. But before he could turn around, he heard the scream of another blow heading towards him. The glint of steel flashed dangerously near. The sharp edge of the saber easily penetrated his protective auras, and the mutant registered the sensation of pain coming from his back. He quickly turned around, his fist barreling forward. Only Lu Yi was already gone, and the blow caught nothing but thin air. In just a split-second exchange, all Niu Ming got was a slash wound on his back. "Gosh, that hurts," the mutant snarled, his nostrils flaring with rage. His eyes were a scarlet shade and the pain was dulling his clarity, filling his already slow mind with rage that Niu Ming was consumed only by the blind frenzy to reduce his opponent into a pulp. If mutants made good material for body-tempering cultivators, then on the flip side, they were not meant to be spell cultivators that require higher intelligence and wit. The level of intelligence of a mutant was reliant on his or her rank, and the comparative lack of intelligence often left mutants susceptible to their animalistic and bestial pangs, which could only be fully suppressed once they reached the Cloud River realm. Incensed by fury, Niu Ming groped after Lu Yi. The pair of hands, so large that they were the size of a barrel, came so near that Lu Yi's vision was obscured. Lu Yi deftly ducked and skittered past him from under his armpit, where he found Niu Ming's back completely exposed, allowing Lu Yi to deliver another slash at the same spot on the mutant's back. Niu Ming stumbled forward with blood gushing out his back and dripping on the ground in a wide puddle of blood. He spun around, eager to recollect himself and get back into battle, when a deep and manifestly irate voice resounded from his back. "We yield." He looked and saw that it was one of his seniors, an eighth order who could no longer bear to watch. The latter knew that his mutant junior had practically lost the fight. Even before he finished, he was already disengaging himself from the mob and dragged Niu Meng back into the crowd by the horns on his head. Niu Meng could only obediently comply with a confused look on his face. Lu Yi had made no attempt to really slay Niu Meng, having something of a soft spot for the slow-witted mutant. At the same time, he was genuinely impressed by how sturdy a mutant's physical endurance was. Even after 2 blows, Niu Meng was still very much alive. The 2 blows were similarly imbued with glyph, sharp edge, and that would have been enough to cleave any sixth orders into halves. Niu Meng might be badly injured, but his condition was nevertheless stable, to say the least. Lu Yi made a mental note, reminding himself to double or even triple his attacks the next time he faced a mutant opponent. "Do you need a break, brother?" a concerned Li Baxin asked. "Nope." Lu Yi shook his head, not taking his eyes off the Thousand Demon Ridge side. Another beefy body-tempering cultivator stepped into the ring. Only this time, all it took was just 20 seconds and the cultivator was lying in a pool of his own blood with more flowing out of a gaping wound on his throat like a spring, his body twitching post-mortem. Without Niu Meng's inherent physical endurance, this poor fellow could hold his ground for so long before Lu Yi ultimately sent him to see his maker. More rounds ensued, and unless Lu Yi was fast enough to express his wish for a break, the Thousand Demon Ridge side would quickly send in another challenger in so as to prevent him from getting his much-needed rest. If the Thousand Demon Ridge side thought that they could wear out Lu Yi using body-tempering cultivators, they began to realize after a few rounds that the idea might be a good one, but it wasn't working at all, for no body-tempering cultivators were able to withstand Lu Ye's blows. Whatever weapon he was using appeared to be extraordinarily sharp and dangerous. All that heightened physical endurance and enhanced brute strength meant nothing at all to Lu Ye's saber. Finally, when Lu Yi cut down another body-tempering cultivator's defensive spirit artifact, the fact was truly affirmed. Defensive spirit artifacts, even low-tiered ones, were spirit artifacts that should be able to withstand a greater amount of abuse than other spirit artifact types. That anyone could destroy one in just 3 blows really was too ludicrous for words if not seen with one's own eyes. That prompted the Thousand Demon Ridge side to send in a string of spell cultivators. That turned out to be a major blunder, for the enemy champions failed to account for the fact that due to the size of the ring, their spell cultivators could at most put just 6 to 7 meters between Lu Yi and them. That was a distance that Lu Yi could effortlessly cover in the span of just 3 seconds, and with the battles turned into close quarters ones, only one fate awaited spell cultivators who failed to keep a combat cultivator like Lu Yi at bay: death. Night bore down on Golden Tip and the Grand Sky Coalition side was having a chat over some drinks and music in joyous merriment. In contrast, the Thousand Demon Ridge side looked absolutely glum and sullen with the same pall of despondence and despair as a funeral. For the past hour, Lu Yi had been waiting in the ring and no one stepped in to accept his challenge. The reason was simple enough. Lu Yi's tally for the day had risen up to more than a dozen. Even the best of the Sixth Orders could barely last 30 seconds under his wrath. Most, if not all, of the rounds were decided with just a few blows. Yield quickly enough, they might be able to escape with just a few cuts or a maimed limb at most, whereas the slower ones never got to walk out of the ring alive. Everyone on the Thousand Demon Ridge side was completely terrified of Lu Yi. No one dared to step into the ring, whether Lu Yi was a walking treasure trove or not. It was also noted that with every victory, Lu Yi was changing. The radiation of his pumping adrenaline and his aura congealed around him, the intangible taking on corporeal forms, like a halo or a mantle of confidence, stature, and majesty intensifying and concentrating all around him, that right at that moment, Lu Yi looked every bit the semblance of a triumphant and indomitable hero. "You know, Li? If your fellow student here manages to survive this day, he'll be a great figure one day," one of the champions beside Li Baxin said to him. Li Baxin was only too pleased to hear that. He chuckled facetiously, "Well, he's not my fellow student for nothing. You know what I'm talking about, Li." Li Baxin's eyes gleamed with reticence. He knew exactly what the allied champion was referring to, but he did not want to respond. He could see where this conversation was leading to. "The aureole of invincibility, the gift of providence." A voice answered what Li Baxin did not want to. It was another Grand Sky Coalition champion who was nearby and who had overheard the conversation. He too knew what was going on with Lu Yi. Li Baxin could only manage a smile. "It's too premature to talk about that, my friends." He already has the makings of it, I dare say, said the colleague, shaking his head gently. The gift of providence. With the battlefield all within the circle of heaven's influence and power, it was said that he who received the aureole of invincibility would enjoy the gift of fortune in the form of some sort of enhancement, be it power or physical. Meanwhile, the aureole of invincibility was a concept and also a belief that required one to be victorious in war. Once a cultivator managed to remain undefeatable in battle, the accumulated momentum would enable him to invoke the power of heavens to beseech for the gift of providence. Countless cultivators had roamed the realm of the Spirit Creek battlefield, but few have enjoyed the gift of providence. The last time the gift of providence was bestowed, that was decades ago. And the receiver of the gift was Feng Wujiang. But coincidentally, Feng Wujiang was, at that time, an acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. Chapter 163, 32 Rounds. Any champion with a place on the roll of supremacy knew what they were looking at. Lu Ye's proposal might have been due to circumstance, he was forced to, but it was nevertheless an opportunity. One for him to attempt for the aureole of invincibility. Although he himself wasn't aware of this at all. But there was one glaring caveat: he must stay alive. Lu Ye might have struck the fear of heaven into the 1,000-demon Ridge mob that every one of them no longer had the courage to step into the ring at all, but the situation wasn't optimistic at all. If anything, the status quo was hardly in his favor. The string of duels in the day had given the enemy side enough information about how Lu Ye fought, and that would allow them to formulate a better plan. That no one was willing to step into the ring to challenge Lu Ye was in fact not because of the lack of valor, but rather because of an internal conflict between the sects and orders within the mob that the leading champions were all still busy trying to mediate. In the end, it was the same champion, the strongest one present and the one who was one of the battlefield's 20 most dangerous cultivators, who had to come up with a suggestion. Here's my suggestion. Anyone who kills Lu Ye gets 2/10 of the entire trove of rewards, while the remainder goes in equal shares to every order that has contributed in one way or another. Do we have any objections? He ended his sentence with a steely glare at every de facto leader of the sects and orders present. The conflict started because everyone on the 1,000-demon Ridge side saw how many losses were piling up because of Lu Ye. Every sect and order only had one chance, and whenever Lu Ye killed a challenger, he was not only killing an enemy. He was also killing their sole chance for a go at the prize and possibly a potential talent of that sect or order. And this pattern was making everyone stall and delay sending in their challengers as much as possible. With this problem threatening to splinter the confederacy of the 1,000-demon Ridge, the champion knew that it must be resolved. The rewards for killing Lu Ye were just so rich that anyone would feel jealous if they had no share in it, and naturally, no one would be willing to sacrifice just so that others could reap the rewards. Hence the deal for the slayer of Lu Ye to get 2/10 while the rest would go in equal shares to all sects and orders who had contributed turned out to be one that everyone welcomed greatly. This way, so long as the sects and orders did their part and put forth a challenger, they would still get a cut of the cake. If there are no objections, then each of us will nominate a challenger. Try to destroy his weapon or cripple him. The one who does so gets a 1/10 share as well. The champion announced. Killing Lu Ye was now clearly easier said than done. The strength, speed, and flair that he had displayed so far had impressed the 1,000-demon Ridge side enough to realize that he could never be defeated and killed in just one round. He might be a fifth-order cultivator, but he was more deadly and more dangerous than regular sixth orders. Seventh orders might stand a remote chance to defeat him. To that end, they decided to separate the plan into two phases. Meanwhile, Lu Ye was sitting in the middle of the ring, chomping down on his meat jerky. As he swallowed the last of the dried rations, he got up to his feet slowly. He needed to eat to replenish his strength, but at the same time he was also consuming food as a means of restoring his spiritual power. He could not fully rely on spiritual pills to make up for the exhaustion of his energies. With the loss of the Tree of Glyphs, now that he discovered its real name after Han Jiyu's revelation about his use of glyphs, ability to eliminate all toxins in his body that he incurred whenever he consumed spiritual pills, he could no longer swallow pills as wantonly as he did before, lest the accumulated toxins in his body might affect his ability to fight. His spiritual power was no longer as pure and pristine as before, for he had been consuming pills during his flight here. The assimilation of spiritual power through eating might be very much less efficient, but that was pretty much all he could do now. With Gluttonous Feast activated, he was doing as best as he could. On the other hand, the Thousand Demon Ridge side did not want to dawdle any longer. A challenger stepped into the ring. Lu Yi glanced at the newcomer. It was a combat cultivator armed with a spear. As soon as they had announced their names and the sex they belonged to, the enemy challenger charged. The tip of his spear glinted dangerously as it dove straight for Lu Ye's vital points, its red-scarlet plume in a wild dance to the spear's motion. However, it took Lu Yi just a couple of minutes before he easily cut down his opponent. But this time, Lu Yi did not press on to the next round directly. He claimed his right to a respite because he learned that his intimidation earlier was no longer working. Thus he decided to just take a rest. Whatever had happened in the interim, it must have spurred the enemy challengers enough to be daredevils who hardly feared death. At the moment he could only attribute this reckless streak to the reality of being in the battlefield. It was usual for skirmishes to break out between sects and orders of the two sides, hence cultivators who managed to reach the sixth orders have seen their fair share of life and death. Lu Yi thought of the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators that he had slain before throughout his journey. Few ever pleaded for their lives, and most would rather just hurl threats, insults and curses as a final act of defiance. Even Dong Shuyi too, right before he died, although Lu Yi doubted if all that cursing did much good to him. The reason for their disposition, however, was simple enough. No quarter was ever, nor would it ever be, shown to the defeated. That was why the cultivators of Jianghu did not fear death, and the higher their rank was, the less likely they would be intimidated by the prospect of dying. Lu Yi rested, then he killed, then he rested again, then he killed again. The cycle repeated itself again and again like a wheel. One after another, challengers stepped into the ring in their bid to kill or at least injure Lu Yi. Most ended up dead and only a paltry few managed to escape death. As daybreak began to rise, the losses incurred by the Thousand Demon Ridge side began to pile. But the rising number of deaths daunted them not one bit at all. The challengers might still be shivering with fright at the onset of facing Lu Yi, but none of them allowed their fears to dampen their resolve to fight for their sects and orders. The day went by quickly enough and dusk slowly gave way to night. Blood swathed the earth within the ring and the air was rank with the acrid and metallic tang of blood so thick that one could almost suffocate and choke at the smell of it. Lu Yi was sitting on the ground, right at the corner of the ring where he was nearer to the Grand Sky Coalition side. In his grasp were a pair of spirit stones while he munched on some meat jerky. His head hung over his shoulder as he rested. For 2 continuous days and nights he had been fighting. To say that he was fatigued and wearied would be a mere understatement. That made rests after every round all the more crucial to him. He worried little about his spiritual power. Every time he swallowed a spiritual pill, he relied on Gluttonous Feast to make sure that he could assimilate as much content as possible. Watching by the side of the ring, Wei Yang looked every bit the semblance of a doting big sister. The many rounds of fending off the challengers had seen Lu Yi collecting a great number of wounds. She would have been able to help to heal him, but the Sacred Pact prohibited any external assistance. Therefore, Lu Yi had to dress his own wounds. Wrapped only with bandages, Lu Yi had long discarded his tunic. It was tattered and caked with so much blood that he could no longer wear it. Fortunately, he had the medicinal powder and salve that Wuxia left him, and they were proving to be most useful in this hour of need. "How many rounds has it been?" a stranger asked Li Baxian. Li Baxian's parched lips quivered. 32 rounds, he croaked hoarsely. 32? The cultivator who was asking took one long deep breath. He peered at Lu Yi who was hanging his head in extreme fatigue. What an incredible record, he mused. 32 rounds of single combat against enemies of superior rank. One could expect that Lu Yi might be able to finish 40 rounds even before noon. 43 sects and orders from the Thousand Demon Ridge had left their mark on the Sacred Pact when it was made. No one thought that Lu Yi could survive past all 43 rounds. Not even Li Baxian himself. All he was counting on was for Lu Yi to stall until after the 3rd day when he would be able to walk free. No one expected him to succeed, not Li Baxian and certainly not the Thousand Demon Ridge mob. No one could blame them. Nothing like this had ever happened before, even in the real world of Jianghu. Hence, as far as the Thousand Demon Ridge champions were concerned, at first, Lu Yi was fresh meat right from the start. Only right now did people begin to realize that they had underestimated Lu Ye's speed, strength, and acumen to take life with the ease of a farmer scything stalks of wheat. Every sixth-order challenger sent forth was either ignominiously routed or savagely killed. They were only just halfway past the 3-day deadline, but Lu Yi had completed 32 rounds, and by the Sacred Pact's reckoning, he would only just have to make it past the remaining 11 challengers. The Thousand Demon Ridge could marshal more men and raise the mob up to 4,000 man strong, but nothing would change the outcome. So long as Lu Yi finished all 43 rounds and still remained alive, victory would be his and the Grand Sky Coalition's. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators could sulk or curse all they wanted, but nothing would ever make them renege on their word. They could not. The terms of the Sacred Pact dictated that anyone who lifted a hand against Lu Yi once the outcome had been settled would face judgment. Every single Grand Sky Coalition would spring up in his defense, including the 43,000 Demon Ridge sects and orders as well as their own champions, even or especially the ones who were on the roll of supremacy, who were all honor-bound by the pact to punish anyone who went against the Sacred Pact. By the will of heaven, the authority of the Sacred Pact was sacrosanct, and any attempt to overthrow or defy would stand no chance. 11. That was the number of challengers that now stood between Lu Yi and his victory. But Li Baxin felt nowhere near relieved at all. There was no telling if Lu Yi could still hold on, for he of all people could see that Lu Ye's glow was already fading. He knew what it was. The toxicity from Lu Ye's consumption of spirit pills must already be taking a toll on him. Whether he could admit it or not, the toxic poisoning must be affecting him, and Li Baxin could have sworn that he noticed Lu Ye's speed and strength already waning noticeably. As if to prove his point, Lu Ye's fights were taking longer and longer. That would mean that his exertions were growing, and he would need more spirit pills to replenish himself in what was culminating into a vicious cycle. The duration of his break was up. Wei Yang grimaced, feeling her heart wrenching. If only it could be longer. With reluctance as heavy as lead, she poked Lu Yi gently, calling very quietly, "Lu Yi." Lu Ye's head peeked up at once. He looked at Wei Yang full of weariness in his gaze, lost in dazed bewilderment that it took him a full second before he was able to react, realizing it was time for him to get ready for the next round. He swallowed the unchewed morsel of meat jerky in his mouth and lifted his saber when he got up. He looked at his next opponent and repeated what he had been saying more than 30 times, "Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect." That was the start of another round. The steel of his weapon shimmered, reflecting the orange-red incandescence from the fires around him as he lunged, and blood spattered to the ground. That was another long night of duels until dawn visited once again. Later in another round, Lu Yi would find himself outpaced by an enemy smaller and more agile than he was. Drifting to and fro with blinding speeds like a phantom around the ring, Lu Yi stood at the center as he could only watch his opponent run circles around him. Cuts and lacerations scattered all around him, some of the wounds so grisly that his flesh was literally torn and flayed, and these were all the handiwork of this nimble opponent. Still, Lu Yi remained where he was, stoically enduring the rain of attacks with his saber held firmly in his hand. Only after so many rounds, Lu Yi finally met an opponent that he genuinely found both difficult and onerous to deal with. With fluffy ears on top of her head that made her look like a feline, the mutant would have appeared every bit as harmless as a demure pet, if not for the fact that she really was as agile as she was deadly like a panther. There was no way that Lu Yi could have bested her in speed. Not even on his best day. Hence, it did not take a genius for him to guess that she must be an ace that the Thousand Demon Ridge side had kept up their sleeve until now. She must have been kept hidden and was only put forward after his fatigue and the toxic poisoning were taking a toll on him. And it was a good play. Playing her at this juncture really was a well-calculated move. Lu Yi could no longer keep up with her, and the moment he struck, he not only missed but also exposed himself, allowing her to land several vicious swipes on him. That was how the cuts and lacerations came to be. Soon, Lu Yi found himself surrounded in the middle of a blurry whirl once again. He slashed and hacked, only to hit only another afterimage before a sudden jolt of pain came from his midriff. He immediately lifted a foot and kicked hard. But his leg was deftly caught by the feline mutant with both her arms when she was landing, and she hit the ground with all the grace and finesse of a cat. Meanwhile Lu Yi tottered unsteadily rearward. Wei Yang could not help letting loose a yelp of fright when he nearly crashed to the ground if he had not managed to plant his saber into the soil just in time to prevent himself from falling. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.